Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
My name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
I know I can make it work. knows my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain.
Hello, everyone. Hello. On this rainy Saturday in the Midwest, we have a very debaucherous agenda today. All the topics we're going to be talking about. And let's see who we have. Who do we have today? Who is here? Okay, we got some. What is happening in the chat today? Some bouncing booties.
Sorry about that. I don't know why it suddenly went to black suddenly. Anyway, hello everyone. How's everyone doing? We good? Let me finish what I was saying before. How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Happy Saturday, by the way. Happy Saturday. All right. How's everyone doing out there? I don't know what we had a little mishap, obviously. It clearly went to I don't know what happened there. It's only cut out. Anyway. So, how's everyone doing? We good? We good? All right. Let's see who we have here. We got LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. How are you doing, LaCroix? How are you doing, LaCroix? So glad you're here. So glad you're here, LaCroix. How about you? Hello, Thelonious. So glad you're here, Thelonious. As always, so glad you're here, Thelonious. Always a great fun to have Thelonious here, okay? Always a great fun to have Thelonious here. We also have Void Sonic. Hello, Diego. Hello, Diego. Diego, how are you doing, Diego? How are you doing? Okay. Now, Diego, I did see your prior message. I'm not going to let it go through. But I will say, please be safe. Okay. Be careful out there. All right. I do hope that that's not what you're planning to do. Okay, I do hope you're not planning to do that. I recommend highly against it. Okay, but hello, Diego. Glad to see you here. Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Philly Cheese. We also got, who else we got here? We got James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here, James Nordoff. So glad you're here. Okay, guys. So, sent a high five for 100 joules. Thank you, James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. Hello, Louise. So, hello, guys. Welcome back. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. It's a Saturday. I hoped you liked seeing my sister there for a second. Okay, that was my twin sister. We decided to do a little bit where she would start, pretend she was me, and then I would, come in later if you guys didn't notice. Thank you, Thelonious Dunk. That was my twin sister. She stopped by. I guess, as she's been called before, Twin Revolt. Okay. I'm actually going to put on I'm going to put on a candle here. My sister is amazing, by the way. She works for the AFL-CIO. She's heavily involved in the Democratic Party politics. Now, I can't go into too much detail about what she believes about the Democratic Party, but let's put it this way. She's very involved in Democratic Party politics, okay? And wants to do some reforms, let's put it that way. And she does tons of work for unions, and she has lots of connections in Central Ohio to a bunch of different unions. She's great. I'm hoping to have her on again soon. I had her on once way back when to talk about her union work and stuff, but she's great. I love my sister, so. All right. Hello, Liquid Alicorn. We got a lot to do today, a lot to talk about, obviously. It's a Saturday. It's going to be fun. I mean, not completely. We have some dark things to talk about, but at least we'll pretend it's fun. Let's see here. We'll pretend it's fun. It'll be great fun. Okay, we don't have that many folks in here right now. I've noticed. Did it get did the Discord get notified? I'm curious. Let me double check here. Let me make sure the Discord got notified. See here. It did not. Ooh, okay. Let's see here. I need to actually put a what is it? What is it? A pin? Pin. Stream pin. Stream pin. There we go. Yep. Boop. Okay, there we go. I just pinned. It looks like it didn't actually pin people in the Discord. So we'll wait a couple more minutes here for everyone to get notified. Does she, LaQual? Well, thank you, LaQual. Thank you. She tries. Okay, she is my twin, so we know each other very well. All right. And no, we're not identical. You'd be shocked by the number of times people will ask me that question when that's not how that works biologically. Identical means identical. It doesn't mean that you can one can be male and one can be female. That doesn't make sense. Okay. That doesn't make sense. But yes, we are twins. We're fraternal twins, not identical twins, fraternal twins. Okay. Now, while we're waiting for more people to get in here, what is the difference, by the way? What happens biologically to make fraternal twins? Okay. Hello, Retro Asher. What happens biologically to make fraternal twins? Okay. What's the difference between fraternal twins and identical twins biologically? What happens there in the womb? Does anyone know? Thank you, Retro Asher. I'll take a drink. Correct, Thelonious. Exactly, Philly cheese. So when it's fraternal twins, they're actually two different eggs that are both fertilized separately and that at the same time. So basically you have two separate individuals who just are born at the same time. That's fraternal twins. And then identical eggs is literally like one egg that becomes two, essentially. Okay, so it's the exact same genetic code, exact same biological sex and everything like that. Okay, anyway, so just a note there. There have been times where people I deeply respect will say, are you guys identical? And then I don't want to embarrass them. And it's very embarrassing for me to have to explain to them that that's not possible. But anyway. And then sometimes they will be embarrassed and then say, no, you can have identical people of two different sexes. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever you say. Anyway, so guys, we have a lovely we'll have a lovely little day lined up here for you. Let's get started, shall we? Obviously, it is a Saturday. We're going to watch some videos. I have some news items to cover, all horrible, all terrifying, not all of them. We're going to have fun, though. I'm feeling great today. My mouth doesn't hurt nearly as much as it did yesterday. I feel liberated and ready to go. Okay, so let's begin. Happy Saturday. How's everyone doing out there, by the way? Is everyone good? Let me put up the scene here. So we have some news items to cover. Okay, Liquid Alicorn, you have no idea. People twin-splain to me all the time, and not all the time. It has happened multiple times, and I don't get it. It's weird, but I guess a lot of people don't know what twins are or like how twins work or, whatever. Okay, so all right, you guys. So we have a few stories to start with. You'll notice that the title of today's stream is that CEOs, what I title? I can't even remember now. CEOs something and then something. Very descriptive, I know. The title of today's stream is CEO pay skyrockets, your pay doesn't. Well, isn't that true? Now, I know this probably isn't shocking to most of the people here since most of us are goddamn lefties, right? But the report came out this year about the raise that the amount of money that CEOs have been making at the top of their corporate entities, okay? And CEO pay actually skyrocketed in 2025, and it grew about 20 times faster than their workers' pay. And real wages, so wages adjusted for inflation, have actually dropped 12% since 2019. That sounds fair. Now, right, of course, Philly cheese, right? Of course, I'm sure they do 20 times the labor that all of you do, right? I'm sure they do that. I'm sure like the single mother working in a corporation is doing 20 times less labor than the CEO, okay? Or like, anyway, so whatever it may be, isn't that lovely and fair? And I'm sure none of us have a problem with that, right? Thelonious Dunk, CEOs, colonizers, enslavers, and oppressors. Thelonious, you are not exaggerating. I have said this before, folks, and I will say it proudly and again. There is not that much of a difference between our system of labor in this country and slavery. There are now, admittedly, I don't want to tell, I'm not trying to say that slavery is the same as employment. It is not. But if you look at, we tend to think of like slavery as this separate evil thing that is like far different. It's really a difference in degree, not so much a difference in what it is, the relationship, okay? Of course, you can choose your employer, kind of, not really, but kind of, I guess. Uh, and they're not technically allowed to beat the shit out of you or murder you, which I guess is an improvement. Okay. I guess in some cases they do. They can get away with that shit. If you keep hearing horror stories about sexual assault by business owners and things like that. Okay. Hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. And by the way, one thing about slave owners is that they will provide. Now, I don't. Again, guys, to be clear, so no one clips me. Slavery is a horrific institution. It is absolutely a crime against humanity. It is monstrous. Of course, slave owners would provide you housing to some extent and food because they had to if they wanted you to survive. Employers don't even do that. They give you money and then say, go find it yourselves. Now, I am not saying, again, I'm not saying slavery is like, slavery is much worse than employment, okay, in a lot of ways, but do you see what I mean? Okay. But okay, so what we do now, by the way, early workers in factories, especially women workers in Massachusetts in the United States, also in the UK, used to call what they were doing wage slavery. They did not call it like employee, or workers. They didn't call themselves workers. They called themselves wage slaves. It was viewed as slavery with extra steps. Okay. So I just want to be clear. We have this ideological base that makes us feel like we're better off. And we are in a lot of ways. We really are. But it's not that different. Okay. It really isn't in other ways. Yeah, slave patrols. Correct. Slave patrols, police equal ICE equal Gestapo. 100% Thelonious Dunk. Um, there is, yeah, as a matter of fact, in the United States, and I know you know this, Thelonious, because you're really bright, and you too, Weirdomorphous Blob. A lot of police departments, especially in the South, partially have their origins in slave patrols. Now, it is an over exaggeration to say our police departments only come from slave patrols. I've heard some people make that argument, and I'm just telling you it's not true historically. It is a mix of slave patrols. It's not that much better, though. It is a mix of slave patrols and constables and sheriffs and other forms of communal policing. But yeah, one of the big original functions of policing started off as slave patrols. Okay, which then we wonder why might be a focus on policing black people in this country. Well, partly because slave patrols. All right. Hello, Atomic. Okay. So anyway, we are for most of you, I'm guessing all of you, if most of you, if not all of you, are working class. Okay. No, Thelonious, no. Okay, I get what you're saying, Thelonious, but literally, like in some places, there were like sheriffs in the North that weren't linked to policing enslaved people. And there was communal. Okay, I know you know, Thelonious. I know you're like joking. Okay. So we are oppressed. Okay. And this is a perfect example of this, right? The CEOs are being paid so much more than we are. And the lie that they put in so much, exactly, Weirdomorphous Blob, exactly. Okay. Copied what England had to some extent. So it was sort of an integration of various things. Regardless, CEO pay soared, and us, the proles, are once again suffering terribly. And we should not be happy about this. And then we're lied to ideologically. We're lied to ideologically and told that the reason they have this money is because they work harder than us, they're better than us, and we're lazy. That is, by the way, if I were to abuse a romantic partner, that's how I would speak to them. Okay, I don't do that. You get my idea. You get my point. We are basically in an abusive relationship with our owners, and we let them abuse us. Okay. Body swap. Hello, body swap. How are you? So this infuriates me. If you can't tell, I cannot stand CEOs. I cannot stand these monsters. By the way, you guys are the ones who actually produce the value for these companies. The CEOs are mainly figureheads and, are basically slave drivers or are the ones who have to, are basically like the dictators, all right? And they tell you what to do, even though you do all the labor. And to be clear, there have been studies that link uh, antisocial personality disorder, traits of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy or psychopathy, mainly sociopathy, to being a CEO. A disproportionate number of CEOs have traits associated with being sociopaths. There have literally been studies on this. I'm not making it up for shits and giggles, which makes them good CEOs because they need to be able to step on people, fire people, abuse people, mistreat them. They get paid to be monsters. That's one of the reasons CEOs get paid so much is that it's hard to find people who are willing to be assholes, okay, and treat people like shit. So one of the reasons they're in that position is because they're monsters and they will treat you like garbage. Okay. Now I will hilarious weirdomorphous blob says that they're job creators. Right, Thelonious. Yeah, funny way to say genius, as you know, complete bullshit, as you all know, right? And yeah, exactly, Thelonious. And that's what we're told to believe, right? Apparently, Elon Musk is just a goddamn genius. Um, okay, Sam, atomic. I never said that atomic, but yes, I am. Okay, so that's good. I love that. No problem there. No problem. Totally, absolutely. Body swap. You're not wrong. Body swap says employees produce systems, processes, and outputs. C-suite. Look at my success and what we have accomplished. Correct. And by the way, I'm so sick of them taking credit for what we do. Like Elon Musk, everyone always like, oh, he's such a genius inventor and he's making all this cool stuff and he's getting us to space. No, he's not. He's paying people to do that. He's paying engineers and scientists. The laborers are doing it, and then he's taking credit for their labor because he owns the output of their labor because he's a bourgeois piece of shit. Okay. So anyway, just to be clear, Weirdomorphous Blob, if you want the CEOs to leave, then you could cut their infinitely increasing pay, but then they'd leave all the resources for you to use instead of owning them. Oh my God, well, that sounds terrible. Anyway, okay, hilarious. Think of the stress, right? Thelonious Dunk. Uh-oh. Would the workers know what to do with the resources without the CEO? No, and of course not, Thelonious. We're all a bunch of morons, and we can't, we wouldn't be able to tie our shoes without the CEOs telling us what to do, right? Obviously not, folks. And to be clear, guys, I advocate for democratically owned businesses. Now, I would love to have businesses owned by workers. And for those, and I get in arguments with people about this, for those that say, well, workers will run it badly. Well, what do you think happens when CEOs run it badly or when owners run it badly? The business goes into the ground. So why not just run it democratically? Okay, why not run it democratically and have the workers make those decisions? And yeah, they might make the wrong decisions. Uh-oh, that's what happens. But it's the same thing with CEOs. I think it's much more just if the workers run it. Now, I will say, we can debate as lefties about how to restructure the economy when that happens, if it happens. Right now, it's not looking like we're anywhere close to that. Okay, unfortunately, I'm just being honest with you. So we can talk kind of idealistically about what we want it to look like. I am not sure how I want the economy to look under a socialist economy, and I'm honest about that, okay? Because if you have a bunch of independently owned businesses run by employees and you still have a free market, that causes problems. If you have a market that's completely run by the government and centrally controlled, that can cause problems too. I would kind of like a mix of both. That is sort of where I would like to see. I would like to see nationalized industries nationalized that are vital for survival. Okay. Like, yeah, I want to see like water, electricity, internet and stuff nationalized. Social media should probably be nationalized. There's probably a lot of other things that should be nationalized. And then again, I don't have a direct good answer. But maybe there could be some businesses that are run independently as co-ops and operate on the fair market. We could debate this. Literally, I don't have an answer. Okay, it's complicated. But yeah. So and then heavily regulated, of course. But regardless, that would be my idea. Okay. Weirdomorphous Blob, Liquid Alicorn Filthy State is hilarious. Weirdomorphous Blob, do you want China, but instead of allowing capital? Weirdomorphous Blob, you're outsmarting me. I can't quite remember what the Yugoslav model is. But yes, weird amorphous blob. Like we could do something kind of like China, except I would want co-ops. I would want co-ops, and there are some other issues with the Chinese system. They do a lot of good stuff too. Yeah, it's really up to all of you to decide. And I think that we will have to adapt to the material reality on the ground, whatever it may be. Yes, exactly. Weird amorphous blob. I think that would be lovely, but I need to read more about it, and I'm not quite sure. Okay, just because it's complicated, and every state it develops in a particular material condition, and I would need to have a deeper understanding of how that would be best to develop here, if that makes sense, and elsewhere. But anyway, so can we please stop this bullshit? This is ridiculously unjust, and people are dying because they can't get medical care, and people are dying in childbirth, and people are dying of suicide because they feel so alienated from their labor and the work that they're having to do. Can we please do something different? Uh, you see what I mean? Can we please do something different? This is insane. And it really pisses me off. This is a murderous, murderous way of doing things, and it's killing all of us. Okay. I mean, it's killing the planet too. Okay. So just saying, this report came out. I'm going to read you a little bit more here. CEO pay increased 20 times faster than workers' pay around the world in 2025. Okay. According to a new analysis from Oxfam and the International Trade Union Confederation, the world's largest trade union federation, when adjusted for inflation, global worker pay declined 12%. CEO compensation. Okay, by the way, that 12% decrease in worker pay is equivalent to 108 days of free labor. They are fucking us over and they're treating us like slaves. Okay. CEO compensation increased by 54% between 2019 and 2025. So, okay. That's good. No problem there. The average CEO received an average of received 8.4 million in total compensation in 2025 compared to 7.6 million in 2024. That's fine. No problems there. According to the investment portfolios, yeah, okay. According to their investment portfolios of more than 1,000 billionaires, every 2 hours for every 2 hours in 2025, the average billionaire received more in dividends than the average worker earned in annual pay. Okay, you see what I mean? Insane. So, can we please do something about this? Where is everyone? I am so mad. Where is the community? How dare they betray me and not come to the stream? Okay, I'm just partial. I'm joking here, obviously, but I am curious. Did people get the ping over on? Hopefully, people got the ping. Okay, making sure. Don't worry, everyone's okay. I just noticed we don't have many people in here. Normally, we do. Like, this is very low for what we normally have. I'm worried there's something wrong with the pinging. Well, regardless, it doesn't really matter. Let's just go on here. Okay, so that's fun. That's fun. So let's fuck capitalism, and we are the ones who produce everything. That may be Louise, maybe. Okay, I think it is Thelonious. I think you do smell. I'm just kidding. That's correct, Atomic. 8 people are in here. Yeah, Mummified Butterfly. 8. Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? That's a very right, Mummified Butterfly. It's a very low number for what we normally have. That's why I'm like, this is weird. Okay, so whatever, it's fine. How many people are over on Twitch, by the way? Do we only have 10? It says 10 on my end. Do we have more than 10 over on Twitch? Forgive me, guys. I'm investigating now. Just 10. Weird. Okay. Well, who knows? Who knows? All right. So there we go. Crunch wraps. Exactly, Thelonious. All right. It's 18. So you're like, it's like you're only streaming. Exactly. Do you see what I mean? That's weird. And normally I have 18 to over 20 on Twitch alone. Who knows? Maybe I started too early. It's possible I started too early and people are thrown off. Okay, whatever. I'm rambling now. So, okay. Let's go on, shall we? Let's go on. You know what? Let me actually go over to... I'm going to actually send a message. Hey, folks, I'm streaming, just in case people didn't see it. Please join. Please join. Oops. Okay, maybe because it's a Saturday. I don't fucking know. Okay. Maybe I started too early on a Saturday. I was surprised by the early stream, but I heard your mom was on stream. Oh, yes, my sister was on stream. Yes, okay. My mom was not on stream. It was just my sister. Maybe, right, Weird Amorphous Blob. I wish, but I doubt that, okay? All right, so let's go on here. So, let's go on. Next story we have here. Now, speaking of communism and socialism and the need to seize the means of production for the working class, etc., the United States is continuing to embargo Cuba. And Cuba essentially announced that it was out of oil, completely out of oil, at least out of oil that's freely available to the public. And the United States is now attempting to indict Raul Castro, probably with drug charges of some sort, which is very similar to what they did to Maduro, okay, in order to have an excuse to take him out of Venezuela. It appears that the United States is setting up for a coup against Cuba, which, of course, is not surprising at all. We have attempted to overthrow the Cuban government, hundreds of times at this point, probably. Attempted to kill Fidel Castro dozens, if not hundreds of times. And yeah, it's just a continuation of the long history of us trying to oppress the people of Cuba. And, okay, founder literally said he was acting on behalf of the CIA. I'm sorry. Forgive me, Weird Amorphous Blob. What do you mean here? I'm trying to understand. The founder of what, Weird Amorphous Blob? Forgive me. So, yeah. And it looks like we're going to be trying the same playbook that we did with Venezuela. And unfortunately, right now, it doesn't look good for Cuba. I don't like that. Obviously, I want them to have their sovereignty, and I don't want the United States to overthrow their regime, obviously. But that's a lot of pressure that's being put on them. And the United States government would probably very happily kill hundreds, if not thousands, of Cubans in order to make them suffer, so that the Cuban government has to give in. So let's hope it doesn't come to that. Weird Amorphous Blob of the Cuban American dissident group that sent a plane was shot down. But oh yes, Weird Amorphous Blob, I got you. Okay, that's what he's being indicted for. Insane. Okay, so he's actually not being indicted for drugs. I thought he was. So he's being indicted for that. Okay, great. Well, another thing he's being indicted for just for the sake of overthrowing the regime. Okay. By the way, the CIA actually landed in the director of the CIA visited Cuba, which is interesting. And by the way, if I were Cuba, I would not let the director of the CIA step down anywhere on my soil. If I were any country on the planet other than the United States, I would not let the director of the CIA on my soil. That would be allowing a war criminal, a murderous war criminal, and one of the most evil individuals on the planet to come onto my soil, and I certainly wouldn't trust them to be coming for benevolent reasons. And at this point, Cuba doesn't have much say in that, honestly. They're desperate. But dear God, I hope other countries out there never allow the director of the CIA to land on their soil. Okay? Because Atomic, that's an agreement that the U.S. government has had with Cuba since the Spanish-American War, the Guantanamo. So we've had it forever. And Cuba does not really have the ability to remove it without going to war with the United States, which they want to avoid. So that's the reason about the Guantanamo. Oh, I know, Weird Amorphous Blob. I know. Okay, but that's because they have a very bad side. Hello, Fetty. How are you doing, Fetty? Fetty, where is everyone? I don't know where everyone is. I feel abandoned. The community isn't here. Okay, anyway. So glad you're here, Fetty. Okay. So the way the Trump administration delusion anything, yeah, it's crazy, Weird Amorphous Blob. We have very little understanding about how that government works. So, okay. So can we, and by the way, the media is barely talking about this. I think it's funny. The media that's okay, Fetty. I am not blaming you, okay, at all. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just weirded out of the lack of folks in here, because normally we have a lot more. So what was I going to say? Oh, yes. No, I completely lost my train of thought. Dear God, folks. Dear God. What was I about to say here? Oh, yes. The media had stopped talking about this it was only when Cuba finally ran out of fuel that the media suddenly goes, "Oh, now Cuba's out of fuel," which was annoying because this should have been being continually talked about by myself included, by the way, until but with other things happening in the world, not no one has been focusing on Cuba. Um, exactly, mummified butterfly. That's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to deplete Cuba's oil to cause dissent internally and to put pressure on Castro's government to resign. So anyway, you know. Of course they did, Weirdomorphous Blob. Weirdomorphous Blob says, and the pundits started denying the basic causation of the crisis, saying it's the evil government. Yeah, if anyone heard, people were going into Cuba and claiming, like, look how impoverished they are. Look at how their government treats them, that they're so impoverished. Yeah, well, it's really hard to have a wealthy country when you're constantly being embargoed by the global superpower and, throughout history and throughout time and by other countries around the world. And yeah, there's a lot of poverty in Cuba, partially because of that. But also, despite having a lot of poverty, Cuba still had one of the best medical systems in the world and exported doctors to countries who needed them. My point is yeah. So everyone is blaming the poverty and stuff on Cuba, which the Cuban government, which is just stupid. It's like blaming Haiti for Haiti's poverty, which people do, by the way. Okay. Has anyone ever heard someone blame the Haitians for Haitian poverty? It makes me really want to just lose my mind. Okay. So yeah, I know. Me too, mummified butterfly. Yeah. Thanks, France. Thanks, America, for the Haiti stuff. Anyway, so just keep an eye on this. Uh, the U.S. and spy agencies have stepped up surveillance flights around the island. We're continuing to oppress this island. It's a tiny island. It's a small place, guys. Why do we care? Just let them be free and independent. You know, it. I think, guys, that the capital owning class in the United States doesn't like the idea of a successful socialist country right off our shores because Cuba is a weak country. And I don't mean that as an insult. It's a small country. It has very limited power. It's not a threat to the United States by any measure. Okay. So anyway, obviously, hello, SoCal. So glad you're here. Looks like more people are filtering in now. That's good. Okay. So yeah, exactly, Paul Squall. Haiti. Well, Paul Squall's here. Hello, Paul Squall. Haiti committed an unforgivable sin by successfully rising up against slavery. Correct. And that, by the way, why, folks, Haiti was punished for so long and is still being punished because European countries and America did not like a republic of slaves gaining independence. It was considered too much freedom. All right. Not to mention, we've overthrown the regime how many times? Yeah, hilarious, Weirdomorphous Blob. I cannot. Reagan's such a moron. Okay. I mean, he's not a moron. He does it on purpose. He's an evil genius in a lot of ways. Memify Butterfly. Trump feels like the modern day reincarnation of every Southern antebellum politician. You're not wrong, Memify Butterfly. You're not wrong. Okay. You're not wrong. Yeah, especially James Polk. Okay. So that's that story, guys. Viva Cuba. Is it what? Viva la Cuba, or is it just Viva Cuba? I think it's just Viva Cuba. I don't speak Spanish, unfortunately. I really want to learn it. Viva Cuba. Long live Cuba. Long live the Cuban Revolution. Long live Che and Castro and Raul. And to be honest with you guys, you guys know I have critiques of some former socialist leaders, right? I have practically none for Fidel Castro. He's one of my favorite socialist leaders in history. Yeah, there were some deaths under him, but if you compare the deaths under him to any other revolution in history, he did very few he killed very few people. If you look at, and it really wasn't him directly, there was actually demand publicly by the people of Cuba for trials. There was a lot of anger. No, seriously, Weirdomorphous Blob, unironically a benevolent leader. Now, yes, I am not denying that governments can do pretty bad things, and there's been suppression of freedom of speech and stuff like that in Cuba. You have to understand, though, it's really hard to allow freedom of speech in a country. You're right, Weirdomorphous Blob, and he instead held, there was demand for public executions, and he instead did trials. Now, these trials weren't exactly fair trials, but he still tried to at least do that. And I want to point out that it's really hard to allow freedom of speech completely when the CIA is funding dissident groups inside of your country, thus making the government super paranoid. And yeah, sometimes people were punished who probably shouldn't have been punished. But like, can you blame their government though? Like the America has tried to assassinate the leader, tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, what, 100 times or more? Okay, probably more than that. I can't remember the exact number. And America doesn't fully allow freedom of speech. And if you look at the good things, yeah, exactly, Philly cheese. If you look at the good things that Fidel Castro did, guys, let me show you. You know what? A long time ago, I did a presentation on Cuba. You know what, Weirdomorphous Blob, you're probably right. It probably was more like 400 assassination attempts. Okay. A long time ago, I did a presentation on Cuba. And I wanted to quickly read to you guys some of the positives that Fidel Castro brought to Cuba, because he did a lot of really good things for Cuba that no one ever talks about. No one ever talks about. Give me a second here. Sudan Civil War, blah, 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 okay. Chilean, loon, boomerang, chimpanzees. Give me a second. There we go. So some of the positive things he did, guys, are absolutely insane. Okay. Here we go. So he signed into law agrarian reform, setting up a cap for land holdings. So he took all the big landowners and he forced them to give up their land and broke it up amongst the peasantry. Pretty based. By the way, he even took land from his own mother. Okay. I think it was his dad and his mother. I think it was his mother actually owned one of these big estates, and he even forced them to give up their land. Okay. So because of this, around 200,000 peasants received title deeds. Okay. As large landholdings were broken up. Yep. And it alienated the richer landowners, including his mother. All right. Okay. Within a year, this is insane to me. Like, this is why he's a hero of mine. Within a year, his government had effectively redistributed 15% of the nation's wealth. Within a year, guys. Do you know how hard that is to do? Declaring that the revolution is the dictatorship of the exploited against the exploiters. That's not all he did. Okay. In the summer of that year, he began nationalizing plantation lands owned by American investors and confiscating the property of foreign landowners. By the way, they actually offered reparations to the people they took this land from. Other countries like France and Spain and stuff, those landowners actually accepted reparations for the land he took. American landowners did not. And to this day, they have refused the reparations. Okay. So he even was nice enough. I might not have been that nice to give reparations. Okay. He also seized the property of Cubans who had fled. Okay. He nationalized sugar production and oil and refinement over the objection of foreign investors. That's not all. As a teacher, this one I love. He placed an emphasis on education during the first 30 months. Just imagine how amazing this is. During the first 30 months of his government, more classrooms were opened in Cuba than in the previous 30 years. I'll say that again. In the first 30 months that his government was in charge, more classrooms were opened up than in the previous 30 years of Cuban history. Healthcare was nationalized and expanded, with rural health centers and clinics opening up across the island to offer free medical aid. Universal vaccination against childhood diseases were implemented, and infant mortality rates were reduced dramatically. As I recall, he actually reduced infant mortality rates by about half. I mean, come on. All right. Okay, we're almost done here. Let me tell you the last 2 points. Here are two other really big things he did. Within the first 6 months of Castro's government, 1,000 kilometers or 600 miles of roads were built across the island. while $300 million was spent on water and sanitation projects. Within 6 months, folks, within 6 months, over 800 houses were constructed every month in the early years of the administration in an effort to cut homelessness, while nurseries and daycare centers were opened for children and other centers opened for the disabled and elderly. And that is just some of the reforms that Castro implemented. Now, are there things we could critique? Always. Every government has things you could critique. But if we're going to critique some of the things that people in the West critique, can we also mention the things that were accomplished? Because that seems to always be left out of the conversation, doesn't it? Right? All right. Anyway, so can we please free Cuba from our imperialist, monstrous regime? Jesus Christ. Okay. I can't. It drives me crazy. We can't have good things. Okay. No. Okay. Actually, Paul Squaw, that is something else I forgot to mention. And I know you may be joking, Paul Squaw. That is one complaint I have about Castro. He put gay people into labor camps. He did. He believed that he had sort of a backwards view on gay people. But I will say this, later in life, he apologized for this and said he felt really guilty. And now Cuba is a haven for gay folks to a large extent. There are actually gay resorts in Cuba. Later in life, he apologized and he said that this was not true socialism. When I did this, I kind of had a bias and I realized it later. Okay. There is still some machismo stuff in Cuba that's kind of bad for gay people, but they have become much more open to gay people. They no longer punish you for being gay. Exactly. Cuba has some of the most progressive family policies in the world now. Okay. Atomic. It was labor camp. It was labor camp. I wish it were summer camp, but they were labor camps to re-educate. But again, yeah, and I'm a gay guy, and so despite that, guys, I still really like the guy. Exactly. Despite that, you have to understand, in Stalin's Soviet Union, there was massive oppression of gay people too. China has not been great towards gay people. That's one of the big issues I have with a lot of modern day socialist countries is that they oftentimes do not treat gay people well. And I think that is not because of socialism. That is because of cultural norms surrounding gender that that socialism doesn't address, in my opinion. In my opinion, that is why it happens. Okay. But yeah, so that doesn't excuse the oppression, though. Oftentimes it is couched in gay, like being gay is being anti-revolutionary or being bourgeois. But that's not why they believe it. Like Marx never talked about homosexuality as being bourgeois or anything. Okay, like that isn't a set Marxist thinking there. That you kind of have to. It's kind of invented later. Yeah, Paul Squaw, except no, but yes. Okay, Paul Squaw says socialism with patriarchal characteristics, National Socialism. No, Paul Squaw, but yeah, I know what you mean. Okay, but this is also the evidence, guys, that you need to that you need to sort of there are other systems of oppression you also need to dismantle when dismantling capitalist oppression. Okay, becoming socialist doesn't automatically mean you're going to get rid of patriarchy, homophobia, and racism. Capitalism enables and encourages these things. Yeah, okay. So just to be clear, this is not because of socialism. It just shows that there's other things that need to be dismantled too. And Castro did do it. Exactly, weird amorphous blob, exactly. And a weird amorphous blob, we've talked about this before. There are some socialists out there who even have really bizarre views of trans people. And they link it to the bourgeois and stuff, which as a historian makes me lose my mind because it just does. It makes me lose my mind. That is not how that works. And it drives me crazy. Okay. So I know you know that Weird Amorphous Blob. Weird Amorphous Blob, probably one of the most well-read socialists in here, has occasionally had to experience that as a trans person. Anyway, so to be clear, all right, Atomic. Okay, it shows how, yes. Now, they're not completely independent, but yes, Paul Squaw, they capitalism makes it worse, right? Under capitalism, you can monetize and profit off of patriarchy and things like that. But these systems still exist, even if you go to socialism. Anyway, so, all right. Okay, so we just need to work on these things. A lot of folks do. Yes. Yes. Okay. So anyway, but that being said, see here, Paul Squall. Let's see here. Homophobia was exported to a bunch of countries from the West. Oh, absolutely. Which is my point here, is that like guys, like for example, in Africa, there's a lot of countries in Africa that literally have death laws against gays. You can be executed for being gay. Most of those were exported by Western countries into Africa by evangelical Christians in the Catholic Church. So yeah, the West is also very homophobic, but that's my point. It doesn't matter if you're socialist or capitalist. You can be very homophobic. It is separate from socialism. It is separate. It is a separate system of oppression. Anyway, but otherwise, Fidel Castro, love the man. By the way, one of the sexiest men ever. If you ever see pictures of him, oh my God, young Castro. Oh, please, take my property, daddy. Anyway, okay. So anyway, moving on. We need to protect Cuba. Let's go on here. I wanted to talk about something else. Excuse me. Real fast. In regards to Africa. I know, you're right, Atomic. Someone got sent to kill him and he ended up seducing that person. I'm sorry, LaCroix. I'm sorry. I'm calm now. I'm calm. Property Daddy tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I know Weird Amorphous Blob. It's stupid, okay? So, all right. Okay, let's go on. And by the way, one other point. Sorry, I keep going back to this. One other point about the gay thing in Cuba. I say something similar about Palestine. I suspect that Fidel's economic reforms to the country had a far greater positive effect on gay people than the harm that was caused by having some of them put into labor camps. Think about it. There were a lot of gay people in Cuba who probably weren't out of the closet and who were impoverished and who weren't anymore because of Fidel Castro. So I want to be clear here. I'm not saying that. I don't even know if overall what he did to gay people was, if it had a net negative effect. It definitely had a negative effect, but do you guys see what I mean? I also want to point, this is what I say about Palestine too. You hear people saying, Palestinians are anti-gay. Why would you support them and shit? Well, by the way, who's more homophobic, Hamas or is Israel, who has been murdering gay people in Palestine by blowing them into pieces with bombs? I suspect that Israel has been worse for gay people than Hamas has. Okay. And even if they hadn't been killing gay people, that doesn't excuse genocide, mass slaughter, killing of children, of anyone. You see what I mean? It doesn't excuse it at all. We have homophobia here in the United States. There's homophobia lots of places. All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay. So a note from yesterday. A news story here from yesterday. Okay, U.S. and Nigerian forces apparently killed a senior. This is what they claim, ISIS commander in northern Nigeria. Now, there has been an ongoing issue in northern Nigeria with radicalization and insurgent groups, typically Islamic fundamentalist groups. And apparently, and the United States has been assisting the Nigerian government with knocking out some of these folks. Now, here's the deal. Jonas, didn't top military, didn't top military generals say, yes, Jonas, exactly. You're stealing my thunder, Jonas, correct. Top military generals were yelling at Trump, saying that he was letting ISIS run free in Africa. And so suddenly yesterday, he announced that he's been starting to bomb these ISIS groups. Honestly, I'd much rather they be allowed to run free than us bomb them. But okay, so I want to be clear. That is very true, Weird Amorphous Blob. I want to be clear that, okay, something that we don't talk about, guys, is why radicalization occurs. There are some Islamic fundamentalist groups in northern Nigeria. A lot of these groups are deeply impoverished and humiliated. You know why? Because they're constantly having to watch on the news as their Muslim brothers and sisters are slaughtered across the Middle East. They are living in poverty because of colonialism. A lot of Nigerian folks don't have access to capital that's necessary to build up their economic success, don't have access to good jobs. They don't have access to a lot of things. And they are, so if you have a bunch of people who are constantly feeling humiliated, oppressed, and economically disadvantaged, what's going to happen? You're going to see some radicalization occur. You're absolutely going to see some radicalization occur. And that's what we see. And so the way to solve this is not to start bombing those groups. It is not. Now, okay, you know what happens if you start bombing these groups? What do you think's going to happen, folks? Someone tell me. You know the answer. What will happen if you start bombing the group? Do we think that'll help the radicalization? Do we think that'll help de-radicalize these groups who feel oppressed? They grow. They become larger. It creates more people who have become radicalized. Who would have thought if people live in fear of being bombed, their homes are destroyed, you kill their relatives, they're going to be radicalized? Duh. Okay? Hilarious, Jonas. Hilarious. That's how America, I can't, but we're such a monstrous regime. It is, okay. And what bombing is typically is a very short-term fix that is barely a short-term fix. In the long term, it makes things worse. Not only that, it is a way of distracting from what actually needs to happen in Nigeria. You know what actually needs to happen in Nigeria? There needs to be reparations for colonialism. Okay? There needs to be an influx of free money into Nigeria that can be spent in building up the country's economy and things like that. And I'm going to talk to you here for a second about why it is that Nigeria is in this scenario, because and I am not an expert in distributing aid or distributing reparation, like colonial reparations, like that. So please don't ask me details. I admit when I am not an expert on how to do that responsibly or whatever. But there needs to be a transfer of wealth back to Nigeria from all that's been lost from colonialism of some kind. And let me just, so I have another article here, and I wanted to show you. I'm showing this to you because I am always very fascinated how Western media outlets talk about African countries, especially Nigeria. Okay? Because just listen to this and tell me, like, you'll see what I mean. Okay? No one ever mentions the colonialism or why Nigeria is suffering. They blame the Nigerians. Okay? So let me try to explain, all right? Nigeria's okay, here we go. Nigeria's security challenges are immense. Okay, yeah, exactly, Jonas. Yeah, at least start with giving them fair economic deals. And I was about to show you guys that Nigeria relies on loans from the IMF and World Bank, which are like very predatory loans, and have majorly kept the country in this neo-colonial state where they have to basically stay aligned with Western interest or lose their loans, amongst other things. So Nigeria's security challenges are immense. According to one estimate, the country recorded nearly 12,000 conflict-related deaths in 2025, a toll exceeding the peak fatalities recorded during the height of the Boko Haram insurgency in 2014. Okay? Forms of insecurity, particularly kidnapping for ransom, are pervasive across the country, but armed violence... Okay, wait, I'm trying to go down here. It goes on here to say, government deficiencies or outright governance failures, okay, at the federal, state, and local levels are fueling the growing crisis. Security services are underfunded and understaffed, and prison systems lack the capacity and will to sanction atrocities and curb lawlessness, and armed groups thrive in large swaths of territory where the state is all but non-existent. As long as these problems remain unfixed, armed violence will persist, and Nigeria will slide further into instability. But if the Nigerian state makes substantial and sustained investments or improves governance and increases its institutional capacity, it can reverse that descent. Okay? So this is so that's the general trend of this argument. If only the Nigerian government would get its act together to fix these things, all the problems would disappear. Okay? Not once do they mention the need for that the Nigerian government doesn't have the money to do this and is kept in debt by the IMF and World Bank. Nowhere do they mention how the history of colonialism has drained Nigeria of a lot of the workforce necessary to do high skill labor and things like that. None of this. It's just that the government is incompetent and isn't doing things correctly. Okay. Now, here's the thing, folks. Here's the thing. What is funny to me is that, come on, what government would willingly let a bunch of armed rebel groups exist in its territory? Do you think any government on earth is like, oh, you know what? We're not going to fix that because we're lazy or because, we don't really care. We're just so corrupt. We're not going to we're not going to get rid of all these armed insurgent groups that keep attacking our people. No, it's because they can't. It's because they don't have they're limited in their ability to fight these things because they have a limited amount of money. Okay, yeah, they're just fine with a constant insurgency. They have a limited military force. Their security services, uh, they have security services that are deficient in a lot of ways because of funding and things like that. They, by the way, rely on donations for a lot of their security forces from like America and Europe. So we will send them used equipment because they can't produce it on their own. So no mention in this article about the structural issues that are causing issues in Nigeria. It's just to blame their government and to blame the Nigerians themselves. So I just want to make that clear. And articles also like the one we just saw that was talking about the bombing, the killing of this leader, no mention of the causes of that radicalization. Okay, it's all this was, the killing of this radical because there's a lot of radicals. ISIS is up in northern Nigeria. No mention of the what is causing this radicalization. Okay, marzipan power. Would you be willing to take a hit to your personal quality of life if it meant ameliorating post-colonial states? Yes, marzipan power. And here's the thing, like honestly, my quality of how do I frame this? My quality of life isn't exactly top notch at the moment. I don't know how to phrase this without sounding like I'm uh okay. So but yeah, I would be willing to take a hit on that. Honestly, there's a lot that yeah, okay. They wouldn't marzipan power, and this is why I don't think it'll ever happen. Yeah, kind of, Paul Squall. My quality of life is trash anyway. But yes, a lot of Americans wouldn't be willing to do that marzipan power, why I don't think we'll ever do reparations or anything like that. Uh, and it would have to be done. This is complicated. Reparations are really difficult, and I say that because there are people. That's not true. It could get worse, Atomic. But like, I'm just trying to point out that I might not be the best person to ask about this. Uh, but like, it's hard because like there are impoverished people in America, and like for example, should Black Americans should their tax dollars have to go to, doing reparations? Like, so there are issues with this, and I'm not an expert on it. I need to figure out a way to. We need to figure out a way to do it. I would love to take it from the wealthy and give it over there, but if it were to affect me, I'd be okay with it. Okay. Yeah, right, marzipan power, and there are other things, marzipan power, like we'd also have to make sure that once that money went there, it wouldn't just be cycled back into the imperial core, because those African governments and businesses might end up spending that money back in Europe or America. So there are a lot. Uh, yeah, exactly, Jonas. So there would have to be a lot of, and again, I'm not. This is why I say I'm not an expert on this. We need to do a way to balance out the wealth, okay, to make sure that Nigeria can actually get a lot of that wealth back in some way. And I don't know how to do it, but that's kind of just what needs to happen if we ever want to completely right a lot of these problems. Okay. Um, Jonas, for a country with so many problems, they sure have a lot of rich corporations with influence there. Do you mean which one, Jonas? I'm sorry. The Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria. So Nigeria is, by the way, is not, and I don't want to get the impression that Nigeria is like this massively impoverished country. There is a lot of poverty there. It is a growing economy. Yeah, they have a thriving city. Lagos is a beautiful city. It's thriving. And so I don't want to generalize, not like not everything in Africa is doom and gloom, okay? And I know I've presented on this before, and I don't want you guys to get the impression I'm trying to say that, okay? But yeah, there is still a lot of poverty there, and a lot of the issues that Nigerian government has are structural. Okay. All right. Yeah, the wealth inequality there is insane. yeah, they have great TV and stuff, but again, if you look at the wealth inequality, and there is something like 30%, I think, of the population is food insecure. This goes back to colonialism. It does. So if we ever want this country to be sort of on equal footing, it is. By the way, guys, it has like, yeah, Outer Signal. I'm sad you missed some of this. Outer Signal is actually from Nigeria. We're not Outer Signal. We're talking about Nigeria here. I was talking about how the media presents the problem. So this article presents. So okay, we were talking about how Trump just assisted Nigeria in bombing some ISIS commander, and then I was mentioning how none of these media sources talk about why radicalization is occurring in northern Nigeria. Okay, which has to do with poverty and humiliation and the oppression of Islamic peoples around the world. Okay, and then I went on to say that if you read Western news sources, you will often see that they blame the Nigerian government, like incompetence in the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people for a lot of Nigeria's problems. And they almost never mention the colonialism or how the debt that is owed to the IMF or World Bank, or a lot of the structural issues that plague Nigeria, and how there's this real, like, none of these news sources ever talk about the actual reason why Nigeria is in the state it's in. Okay, it's like they just want to make it seem like it's all the government's fault, and that anyway. Um, okay, so that's kind of what we're talking about. Outer Signal. In Outer Signal, I also mentioned reparations. How there would need, in some point, to be some kind of reparations made to Nigeria for colonialism, and I don't know how to do it because I'm not an expert. But some kind of way of rebalancing finances so that Nigeria has access to a lot of the wealth that was looted from it. I don't know how to do it, but there has to be something. Anyway, okay, guys. JMac, if you want to buy a car there, you literally have to pay up front. You can't finance one. At least that is what my friend told me. That's interesting, JMac. That's very interesting. All right. So just keep an eye out, folks. A lot of times articles that are about African states really do not understand the history or care to mention it. And we get this impression that all these African states just have bad governments. Okay. That there's just there's just inherently bad governments that are incompetent, and they're bad because they're bad. They make bad decisions. Well, there's a lot of reasons why it's hard to make good decisions, or hard to do things that restructure these countries when there's not much wealth, when you are indebted to the World Bank and IMF. Okay, there's a lot of other things going on rather than just blaming the African governments. Okay, that's not to say the African governments are perfect. I'm just saying. Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you, Marzipan Power. Yes, all these articles should have a big stamp under the title that says context colonialism. Absolutely. Okay, it just drives me crazy. Hello, JMac. Yes, I do, JMac. Okay. All right. Just a note there. Just a note. So that's our little side note there. Okay, guys, how's everyone doing? Okay. Yeah, Weird Amorphous Blob. No wonder you see people say we keep giving them money and nothing gets better, as if the loans aren't part of the problem, right? Not only that, Nigeria has not been given the ability to create that many. I mean, they have their own. There's a lot of businesses and stuff in Nigeria that are very successful. But a lot of things are still bought from the imperial core. So even a lot of the money that goes to Nigeria ends up being filtered back sometimes into the imperial core, because Nigeria doesn't have as much of an economic base in a lot of ways because of colonialism and stuff. This is all very complicated. Outer Signal knows better than I do, because Outer Signal is a political economist who lives in Nigeria. Okay. All right. So moving on. So that's just that story, guys. These are just a few stories happening today. Okay. Just something to keep an eye on. And remember, bombing people doesn't help. Okay. It doesn't help. It makes things worse. But America will never learn. And then we'll be shocked when we get attacked, when some person comes over here and blows up a building or something. And then we'll be like, oh my God, they hate us because they hate us. No. Okay. That's what happens if you're constantly abusing people and bombing them and killing them and things like that. Okay. And enabling a genocide. All right. So, okay, fair, Outer Signal. Okay. Casual, if you want to help Nigeria, you can start by giving Outer Signal $100. Hilarious, Atomic. Okay. All right, you guys. So, let's go on here. So let's see here. This is Boop-a-doop-a-boo. Let's go on. Oh yes, there was one other thing I wanted to show. I was trying to remember what I wanted to say. Let's watch this. So, yeah, okay. Um, so
on the
here we
public.
have, in the UK today, there are massive protests going on, by the way. Apparently, there are massive protests going on. There are, what's the term? There are a bunch of anti-immigrant protests going on and a bunch of pro-Palestine protests going on in London. So we'll talk about that in a second. But for those that are not aware of what's going on in the UK, Keir Starmer is likely going to be resigning soon, perhaps. And he wants to, Andy Burnham is going to, Andy Burnham might be selected as the next, what's the term? The next PM. He just, it appears as though he might be running up against Starmer to be the next PM. Okay. And yeah, Tommy Robinson is on one side, pro-Palestine on the other side. Okay. And I wanted to show you this. I was researching Andy Burnham because yesterday I asked all of you, like, what's his political perspective? And from my cursory look at what he had done, he just seems like kind of a lib, like a normal lib, maybe a little bit left lib, but not much. Okay. However, I saw this interview and I might have been mistaken. He might be more of a progressive, if not a pretty strong progressive. And I don't know, these are just words, but I did find this interview and I am pleasantly surprised to hear this. Okay. So yeah, Weirdomorphous Blob. And again, guys, the reforms he's offering are not enough, from what I would want, but these are still great compared to like Starmer. Okay. So just listen to what he says.
We need a different path completely.
What is that path?
Put more things back under stronger public control: energy, housing, water, transport. I've done that with the buses in Greater Manchester, so I was the first to do it. Margaret
It's
Thatcher
different though, isn't it, with the
deregulated
whole
them.
country.
No, but I'm just giving you an example.
sure.
She deregulated them. I put them, and then they just work for the private shareholders and not for the paying public. I put them back under public control. We've got £2 fares. So you take that principle and you apply it to energy and you apply it to water. That's what I think we need to do. The country gave away its control of the basic things that people depend upon every day. And that was a big mistake in my view.
People say you're taking a big gamble here. Do you see it that way?
Well, it's not so much about me,
Disgusting,
really.
J-Mac.
It is though, isn't it?
Well,
I get
no,
what you're saying, but it is
but
inevitably
it's
about you, isn't it?
what people are saying. All right. It's about what people are saying. I've been in politics 25 years, and I've heard this cry about we're fed up, politics isn't working, Westminster isn't answering things. And I've seen this frustration build all of those years, and the gap between sort of politicians and the public is as wide as it's ever been. And I don't blame anyone who's left our party and voted for other parties. I really don't. Our party needs to do better, and it's kind of where I'm coming from in this campaign. I'm going to be really honest about that.
So okay, now guys, he's a politician, and we don't know that he'll actually do these things he says, right? But come on, that's pretty good, right? I'm all for deprivatization. He's literally talking about renationalizing key industries in the UK. Will he be able to do this? That's unclear because he'd probably have to go through Parliament, or he would have to go through Parliament. But at least he is talking the talk, right? You see what I mean? Thank you, Weirdomorphous Blob. I just want to, because I know we're a bunch of lefties, and even if I praise anyone too much that is not viewed as sufficiently left, people will yell at me. But I feel like that's pretty damn good, right? If he wants to do it, it's a straight path. Really, Matt Saigai? Okay, because that's amazing. That would be amazing if they do reprivatization. Now, I will say that they will face a challenge here, and that challenge will be reform, because if you're serious, reform, because I suspect that a lot of the powerful people in the country are going to fight this tooth and nail, which means they might start backing reform in order to counter this. We'll see, but that would be fantastic if that did happen. Louise, if he's serious about water regs, he needs to talk to Fergal Sharkey. he has led a campaign about, got you. Okay, that interesting, Louise. I'll take a look at that. But this really impressed me, and I kind of like Andy Burnham now. All right, I do. Now, I'm guessing though that he is still probably not pro-Palestine, right? I'm guessing he's still not pro-Palestine, which to me is still a monstrous problem. Okay, a monstrous problem. So that's a big problem still. But economically, that's better than Starmer. At least it's better than Starmer economically, I guess. Weird Amorphous Blob, by forcing reform to defend privatization, wouldn't it be too bad? Despite the massive amount. That is true, Weird Amorphous Blob. Okay, that is true. So that's just a note there. So now this is Andy Burnham, who might be going up against Starmer. I like him more than I initially did. Let's put it that way. Okay. All right. Again, though, this is just what a politician is saying. Okay, we good? We got that? Oh my goodness, I love this tea. This tea is delicious, folks. All right, guys. Let's go on. So that's just a note there. There are protests going on in the UK today. Matt Saigai, did you stop by the protest? Matt Saigai lives in the UK, so does Louise. Is Dolly Boy here? Dolly Boy does too. So does Jonas. The by-election is on the 8th of June. Really interesting. Oh, Louise just sent us something. I know Matt Saigai posted in the Discord some images of the protests going on, which were interesting. And by the way, guys, please join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the bottom of the Twitch chat and at the bottom of the YouTube chat and the top of the Twitch chat. Okay, we have a great community on there. So let's watch this. You said so, Fergal. Okay, this is the guy. So Louise, this is the guy you were talking about. Who's talking about nationalizing water in the UK. Let's watch. But guys, don't you wish we were having these conversations in America? Can you imagine if we were actually at the point where we could openly talk about nationalizing the electric grid or nationalizing the water supply or nationalizing housing? Oh my God, why are we so far behind? Why are we so far behind? Okay, anyway, I know, JDH, it'll like never happen. But like, dear God, I wish. But regardless, let's see what he has to say here. Oh, I got you, Matt Saigai. That's Leeds, not London. Okay.
Clear from the beginning that they were not going to nationalise the water industry, spend tens of billions of pounds compensating the shareholders. Are you saying that without renationalisation, everything else, all these hundreds of pages, is just irrelevant?
Well, let's deal with that, because as it turns out, that £100 billion figure, and I've seen government quote that again, actually stems from a report written by a think tank, bought and paid for by 4 water companies.
Of course.
It turns out the number actually is this thing created in a combination.
But it would be billions of pounds.
I can help you with this, Ed. According to that calculation, right now, today, Thames Water's worth £21 billion. Well, that's completely fantasy, make-believe. And there are many ways...
You're not denying that to renationalise the water industry would cost billions.
I can help you with this, and I'm going to appeal to your economic mind. All I need to do, if I really wanted to, is actually amend the audit regulations, force water companies to declare the cost of fixing this as a liability on their balance sheet. They all instantly fail the going concern test. And as you remember, water companies cannot go into liquidation.
Yeah.
All of the assets automatically revert back to state ownership.
Sorry, the water companies can't go into liquidation. He.
I've just nationalised it, and it hasn't cost the taxpayer a penny.
That was sad.
Government made it...
Okay, that's lovely. So yes, that's fascinating that study that went against it. Okay, that study that went against it was funded by the water company. Shocking. Okay, so yeah, I would love that if the UK were to renationalize. Ditch the bitch, as they used to say about Margaret Thatcher. Okay. Anyway, so okay, so that's the news from the UK, guys. And yep, so I'm all for that. Yeah, renationalize it. That's based. Renationalize it. Dear God, I would move to the UK immediately. And I would come, Louise, I would just walk up to your door and be like, hi, he, it's me, hi, okay. And then, I'd guilt trip you into letting me stay with you. Anyway, nothing, J-Mac. I would come to Louise's door. I would walk up to Louise's door and randomly appear. I would go door to door throughout the entire UK until I found you, Louise. Anyway, so let's go on, guys. So there you go. Hello, Parkours. How are you doing, Parkours? I already said hi to you, didn't I? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, thank you, Louise. Louise, for some reason, obviously, Louise, I don't know what you look like, but yesterday during the stream, I imagined you as like a punk rocker. I know you're not, But like for some reason in my head, when I was like blasted on my medication, I had this image in my head of you as a punk rocker. Like I don't know why. Anyway, who knows? There were a lot of painkillers in my system. I don't know why. Like yesterday, I was like imagining people I was talking to, what they look like for some reason, because you know I was very much sedated. And yeah, I mean, in my head, you came out as a punk rocker. I don't know why. Okay, yeah, with painkillers, yes, with painkillers. Which I'm not on as much today. I might have to take one here in a little bit, and I might start getting sedated again, but a little bit high. But yeah, painkillers for my mouth. But anyway, moving on. J-Mac, I imagine you as like, I don't know. I don't want to say it aloud. Anyway. Okay. So, Atomic, no, I imagine you, Atomic, as the image you have in the Discord, as like this fighter. Okay, well, what is that from? What is that from? Is it from Street Fighter? The image in the Discord of you is what I imagined you as. Anyway, I know it's weird, guys. I'm weird. Hilarious, Paul Squaw. No, Paul Squaw, I imagine you as your Discord image too. That like guy standing there like this. Okay, whatever. Okay, that's right. Sukaden. Thank you, Atomic. All right. Marzipan Power, I don't think I did imagine you. I don't know. I don't know what you look like, Marzipan. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm like, I don't want to go through with this on everyone. Okay, I will embarrass myself. So let's go on here. So I should draw little images of all of you, what I imagine you look like. Okay. Yeah, no, Weird Morris Love, you look like. Oh, really? Let's look it up. Mary Beard. I do know Mary Beard. Oh, I can see that, Louise. Okay. Now I have a better idea. All right. I don't think you do, J-Mac. Okay. I know what you look like, Doug. Okay, I do. I am the punk rocker. James Nordoff, you're a punk rocker? For some reason, James Nordoff, I imagined you wearing like a shirt and tie. I imagined you like a businessman. Well, I'm getting people all mixed up. I wake up and think of Hassan, stupid, sexy Hassan, Thelonious Dunk. I go downstairs and have breakfast. Stupid, sexy Hassan eats breakfast. I go back. Thelonious Dunk joined the club. Okay. Anyway, okay. I'm not that obsessed with Hassan, folks. I'm just jealous. I've told you before. Any lefty streamer who's constantly going after Hassan, it's not because they necessarily have a principled stance against him. It's because they're jealous. All right. I yell about Hassan because I'm jealous. Okay. How dare all of you? I hate all of you. And so, like, I'm jealous because he's a much larger streamer than I are, and I wish I had the money he did. Yes, I know. I'm a human. I'm jealous. And he's also very attractive. That makes me jealous. And I get it. I'm sure when I'm in a bad mood, I can think of reasons not to like him other than being jealous. Like I can critique how he's kind of a Nepo baby or whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay, I don't care. So yeah, he's not perfect, but he's perfectly fine. I like Hassan. He does good work, etc. I'm not going to blame him for a lot of the other issues with him. None of us are perfect. Regardless, I'm jealous. Okay, just to be clear. Was it Paul Squaw? Okay, so was it a catastrophe? Okay, whatever. Let's go on, guys. Do you wish you were a Hassan dog getting shocked? I guess it depends on the context. Anyway, let's get on. Okay, look, I'm doing it. I'm basically, by the way, on a side note, I'm going to put my face up for a second, okay? And then we'll get on to the next thing. I just wanted to briefly chat about something, okay? On a side note, guys, speaking of Hassan, I did something kind of bad today. So I noticed that because you guys know I'm too honest with you. I noticed that other left-wing streamers, so when you make a stream on Twitch, you can put keywords like tags in the stream that will okay, bye-bye, Fetty, that people, when they like type in things into Twitch, it'll like send them to yours if it's like the same topic. And I noticed a lot of lefty streamers put Hasanabi as one of the tags on their streams. Because apparently, if you do that, a lot of people who are looking for Hassan will stumble across your stream. So today I'm trying it. I'm kind of cheating. I put Hasanabi as one of the keywords in my stream to hopefully get more viewers. Yes, I know I'm exploiting it. I'm exploiting the system. I don't care. We'll see if it works. Okay. Trying to steal viewers from Hassan. I'll admit it. Okay. I'll admit it. I'm doing it. Okay. Regardless, just a side note. I don't know why. I felt I needed to confess that to all of you. Okay. Okay. Matt Guy, when I suggested a similar approach, you were being a moron. I always am a moron, Matt Guy. Okay. If you ever get bored and need to argue, put Fuentes in there. That's a good point. Jonas, I should do that. Okay. Anyway. Whatever. Stupid, sexy Hassan. Okay. Let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Let's go on here. So let's do some funner stuff, okay? Funner, not necessarily fun, but funner. No, wait, this isn't fun. Okay, well, I'm going to show you something that isn't fun at all. And that's it. Okay, so I thought we could talk a little bit.
Touch me.
No, I can't. I'm not going to raid Hassan. That seems so stupid. Would it even be worth anything to raid Hassan? Like, would his viewers are like a goddamn cult. See, look, this is the jealousy speaking. His viewers are like a goddamn cult. And they'd be like, oh, look at this little peasantry, this little peasant streamer raiding Hassan, okay? Whatever. And by the way, to be clear, Matt Guy, I have literally sent messages to Hassanabi telling him about my work scenario and telling him that I got fired for speaking out for Palestine and asking him for help with visibility. Basically, and I know that I'm being open about it, you guys, because I was, back when I lost my job, I was like, if I can make this work monetarily, I can do this full time. And so I sent some other streamers messages asking for help to do that. And none of them got back to me. Hassan never even spoke to me. None of them did. Okay. Which I don't blame them. They probably get messages all the time. But anyway, so maybe I will send you guys. Yeah, exactly. His inbox must be filled to the gills, but whatever. All right. Okay. Whatever, SoCal. I could try Central Committee. JMac. I might do that. Okay. Anyway, let's go on. So I was too small. He probably didn't care. All right. Anyway, or the person he hires to look through things for him. So, all right. I know, it wasn't a DM. I sent him like another email, whatever. It doesn't matter. Clavernacle, he's a cool dude. I could try that. I messaged a lot of people, okay? Weirdly enough, the only group that got back to me briefly was TYT. And yes, I know I shouldn't have sent a message to TYT, but I actually got a response that said that they would send the message to Jank and Anna, and then I never got a response, okay? But that was like one of my desperate things. They never responded. They probably saw I was too far left for them. Anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'm rambling about personal shit. Let's go on. How dare you, Paul? I hate you so much. Okay, let's go on. This is, Anna's probably like, he likes trans people too much. We can't. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm way too small of a creator. So let's watch some stuff about our favorite government on the planet. Let's watch some stuff about our favorite government on the planet. What is our favorite government on the planet? By the way, I'm being sarcastic. Would someone tell me? Well, JMac, I guess USA is #1 also, right? They're definitely our favorite government. What's our second favorite government, or our first? Anyone know what it is? What is it? The most angelic government on the planet that never did anything wrong. Correct, Israel. Israel is an angelic country that never did anything wrong. Okay? And so let's watch a little bit about this angelic country that is, absolutely angelic. By angelic, I mean it's a Nazi state. Okay. Okay, hilarious. It is a Nazi state and should be treated like a Nazi state. And as I've said before, if there was ever a time where I would be cheering on American troops, it would be in Minecraft, of course, if American troops were liberating Israel. You know what? Never mind. So I probably can't say that on stream. Regardless, so going on here, it's a Nazi state. Okay, they're mass murdering pigs. It is a lunatic population. So what is it, like 85% of the people in Israel believe in ethnic cleansing? Absolute monsters. So let's watch a few videos about Israel. There's some short ones. There is one in here that I really want to show you. Oh, Marzipan. So for those who have been around for a while, I know you have Marzipan. I literally I did a whole stream on Hitler's ideology, and then I did a stream on the Eastern Front. For the people that were there during it, they saw very quickly why I call the Israelis Nazis. It is exactly the same. Not exactly the same, but the similarity between the ideology and actions of the Nazi government and the Israeli government are amazingly similar. So when I use the word Nazi, I do not use it lightly. I am an expert on the Nazis. I studied it in grad school. Okay. No, I get it, Marzipan. And I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm using charged language on purpose to make a point. Mayflower Kid. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Okay. They are like Nazis. They are Nazis. It is a Nazi state, in my opinion. Okay. All right. So let's go on here. So exactly. If not Nazi, why Nazi shaped? Let's go on. This is, yeah, okay. I know where tomorrow's blob. Oh no, Marzipan Power. I'm not saying you do. I know you're basically saying that it makes you uncomfortable when you say it, but yeah, I'm just explaining myself. Okay, let's go on. No, I know Atomic. I know we would never go to war with Israel. Plus, it's our little puppet state. We would never do it, and they have nukes. You know, but still, I would love that if it did happen. Okay, so let's go on here. This is a video called, Leave or We'll Kill You. Now, I wanted to mention, guys, that I have noticed more and more mainstream news sources, American mainstream news sources, coming out with things that you would never have previously said, that you never would have previously seen on mainstream news sources. This is ABC. I am not joking. This is the ABC News. I'm telling you that because wait till you hear what they're saying and it will blow your mind. I am legitimately very happy that there are more news sources talking this way about Israel. It is blowing my mind. And it really shows that there is partially a change going on where so many Americans despise Israel that even the mainstream news sources that are normally Israel's lapdogs are having trouble not speaking negatively of Israel. So watch this, and hopefully this will, yeah, I know, Philly Cheese. It's already starting to happen. A lot of these news sources are acting like they've always been anti-Israel. But watch, okay? I agree, Outer Signal. Okay, Outer Signal says, outdated comment on reparations. Tax the global elite and fund infrastructure. I totally agree. So let's watch this.
Don't touch me! What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I'm gonna you up. What you gonna do?
In the heart of the Holy Land,
this is an example of the kind of intimidation that they're talking about.
the chaos started early.
Guys, this is ABC primetime news. Now, ABC, of course, is a dying channel. It's mainstream news. It's a very old-fashioned site. Not as many people watch it anymore. But what the fuck, right? This is great, in my opinion, that they're talking about this at all.
We are still hours out yet from the march. And
Where are you from? From the march. Where are you from? Hello. What's his mind? Blah, blah, blah.
That's okay, I
Let
him speak. Let him speak.
It is opened today, June 7, 1967, after the Israeli troops had driven out of the new quarter of Jerusalem into the previously Jordanian-held old city of Jerusalem, which now lies clear on the other side of that gate.
This is Jerusalem Day, when Israelis mark their victory in the 1967 war, their seizure of the Western Wall and of East Jerusalem. International law envisions these streets as the capital of a Palestinian state. But those marching don't see it as an occupation. They've come to celebrate what they believe is Jewish ownership of the whole of this.
I'm sorry, the language. Guys, so I told you guys how when I was in grad school, I studied fascism. I also studied systems of social control. And the part of that is looking at language that's used. The fact that they're even suggesting that it is an occupation is really strange for a mainstream news source, okay? Like, did you notice that? He's like, you know, they don't seem to view it as an occupation. To them, it's viewed as, he's implying that they might be wrong about that, which is bizarre for ABC.
Ancient city. What's striking is that these young people, many of whom have come from settlements on the West Bank, do not fear the police here. They come from the powerful settler movement, once a fringe extreme in Israeli public life. The ultra-nationalists are now increasingly influential. We meet Atara, who moved here with her parents from Texas 5 years ago.
And tell me about your two flags.
So this is a flag of the Third Temple.
By the way, if anyone in Israel are Nazis, the settlers are Nazis. And I don't even want to call them settlers. Outer Signal made a really good point when they're aggressive colonizers and murderers and ethnic cleansers. Israeli settlers are some of the most monstrous people on the planet. I'm not exaggerating. So she is one of these monstrous people. She's one of these settlers, okay, one of these colonizers.
We want to build, hopefully, here on the Temple Mount.
Many people are holding the same flag. The Third Temple movement wants to demolish Al-Aqsa, the third holiest place for Muslims, and build a Jewish temple on the site.
Thank you, Outer
We're
Signal.
quickly surrounded by demonstrators.
What are they trying to do?
They want to put stickers.
And what do the stickers say?
Kahana was right.
They idolize Meir Kahane, a far-right American rabbi who moved to Israel and was convicted of multiple acts of terror. He's considered a founding father of the ultra-nationalist movement.
So what would you do to the Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I have to hear this. I didn't get this far in it. And he just asked her what she would want to do to the Palestinians.
Palestinians living here?
Here, like in the old city. Leave or we'll kill you.
What would you do?
Do you hear what she said? Leave or we'll kill you.
I think Islam is cancer, and you don't transfer cancer to another patient. That's not moral. You have to destroy cancer.
And what does destroy look like for you?
To either kill or re-educate all Muslims.
This man.
Nazi. Nazi. Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. She's a Nazi. She's a fucking Nazi. They're fucking Nazis. Okay? Okay, I cannot stand these people. I cannot stand these settlers, these colonizers, these Zionists. I cannot stand it. All right? Oh my God. Okay.
Itamar Ben-Gvir from the extreme right makes similarly shocking statements.
Yeah, she does, lurking snow leopard, right?
Convicted for supporting far-right terrorist organizations, he's now the Israeli government's national security minister. And he started Jerusalem Day by unfurling the Israeli colors at Al-Aqsa. Israeli police describe isolated pockets of violence at the march. The Christian quarter of the old city was set upon by a group of Jewish demonstrators.
Of course. Yeah, by the way, they also target Christians. I know these Zionists and stuff also target Christians, spit on them, and all that other shit. Oh, I know, Jonas. This is what they say when they're celebrating. Imagine what they were doing in Gaza with no media. Yeah, guys, and it drives me. They rub it in the media's faces too, because they know there's no consequences. Like, imagine feeling comfortable and okay, in the United States, there are neo-Nazi groups. Whenever they're interviewed by the media, they almost never directly say what they want to do. It's not like a neo-Nazi in America is going to be like, oh yeah, we need to exterminate all the minorities and remove them from the country. No, they use coded language. Zionist settlers, they openly say it to the camera. She's just like, oh, they need to die or need to be re-educated. All Muslims do. Because they know there's no consequences. There's no consequences they're going to face.
These streets should be absolutely packed with people. It's very strange being in the Jerusalem Old City and it being completely deserted. There should be shoppers, shopkeepers, religious pilgrims, and yet they can't be here. And they haven't been able to be here on any of the Jerusalem days because it is quite simply too dangerous for them. Now, we're told the vast majority of those marking this day, Jews across Jerusalem, are peaceful, but the ones who come here, the settler activists, they are bent on chaos. And those we speak to here say it's got worse and worse every year. The settler movement has been empowered. It is now at the heart of the Netanyahu government. More settlements have been greenlit in just the last
Hilarious, Jonas. I hate that propaganda. And they're second-class citizens anyway.
year than were greenlit over the last...
No, J-Mac. J-Mac, that's funny, J-Mac. You say, let's gather money to send Sam to Israel to interview people. No. I would get in trouble really fast. I almost certainly would hurt someone. I have a big anger problem when I listen to Zionists. Okay, I really do. I would probably end up hitting someone. I'm not joking. Yeah, seriously though. I'm not like a violent person, guys. I just know I had trouble. Okay. I would not be able to do that. Okay.
20 years. And Palestinians in this old city do not feel safe.
While many refused to engage with us, some, mostly American demonstrators, did agree to speak.
The uptick in settler violence on the West Bank is out of control. You must agree with that.
First of all, I'm not too into that, but I kind of do disagree. Yeah.
And I mean, we were just over there. The level of intimidation by a lot of young, and this is why I was interested to talk to you, because you don't seem to want to fight, which is great.
I don't think that there's any point in violence.
Well, a lot of your friends here do
you.
seem to think there's a point in violence.
I might disagree with them.
Well, you could just walk along right over here.
Because most of the people are not
see a bunch of signs where Jews were killed, right? And those were killed by Arabs.
Yeah, I can show you.
I have one day that's Yom Yerushalayim, Flag Day for the Jews. So
Yeah, because, you know, the Jews are the ones who are the massive victims here. Okay. What's rude? What's rude, guys? I'm sorry. What happened? Okay, should Nazis be crushed or negotiated? I know. All right.
Come here to show this is our land, this is our city.
The basis of all this is that you're not from here. You came here from America, trying to displace people who were from here.
First of all, I'm not trying to displace nobody, and second of all, this is my country. I'm a Jew. God gave it to me.
Oh, God, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it so much. So, guys, for those that are commenting on the hair, that is an Orthodox Jewish practice, okay? That's just the style they wear it in. Okay. Yeah. That's, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with having a certain hairdo. But like, this is just crazy. I can't, I'm going to go back a little bit because I'm going to,
were from here.
First of all, I'm not trying to displace nobody, and second of all, this is my country. I'm a Jew. God gave it to me.
see, that's a contradiction. You can't say that it's your land, God gave it to you, and we're not going to displace anyone you already have. Your very existence on this land is an act of displacement. Exactly, Jonas. I agree, right? Oh no, I understand, Thelonious. So the curls, like that's all, and I'm not like getting after anyone for saying that because some folks may not know, but like the curls are actual like an Orthodox thing. A lot of times, Jewish folks will wear curls. Okay, okay. Outer Signal. How do you negotiate with people who see themselves as God chosen that argue based on divine right? You can't. I mean, that's not right. It's just I can't. All right. To be clear, guys, you know what? I'm not even okay. Whatever. Exactly, Volts. They are evil. Okay, these are monsters. They're Nazis. Okay, this is a Nazi ideology. I know I keep emphasizing this. That's okay. That's okay, Atomic. You can. I'm not. You can think whatever you want. Really, I don't care. But these are Nazis. Okay, Nazi ideology, and like I'm not saying that lightly. Okay, they sound like Nazis.
Shaheen owns a kebab shop, but he can't open today.
Is it every year it happens? But
no, it's every year more and more and more.
We're talking to you now, and you've got a group walking down who are trying to stop us from being able to talk to you, I think. That's what they're doing. They're shouting so we can stop our...
Oh, no, really. Atomic, I was just trying to explain because I thought some people might not know why they have that hair. I don't really care what people think of hairdos, okay?
We let them pass, and Shaheen finishes his cigarette.
What do you feel when you see them walking?
It's pain for me. Yeah. It's pain for me. I want to live, you want to live, he wants to live, everybody wants to live.
In another corner of the city, a man watches from his window.
I asked this man how many people are inside. He said there are 7 of them in the house. He said he feels safe there, but he does not feel safe out in the street.
Yeah.
And described to us being spat on by a young activist out in the street. And that the IDF saw it happen and that they reprimanded those young boys.
But there are Jews here to protect Palestinians. Standing together works to foster understanding between Israelis and Palestinians.
We'll stand with our bodies against the settler violence here against the Palestinian community of Eastern Jerusalem, and we will not let this violent day affect the population here.
Guys, these folks are heroes. This is extremely dangerous. Okay, this is extremely dangerous. I totally agree, Volts and Bolts. Anyone supporting Israel are Nazis, or at least Nazi enablers at the very least. Okay, these guys are heroes. This is extremely dangerous. Like they could be killed doing this, right? Like, all right, their families could be targeted.
We're ready to get hit. We don't want them to get hit. This is our responsibility as Jews.
But you're Jewish.
Yeah.
It's your day too.
Nope.
Yep. No, you don't feel that way.
It's a day of occupation.
Based. See, guys, and this is why. So this guy's Jewish. This is, okay, obviously, guys, some of the most anti-Zionist people on the planet, some of them are Jewish, all right? Some of the greatest anti-Zionists that have influenced my way of thinking about Zionism are Jewish, okay? And look at the bravery of this guy. I mean, he could get killed, he could be shamed. So we obviously, guys, Zionism is a cancer. Okay, they're saying Muslims are a cancer, which is evil. Zionism is a cancer. Okay, this Nazi ideology, this far right ideology that is polluting everyone. Okay, all right. I cannot. Anyway,
I think that justice must come to all people in this land, and the occupation cannot persist.
Do you think that's a majority view in Israel?
It will be.
Me too, the dongo.
Standing Together is a movement built on the hope of coexistence. Attitudes across Israel to a two-state solution have hardened, especially since October 7th and the devastation in Gaza.
No, it's not the majority view. And I will say that's just not true. Survey after survey shows that most Israelis support some form of ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians. It is a lunatic state. And yeah, there are some Israelis who might not be as radical, but you know, I'm sorry, if 80+% of your population supports ethnic cleansing, that is crazy. Okay, that is insane. That is a lunatic state, a state gone mad. So yeah.
Activists are willing to put their own lives on the line for the promise of a different kind of Israel.
And they started shouting now because they know that we're trying to speak and they're trying to drown it out. I mean, what do you feel as an Israeli when you see this?
Palestinians here are my brothers and sisters, and I will stand with them.
Okay, so that's one. And I have one more video, okay, with the propaganda, absolutely. Yeah, Jonas, 100%. But that's the issue, Jonas, right? Because it is the government's fault, right? And I don't mean to say that Israelis are fundamentally evil by their very existence. They are literally propaganda. Remember, guys, we watched Jojo Rabbit, how Nazi children from a very young age were brainwashed into Nazi ideology. The same thing happens in Israel. Israelis are brainwashed from a very, very, very young age to view all Muslims as dirty, as evil, okay, and lots of other things. So the whole large chunk of the population has been brainwashed, and not only that, it is reinforced in social settings. If you say too many negative things about Israel, you're going to get public pushback from other Israelis. It's sort of a self-imposed also. Okay, it's just like, yeah, but that is a state gone mad. Okay, it's a state gone mad where you have most of the population being trained to be hateful genocideers. Okay. Yeah, institutionalized and globalized propaganda. And I've shown you guys the pamphlet I got at the school I worked at. That's pro-Israel propaganda, right? It might be around here somewhere. I think I've shown it to you guys a few times, so I won't show it to you again. But the Hospira propaganda is everywhere. It is a very good, it is very well-made propaganda. It's good at doing propaganda, which is disturbing. All right. Yeah, Jonas. Okay. No, Matt Saigai, and I'm not. I'm just saying that, that's why I'm saying, Matt Saigai, I do not excuse these adults, brainwashed or not, they're monsters, okay? And you have to decide, I'm not going to say that, well, you were brainwashed, so you're innocent. No, because there's only one group of people here that are innocent, and that is the people being murdered and genocided, right? So at some point, someone needs to be stopped, and the ones that need to be, see what I mean? Every other day is who should we attack, or they want to exterminate all of us, right? Okay. Is irreparable. Marzipan power, I hope not, but probably. And I said before, guys, the most anti-Semitic, exactly, Matt Saigai. That's exactly what I'm saying, Matt Saigai. But it doesn't excuse the behavior of behavior of Israelis, right? And that's the issue, though, is unless we do demonize that behavior, it is enabled. I just showed you how, a lot of these Zionists, they have no problem just saying out loud on television what they want to do, all right? So by standing back and saying, oh, well, they were just propagandized to, that does nothing towards making them feel consequences for the evil that they are embodying, okay? So, we have to be against them. We can't excuse the horror of how they think. It's just like excusing Nazis, okay? We're not going to do that, all right? Okay. So, regardless, guys, so someone mentioned Judaism and Zionism. Israel's the most anti-Semitic state on the planet. Okay, seriously. Israel is the most anti-Semitic state on the planet. What do you think right now, the state that is constantly trying to conflate itself with genocide is constantly trying to conflate Judaism with genocide as Israel. The propaganda they put out, the statements of government officials are always claiming that Israel is the protector and the representative of Jews everywhere. And then on the other hand, they are always calling for genocide and mass extermination and saying that that is the birthright of Jewish people everywhere. It is the Israeli state that is constantly conflating Zionism and Judaism. So, yeah. Unfortunately, the Israeli state is also really bad for Jews everywhere. And a lot of Jews around the world are being generally targeted as Jews because of the horrific anti-Semitism and the propaganda of the state of Israel. Okay? It blows my mind. Okay? Yep, they suppress anti-Zionist Jewish groups. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I would totally say. Well, yes. I mean, it is a Jewish state. Okay, it is a state that mixes the Judaic religion with its governing structure. It absolutely does. It claims to be a liberal, but it's not. But obviously, not every Jew on the planet is an Israeli or a part of that state. Does that make sense? So does that mean the USA is an anti-Christian state since people always say we are a Christian nation while doing genocide? Partially, yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a reason, by the way, why a lot of Muslims don't like the United States and don't like Christians is because in the name of Christianity, America does a bunch of horrific things. Like right now, Pete Hegseth keeps calling for crusades and things like that. Okay. Yeah, Dodongo. So Dodongo says, my stupid evangelical relatives love Israel due to some stupid biblical shit. Yeah. That is called, what is that called? That is, God, what is someone, oh God, what is that, God? I am having a mind blank. So there is Christian Zionism, which is another form of Zionism. And that a lot of evangelical Christians believe in it. They believe that the Jews need to return to Israel and the land needs to be cleansed of non-Jews in order for the apocalypse to kick off. And after the apocalypse kicks off, most of the Jews will go straight to hell and the Christians will go to heaven. So it is literally, Christian Zionism is literally an anti-Semitic belief, and it is a death cult that wants to start, literally, it's so disturbing. It's apocalypticism. It is a Christian death cult that wants the world to end and everyone to die for the sake of their sick right-wing ideology. And by the way, a Christian death cult controls our government. Pete Hegseth is a Christian death cultist, okay? A lot of the folks in our government believe in this sick, genocidal, Christian death cult ideology. And yet we are always like getting upset. We're like always saying that Muslims are fundamentalist, Iran is fundamentalist. We have one of the most fundamentalist groups in the world that control our government. Christian death cultists. Okay. Yeah, seriously, foreign policy driven by Armageddon strategies. Remember we did that story where we talked about how Pete Hegseth has been making troops all around the world receive speeches talking about how the war against Iran is a way to bring the second coming of Jesus Christ. What? Like, we are in loony zone. We are in loony zone. Okay, so by the way, not all Zionists are Jews. There are also Zionist Christians. Okay, there are Zionists who are also atheists. Okay, yeah. So isn't that crazy? Let's go on. Let's go on. Here's another one. So my whole point, guys. I know, Dodongo. My whole point, guys, on this one, right? I know, Jonas. Guys, let me explain something to you real fast. Okay. I used to work in a Jewish school. And I think I told that to you guys, right? I used to work in a Jewish school. I was a teacher at a Jewish day school. I also went to grad school in a Jewish university. Okay. And this sounds like I'm doing the whole, well, my friends are Jewish thing. No, I literally lived with Jewish folks, studied with Jewish folks. I know a lot of Jewish folks. Okay. And one of the reasons this infuriates me so much is because a lot of people I have known that are Jewish are not Zionists, okay? And they are constantly under pressure. A lot of them have been disowned by their families for not being Zionist enough. A lot of them have experienced anti-Semitism as a result of being conflated with Zionism. And so this is bad not only for, this is bad for Jewish folks too, like innocent Jewish folks who are just out there living in the world, right? So, okay, to be clear, moving on. So my whole point for showing you that last video, though, was to explain to you that even places like ABC are doing stories now where they talk about the the horrors of the Israeli state, okay, and the horrors of the colonizers, okay. That is crazy, isn't it? I mean, that makes me very happy. Okay, that makes me very happy that places like ABC are doing primetime stories about what we just saw, right? And come on, for most of us, especially those of us that are older, that has to be the first time in our lifetimes we've seen anything like this. Here is another story. Here's another story. This one is by NBC, okay?
On April 28th, a French nun was walking near the ancient walls of Jerusalem's Old City when a man closed in and threw her to the ground. The accused Jewish extremist turned back to kick her until...
Guys, both of these stories came out about a day ago on the same day. It's weird. It's almost like a lot of these news stations are kind of coordinating. I don't want to say they're doing it on purpose, but they might have been like, okay, maybe if we all start doing these stories, we won't get as much pushback, because this is NBC, another mainstream news source, doing this story on primetime. Okay.
He was confronted and kicked by a bystander. The incident went viral on social media and was condemned by Israel. But I wondered how isolated it was. Dozens of security videos and interviews with Christian leaders and a Jewish activist suggest attacks are on the rise and frequent, especially in the Old City.
Yeah, they are definitely cowards, guys. I don't want you all to think that I'm praising the news sources, but the fact that they feel that it can increase profits to do this, when before they would have been too scared to do it at all, is definitely a change.
I spoke with Benedictine nun Sister Mary Madeline, who has lived near Jerusalem for 30 years and regularly visits the Old City. How do you feel now when you come?
Now, when you come here,
yes,
I am always quite afraid.
Yeah, Philly cheese.
Yeah, what happened to the sisters, I'm aware that could happen to me tomorrow. Or
so, do you behave a little differently somehow?
I'm careful.
Not going to happen, Atomic.
But it's not that you can hide your appearance. I mean, no. You're quite recognizable. So, how do you be careful?
Well, I look around.
You look around to see if anyone is it's windy today. Just to see if anyone is approaching you or coming too close, or...
Thank you, Phil.
It's just an inner feeling.
Israeli police arrested the man who attacked the French nun in April, identified as a 36-year-old Israeli settler from the occupied West Bank. He's facing charges of assault motivated by hostility toward a religious group. Israel's foreign ministry posted on X this shameful act.
So they have extra resistance to eventually having reported the truth and hopefully forever destroy their credibility. Yeah, I agree, Word of Morris Blob, and I'm worried that they'll start getting credit, and it'll be what Paul Squaw said earlier, or Philly Cheese said earlier. Eventually, this isn't free Palestine coverage. This is we are secretly controlled by Jews coverage. What do you mean, Paul Squaw? No. I'm not. Okay. I'm not saying they're talking about free Palestine. They are bashing Israel. They are talking about Israel in a negative way. That is weird. Okay. That is weird. That is not usual. All right. And I know you, okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. I'm just, see what I mean?
To the values of respect, coexistence, and religious freedom upon which Israel is founded and to which it remains deeply committed. Adding, Israel is also committed to ensuring that Jerusalem remains a city where every community can live, pray, and practice its faith in safety
such bullshit.
and dignity.
Hilarious.
But Christians are nonetheless leaving.
Yeah, right, Jonas, hilarious.
Community grows. Government figures show that a century ago, Christians made up a quarter of Jerusalem's population.
Yeah,
now,
outer signal.
It's less than 2%. And a 2025 study found many are considering leaving the...
Yes, LaCroix. LaCroix, I'm glad you brought that up. Yes. Okay. LaCroix says, are there parallels between this shift in news media on Israel and a similar shift in reporting the end of apartheid? Yeah. As a matter of fact, like near the end of apartheid, a lot of news media started reporting more heavily on the abuses. Now, I don't think we're seeing that like a major shift in Israel. I don't think Israel's going to change its policies, but it's definitely, it's definitely different than what the coverage has been before. Okay. Oh, I know. I was raised Catholic too, Dodongo. Trust me, not great.
Region because of political or social pressures and security concerns.
It took a lot longer, Jonas. It took until after George W. Bush did the mission accomplished speech for the media to start turning against him. It basically took until George Bush was not popular for the media to start turning against him.
Do you feel that this is an attempt to push Christians out?
Maybe, yeah. In situations like that, I feel that I'm not welcome here. On the other side, we have so many friends who say really the contrary, who help us.
Yiska Harani is one of them. She's the director of the Israel-based Religious Freedom Data Center, which tracks attacks on Christians and promotes interfaith coexistence. She says spitting and other insulting and aggressive acts happen daily.
By the way, they should show these people's faces. That it does annoy me that they hide their faces. Fuck them. Show their faces. Let us see who these monsters are.
Who's encouraging this?
I would say that the fact that the education system ignored completely anything that has to do with Christianity, therefore ignoring Christian presence here,
Okay, I also don't like her. I don't like her analysis. I appreciate her, but I don't like her analysis. It's not that the Israeli education system doesn't talk about Christians. It's that it promotes Jewish supremacy in the Holy Land, and it promotes hating any group that isn't Jewish in the Holy Land. Okay, that's what they do. And if anything, a lot of like Orthodox teaching and things like that will talk about how bad Christians and Muslims are and how they're not real, that their beliefs are false. Okay, so this is a bit, she's kind of underplaying the problem here.
In relations with the world, Christian pilgrims, that brought greater awareness to all the bloody history of Jews in Christian lands.
Harani collects videos. Jerusalem is full of security cameras of priests, nuns, Palestinian Christians, and Christian visitors being spit at, harassed, and Christian sites being desecrated. Harani says she raises complaints with police, but estimates authorities only take about 5% of them seriously.
Why would Netanyahu's government want to allow this kind of...
Paul Squaw, I disagree with you. I fundamentally disagree with you. I do not think NBC is doing this to be anti-Semitic or to critique Israel because they're anti-Semitic. Tucker Carlson does that. Stormfront does that. But that is not why NBC would be doing that. I'm almost certain of that, okay? I appreciate this reporting a great deal. I think in their, if they were doing it just because of Jews, they don't like Jewish folks, they wouldn't be presenting women like her who are standing up against the Christian to protect the Christians, okay?
Thing to happen. It only antagonizes Christians in America who support President Trump, who support Netanyahu. So isn't this harmful to him?
This is harmful to everyone. It's harmful to Netanyahu, who really wouldn't like to see that and to be embarrassed.
Hilarious. That is such bullshit.
In front of journalists saying that this is not our way, that we really appreciate.
I'm sorry, Paul Squall. What did he just say? Maybe I missed it. Let me go back.
So isn't this harmful to him?
This is harmful to everyone. It's harmful to Netanyahu, who really wouldn't like to see that and to be embarrassed.
What do you mean? Yeah, they are not being direct about. They're not like they're being soft and liberal about it and how he's interviewing. But the fact that they have this story, okay, the fact that they have this story is a big change.
In front of journalists saying that this is not our way, that we really appreciate the Christians. But he has ministers.
In particular, Harani points to Israel's radical right-wing national security minister, Itamar Ben.
The whole government is radical and right-wing.
Gavir. He's been sanctioned by the UK, Norway, Australia, and New Zealand for inciting violence against Palestinians. In a 2023 interview with Israeli media, Ben Gavir, who oversees the police, said spitting at Christians should not be considered a criminal offense. His office didn't respond to our request for further comment.
I would say that it is on the rise because the government is turning a blind eye to And that has become slowly something that is acceptable. Now, it's not only men, it's also women.
Slowly. It's been, you know, again, she's underplaying a lot of
Not only
this.
children, it's adults.
I stopped Israel, an Orthodox Jewish man, down the street from where the French nun was assaulted. He didn't want to give his last name, says he's never spit at Christians, but knows about it.
You've seen
He's lying.
people sort of spit on the ground when priests walk by and things.
I know.
What do you think about that?
That's what I say. We're not by the level.
Yeah, okay. There shouldn't be a pause there. That should be an easy question to answer. That's bad. I don't support that. Boy, was there a pause there. Did you hear that? Yeah,
Say
Jonas.
that we're more than other people. Other people think that because we're already in Israel and in Jerusalem and everything, is we can be we're bigger people than other people. It's not true.
So you've seen it, but you don't agree with it?
For sure not.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he doesn't care.
Yet despite the disapproval in official government posts and by many people here, Christians are increasingly feeling disrespected in the city at the center of their faith.
So here we are. So this is what an amazing, to be able to do the interview in the room of the Last Supper. I mean, only in Jerusalem can we do a story on Christians and do it in the room of the Last Supper. Have you yourself ever been spit on or attacked or harassed?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, Atomic, I was thinking of maybe watching, guys. I was thinking of, I don't know, of watching when Ethan Klein went to Israel, because apparently he had some negative critiques. And I hate Ethan Klein. He's a dirty Zionist. I hate him. Okay. Same with his wife. His wife is a monster and a war criminal, in my opinion. Regardless, it would be funny to see him go to Israel and then realize how shitty it is of a place to be. Okay.
The spitting on the ground, for me, it's every time I go to Jerusalem, nearly.
So every time you come to Jerusalem, somebody they spit at your feet?
If I'm around the old city, it's yeah. Yesterday I did 200 meters outside the old city, and two persons were spitting on the ground before me. The most serious thing that happened was in October last year. We were several sisters and brothers at the meeting of religious in Jerusalem. A young man doubled me, and he turned around and he had his mouth full of water, and he spit the water right in my face.
So his mouth was full of water and just unleashed it in your face?
Yeah, and he ran away with his girlfriend or his wife, and they turned around, were laughing about us. And
of course.
Did anyone intervene to help?
No.
Fascists.
In this holy city, Christians are holding on to their faith, their history, and to a place where some now feel less welcome. Richard Engel.
Okay, that's kind of lived up, but still, guys. Well, we're done with that. I really just wanted to show you these two stories. Does anyone agree with me on this point? I have been fascinated to see how the changing tone on some of the coverage of Israel. Okay, the fact that MSNBC or NBC and ABC, and then the New York Times. Remember, guys, the New York Times recently published that article about the amount of sexual assaults happening against Palestinian prisoners in Israel. And they said in the article that it's become a norm to sexually assault prisoners. There is a weird shift happening that I have noticed, okay? Yes, Drusilla, and I'm telling you, it's not perfect. They haven't been perfect about covering these things. Like, some of the things they say are a bit liberal, or at least a bit not that radical, but it is a change that is pretty crazy. Okay. Yeah, Matt Saiga, like, it's just been interesting. So that's what's been interesting to me, is this change we've been seeing. I'm not saying that these news sites are in fact anti-Israel now, but they clearly see some sort of benefit to shifting some of this coverage. It might be because there's so many people out there that are upset at Israel. Okay. Okay. Doug, why though? These are not right-wing sources. I mean, they're not American right-wing sources. These are not Christian nationalist sources. Why was the last story a Christian nationalist story? Just because this one is talking about Christians doesn't mean that they're Christian nationalists. That NBC is a Christian nationalist organization. Yeah. All right. Okay. I get that, but why? I'm just curious. I'm trying to understand the argument here. Why do we think that NBC are Christian nationalists? They have never, ever indicated that they're Christian nationalists before or anything like that. And this story did not promote Christian nationalism in any way, shape, or form. I'm not sure why. Anyway, okay. Okay, so let's go on here. Okay. No, you can't, Atomic. Okay, so that's that story. All right. So let's go on here. I've had something else to show you guys. Okay, so let's you know what, folks? I have to pee. I'm gonna pee first, and then I'll be right back. Okay, guys? Thank you for watching with me. I will say, for those that, for Paul Squaw and Doug, I was just trying to think about it a bit. I actually, the more I think about it, I could see what you mean. If you mean that, like, the fact they're talking about Christians and not Muslims is a sign that they're catering to an audience that might be biased against Muslims, that I could see. Is that what you mean? Like they're kind of catering to Christian Americans? I could see that. Okay. I agree, Outer Signal. It might be that they're trying to compete with non-corporate media. All right. Got you, Paul Squaw. Forgive me. I know I like yelling at all of you and disagreeing with you, but I try to understand what you're saying. I think I understand now. Okay. So guys, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay. I got what you mean, Weird Immortals, but I think I'm understanding it now. Okay. You know what, Doug? I take it back. You guys are right. I totally agree with you. I think I was misinterpreting what you meant. And I like yelling at Paul Squaw and Doug. So, okay, just kidding. All right, guys, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Stay around. We'll watch some other stuff. It'll be fun. Okay. It'll be fun. We'll have a great time, right? Oh, I wish, Oxpecker. Anyway, I'll be right back. everyone, I'm back. Happy Saturday. Again, happy Saturday. Let me do some boops. We need to hand out some boops, okay? Let's do some boops. You're welcome, Philly Cheese. You're welcome. You get a boop, Philly Cheese. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Everyone go check out Outer Signal's channel on YouTube. And also, Outer Signal has a lovely channel where he does news analysis. What is it called? Political economy analysis and things like that. Great creator over there. Drusilla gets a boop, boop. Doug gets a boop, boop. Let's see here. By the way, guys, anyone who has a YouTube channel or Twitch channel, you can, if you want to, you can post it in the chat right now. Post a link to it, just so people know about it. Drusilla, you get a boop, boop. SoCal, you get a bonk, bonk. Just because I hate you, SoCal. I'm just kidding. You get a boop, boop. Who else gets a boop here? Louise gets a boop, boop. Oh yes, Atomic gets a boop, boop. You get 2 boops, Atomic, boop. There you go. Just for no reason, just because I like you. Oxpecker gets a boop, boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop, boop. Oh, amazing, Matt Saigai. 250,000 people went to the London rally, the pro-Palestine rally. Amazing. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Marzipan Power gets a boop, boop. Okay. Jonas gets a boop from a distance, boop. Weirdomorphous Blob gets a brimble, because only Weirdomorphous Blob gets a brimble. Louise gets a boop, boop. Paul Squaw gets a boop, boop. Did I already give Paul Squaw one? Whatever, it's fine. Philly Cheese gets a, I don't know, am I redoing everyone? Is everyone getting a double boop here? I feel like I'm redoing. Dodongo gets a boop, boop. Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. You guys can't post your channels? Well, that's okay. We'll figure out a way to do it some other time. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Anyone else need a boop? Anyone else want a boop who I didn't give a boop? Barbara gets a boop. Boop. Hello, Barbara. So glad you're here. Anyone else want a boop? Okay, anyone else want a boop? Elevator Lady, I forgot that you're here. You get a boop. Boop. All right. We all good? We all booped out? James Nordhoff gets a boop. Boop. Oxpecker gets a boop. Boop. I'm sorry, LaQual, you get a boop. Boop. Okay. Yeah, we'll do something like that, Drusilla. I just want people to be able to advertise their content if they make videos and stuff, okay? Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Whatever. Okay, I think I've copied a lot of people. Whatever. I love you all very much. There's your boops for the day, okay? Don't make me hand out some bonks or some... We haven't done many bromps recently, have we? We haven't had many bromps. It's mainly been bonks, bops. You got double booped? Well, fine. Bromp! I just removed one of your boops, Oxpecker. Okay, so you only had one boop. All right? Dodongo, I used to have some funny TikToks, but I was told never to use the new American version. Got you. Okay, interesting. All right, you guys. So I lost most of the audience when I went to pee. Yay, that's good. I like that. So oh, fine, Outer Signal. You want a brump? Brump. Okay. So, one note here. I'm going to do my little self-promotion. Forgive me. If you like the content, you can become a subscriber over on Twitch for free using Amazon Prime, or pay for a subscription, and then you don't have to see ads anymore, and you get a cute little jester hat next to your name. You can also become a member over on YouTube for about $1 a month. We can get access to a jester hat next to your name and access to cute little members-only emojis. You can also support me with bits over on Twitch or super chats over on YouTube. That's the only way to be certain I'll read your message. I try to read as many messages as I can. As you guys have noticed, I don't read all of them. I can't, because I try to stay focused on what I'm saying as much as I can, because I'm distractible, and try to read as many of your messages as I can. So sometimes I do skip messages. Sometimes I don't even. So a lot of time, I've noticed some people will think I'm ignoring them. I literally won't read every message so that I don't feel compelled to answer all of them. So I'll occasionally just skip a bunch of messages and then choose a random one to start on, because I need to not constantly read the messages. So, but if you want to be certain I'll read it aloud, donate, okay? Because, I'm a monster. And then you can also, the best way to donate is using this right here. Okay, you see this? This is the QR code. It's also linked into a Buy Me a Coffee. It's also linked at the top of the YouTube, at the bottom of the YouTube chat and the top of the Twitch chat. Send me something on there. I basically live off of your guys' donations. Okay, I basically live off your guys' donations. I get almost nothing from ads, and I've now had 3 different videos demonetized because of some of the things I say, which I'm okay with. I don't lose much money from that. I think I've lost like $1.50 from that, but I basically thrive on your support. Let's put it that way. And if we get today, I believe have we gotten any? I think we've gotten some donations today. Have we? Have we gotten any donations today? I don't think we've gotten any donations. Have we? I don't think we've gotten any donations. We haven't gotten any donations, right? Has anyone donated today? I can't remember. Anyway, if we get to like 2 donations, I'll put on the Jester hat. If we get to 5, I'll put on the Jester collar. Yes, of $2 or more. And Dolly Boy, hello, Dolly Boy. How are you, Dolly Boy? You doing well? How are things going, Dolly Boy? Yeah, I don't see any at all. That's okay. But just something to think about. Louise, hello, Louise. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue, folks. Let's continue. So let's go on here. We're gonna watch like a video or some shit because it's Saturday, and you guys notice I didn't. Oh, thank you, Louise. Thank you so much, Louise, for the 200 bits. Really, thank you, Louise. I really appreciate it. Okay. All right. Okay. Exactly, Dodongo. If you want to be a polite streamer, you can't read. I'll try it exactly. I know, right? Okay. Hello, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much, guys, for the contribution. Really. Here's some money. I'm on till 10 and quickly on a break. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. You've been having a rough time recently, have you? Haven't you? Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the contribution. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, everyone who's donated. I'll put on the Jester hat now that we've gotten that those donos. Okay. All right. Woot. Okay. So, yes, Dodongo. Dodongo says, you really only need to worry about donos. If you want to be a polite streamer, you can't read all chat. So, Dodongo, the way I structure this community is I want it to be a collective experience. So, yeah, I can't read all of them, but I do like saying out loud what other people are saying in the chat because all of you have great contributions that can add to the stream. So I do try to make it more of a collective experience so that people watching it later can hear what you guys have to say too. But you're right. If I get large enough, I might have to start only doing donos. But while I am not large enough to, I'm not large enough at the moment to do that. But I do like talking to all of you. So, okay. Okay. You are doing great. I would ignore everyone and just yap. No, Paul Squaw. What is wrong with you, Paul Squaw? Okay. Okay. Hello, Politics. How are you doing, Politics? Okay. Yeah, and I get it, guys. It's not for everyone. I know that like how I structure things might not be for everyone. I'm not saying this about Dodongo, by the way. Dodongo's just trying to give me good advice. But okay. How dare you, SoCal? How dare you clip me saying I'm not large enough? How dare you, SoCal? How dare you? Okay. Hello, Drizzle. All right. So when Casual becomes bigger, he's going to sell out and not read. No, Atomic. No. It might become harder for me to do that because if I'm getting a bunch of donos, then it'll be harder. But, you know, I'm going to try to include people as much as possible. I hate all of you. You know what? Whatever. I hate all of you. Okay. For those that are new, I do eventually plan on turning this into a co-op. Oh, I got you, Dodongo. I understand. Okay. I will eventually turn this into a co-op. And anyone who does labor for the stream will end up having a stake in it and we can vote on stuff. Now, obviously that'll take a while because I am, that is true, Paul Squaw. And I do raid all the time, Paul Squaw. I rarely get raided, but I raid a lot. And then I try to schmooze. I've sent them messages, but no one talks to me. They all hate me, I think. Okay, whatever. Let's go on. So we'll go on here. Let's see here. I think I might be too small still. And guys, by the way, I'm 2 months away from having done this for only a year. I've only been doing this for a year. Okay, we totally could, Atomic. We've only done this for a year. The community's only existed for a year. So we're doing pretty well for the amount of time we've been doing it. But yeah, I'd love if we could grow faster, but alas, you know, you got to take our time with this. Now, let's go on. Yeah, he hates us, Dodongo. Yeah, Dodongo. I am aware of that. Now, notice, okay, so Dongo says 11K subs is something most people will never see. Yeah, that's because I used to do reaction videos over on YouTube, and I haven't done those anymore. And I kind of use those reaction videos as a vehicle to get more people into to sort of build a community so that and it worked. I entrapped a lot of you because you first saw those reaction videos. All right. I could go back to making reaction videos. Those tend to attract a lot more viewers. Exactly, Atomic. I do need more banners like that. I don't like that kind of content, though. I got to tell you, I always feel cheap doing. I always feel cheap doing videos like that because I'm just taking other people's content and reacting to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I want to do that more. I want to do more chats with other streamers, but again, a lot of them don't respond to me because I'm such a small person. Okay, it's okay though. Okay. So, Marzipan, thank you. Thank you, Marzipan. So anyway, yeah, I don't like the reaction content. It just kind of seems like whatever. What do you mean I'm a judgmental guy? What do you mean? Fuck you. All right. Moving on, whatever. I'm too honest. I'm always like, whatever, let's go, okay? I may not be the OG, but I love that I found your content. Of course, Politics. Thank you, Politics. You're very nice. All right. Wow. Sting operation. What do you mean? Okay. No, actually, guys, I started doing the reaction content not to lure people over. I've just noticed that a lot of my community came from the reaction content. I thought I would just do reaction content, but I got tired of that kind of content because it just seems like cheap content. All right. Let's go on. So let's go on here. So I thought it'd be fun to watch something. This is going to be kind of light, and this is going to be kind of self-aggrandizing. Yeah, Jonathan Vibes. I might do another stream with him soon. Okay, I know he does. I know he does, Atomic, and I think it's boring. I don't like it. Okay, throw money at them or become a mod, otherwise get ignored. Okay, yeah, no, that's not what I want to do, Lurking Still Leopard. I never will do that. Sometimes, Matt, okay, guys, 1 second. First of all, we're going to watch something. I'm going to sit down, though, because I'm tired. And I'm lazy. So I'm going to put this down 1 second. I know, LaQual. Give me a second, guys. So for those that are screaming at me to do more reaction videos and stuff, give me a second here. I think that's very boring content. I do react to videos on live stream, right? But I feel like it's a cheap way. It's very cheap and lazy to do that sometimes. Right now, I'm about to do a reaction video. I'm literally about to react to a video to all of you. But like, I just don't, it doesn't fulfill me, okay? It's not fulfilling content for me. I prefer educational stuff, all right? I know, Dodongo. And I'm not trying to blame anyone who does do that, because I get it, but I wanted to move away from that. It wasn't fulfilling for me, okay? I do try to have my dad on more. Maybe eventually I'll make another reaction video. I have some things I can do that are reaction videos. Okay. Thank you, Paul Squaw. And I do react to a documentary. That's possible. Oh, thank you, Elevator Lady. We'll talk, Elevator Lady. I'll let you know. We'll talk privately about it. Okay. Okay, let's watch this, guys. So this is going to be kind of a fun one, and this is going to be kind of oh, I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. Okay. So this is a video on what's the term? Politics. You mean curate content? Yes, I guess you could say. So this is, no, I love Mayflower Kid. I am fulfilled doing this. I like talking to you guys because it makes me feel more like a teacher. I really like interacting with chat. I really like the learning that happens between all of you. Like, I'm a teacher, guys. Deep down, I love educating people. So one of the things I love is how in our Discord community, we're always learning from each other. We're learning from each other, both from our experiences. We're learning from each other based off, the content and stuff. It's sort of a learning community. We support each other. So the reaction videos to me I don't feel like I'm teaching. I don't feel like I'm interacting with people, and I don't like it. It's kind of, I could do more reactions, whatever. Okay, so this is going to be kind of a selfish video we're going to watch. Speaking of reacting, okay, this is a video about Ohio. I'm sure you're all excited. This is going to be kind of a fun one. I live in Ohio. And because I'm biased, I wanted to watch a video about some of the, the 15 best places to visit in Ohio. Because I just wanted to tell you guys about Ohio a little bit. Don't leave the stream, please. Don't leave the stream. It is not the best state in the world, I'll tell you. It's not the best state in the world. But, you know, we can talk a little bit about culture and things like that, okay? So everyone ready for this? Let's watch. I'm always derailed by Questions Atomic. Yeah, there are 15. Hilarious, Drusilla. I hate you so much. Says the one from, like, the 0 population country of Norway. Drusilla says there's 15 places in Ohio, ? Fuck you, Drusilla, okay? Fuck you. At least I'm not raiding up and down the European coast in a Viking ship. Okay. LaCroix, that photo of Ohio almost makes it look nice. It's very nice, okay? It's very nice. There are parts of it that are nice. So this is an image of Columbus, which is the capital of Ohio. I live very close to here. So let's just watch, and I'll get to talk to you guys a little bit about near where I live, all right? Because I am selfish. I don't think it's AI crawl. I could be. I don't think it is. Elevator Lady, I could take that question so many ways. Elevator Lady says, Columbus is the one with all the meth, right? Or is that Cleveland? Elevator Lady, I swear to God. Elevator Lady, that is just called Ohio. Okay, that is just Ohio, especially Southern Ohio. A lot of meth in Southern Ohio. Okay.
Ohio is in the heart of America, so you've probably traveled through it and stopped for a rest stop.
Is that an AI voice? I don't think it is. I didn't think it was, but I'm old, so I have trouble telling.
On road trips throughout the years. There is, however, much more to see and do in Ohio than just stopping for gas and snacks. This is a state with big cities, small towns, and unique charm that can't be found anywhere else. So the next
a lot of it can be found elsewhere, I gotta tell you.
Next time you're planning a trip, make Ohio your destination rather than just a pit stop.
Why? Okay, I'm sorry. I hadn't watched the video, but why is it just like subtly insulting Ohio the whole time? It's like, don't worry, it's not just a pit stop. It's not just a pit stop. It's not, you don't have to just stop there on the way through. Do you notice how it's like emphasizing that? It's like, there's more here than just, gas stations. It's like subtly insulting it. You know what? It's fine. It's not that great of a state, I gotta tell you. All right.
There's some of the best places to visit in Ohio, whether you're flying in for a business trip, going on a cross-country adventure, or just looking for some weekend fun with the kids.
Oh my God, the subtle insults. If you're visiting because you have to for a business trip, or you're going across the country and you just happen to go through Ohio, or like maybe you're there for like a day just for oh my God, I love the subtle insults. Okay.
As you plan your trip, check out our list of the top 15 best places to visit in Ohio.
Okay. I used to, so you see this? Oh wait, where'd it go? God damn it. God damn it. Let me show you. I'm going to go back. You see right here, I used to...
Flying in for a business trip, going on a cross-country adventure, or just looking for some weekend fun with the kids. As you plan your trip, check out our list of the top 15 best places to...
Yeah, Ohio has a lot of amusement parks.
Visit in Ohio.
Right, politics. Okay, so this is Ohio State University. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I lied. Never mind. I don't blame you, Atomic. I will say Columbus is a great city, though. Columbus is very, very, very blue. Columbus is also the gay capital of the Midwest. There's a massive gay community in Columbus, Ohio. So Columbus itself is a great city. There's not really, Columbus is a great city. And most of the rest of Ohio is trash, but Columbus isn't bad.
Number 15, Dublin.
Oh my God, I live right next to I can't tell you where I live, but I live near Dublin.
Dublin is as authentically Irish as it gets on this side of the Atlantic.
Yeah.
The annual Dublin Irish Festival, playing golf on Dublin's golf courses, indulging in a plate of fish and chips, or enjoying a freshly baked scone are all great ways to feel it. During the St. Patrick's Day parade,
Weirdomorphous Blob, you should visit Ohio during our Irish festival. It's one of the biggest in the country, and it's really cool. A bunch of Irish bands like Flogging Molly, Irish step dancers and stuff come to Dublin, and it's a massive Irish celebration.
Everyone dresses up as an Irish man or woman. Residents and visitors alike will enjoy the charming old world town, the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium.
Guys, the Columbus Zoo and an aquarium is one of the best zoos in the country. I'm not even joking. Okay, it has gorillas, it has bonobos. I live pretty close to it, so I can just go there.
Bessie Bay Water Park for the whole family, High Banks Metro Park, which honors Native American history, and the Olentangy Indian Caverns, which were once used by the Delaware tribe, are all worth visiting.
Like, I mean, these are cute,
Art
but
can
no
be
one
found
cares.
all over Dublin, and you don't even have to go to galleries to see it. It's all around you.
Yeah, that's literally like near me, that statue. It's a statue of a Native American guy. How dare you, Atomic? Okay, we get it. Let's go on to the next thing. This is humiliating. I thought they would choose better things. I know, Dodongo, there is a bunch of shitty art everywhere. You're right.
Number 14, Marietta.
Oh, why do you? Okay, this is an op. This is a psyop. Marietta is a shithole. Marietta is a shithole. Okay, I know there's nothing good in Ohio, but they could try a little better, right? They could try a little better here. They could at least lie about it. They could make up that there's positive things. But like, okay, whatever. Marietta's a shithole. And then that's where the meth is, by the way. Elevator lady, that's where the meth is Marietta. Okay, anyway.
Marietta, which was founded in 1788 as the first permanent settlement north and west of the Ohio River, has a rich history. A walking tour of the Marietta Historic District will teach you about the town's history, as will visits to some of the town's unusual and informative museums, such
I love the subtle insults, the unusual museums, as in museums about things no one cares about, and there's never anyone in. Yeah, Elevator Lady, but Marietta has like the same historic district as every small town in America. Yeah, it's a very low-income area, that's for sure.
the Campus Emeritus Museum of the Northwest Territory, the Castle, and the Ohio River Museum.
Oh, wow.
When you need a break from history, take a walk or ride your bike along the paved river trail, which winds along the Ohio River's banks, or go hiking or mountain biking on the off-road Marietta Trail Network. While you're here, take a drive to see some of Washington County's historic covered bridges and the Ohio River Scenic Byway.
I can't wait to, okay, now this is going to turn into an Ohio bashing session. I'm okay with it. I would love to go down the river, go down the muddy, polluted Ohio River on a steamboat. Wow, that sounds like a weekend worth having. Let's get on a shitty little steamboat and go down the brown, shit-colored Ohio River, and we can see where all the industry used to be and then left and then abandoned these towns. We can see all the empty factories and all the poverty they've left in their wake. You know, that sounds like a great weekend to me. I'm sure you want to spend your time. You want to spend your time not working, going down the Ohio River. Yeah, Dodongo. I doubt
Number
it.
15.
Okay.
Akron.
Akron? Are you kidding? Okay, no, this is a psyop, guys. This has to be a psyop. Ohioans joke about how shitty Akron is. Okay? I have, by the way, never met a gay person from Akron who has stayed in Akron because it's so homophobic. It's like a terrible place to live if you're a gay person. Okay? It's like an awful place. It is like not great. Anyway, okay. Yeah, Elevator Lady.
Akron, located 39 miles south of Lake Erie and adjacent to the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, offers a
That is one good thing. The Cuyahoga Valley National Park is a national park that is beautiful.
diverse range of activities for outdoor enthusiasts as well as
Mayflower
culture
Kid.
vultures. The Akron Art Museum, located in the Historic Arts District, is one of the city's top attractions,
Yeah,
where
with
art
blah,
lovers
blah.
can admire both traditional and contemporary works in an exceptional gallery.
Oh my God,
Many
no.
music clubs, restaurants, and galleries can be found in the Arts District,
Jesus.
the Stan Highwit Hall, Hale Farm and Village.
The Arts District. Hilarious. The Arts District. Okay, guys, it's a district that has been, what's the term? Where you build up an area and push out the poor people. What is that called? It has been, God damn it, what's that phrase? They talk about it in South Park. Gentrified. It's a gentrified section of Akron, okay? Every city has a gentrified section. It's not exactly special.
And the Main Street Historic District are all worth visiting if you want to learn more about Akron's past. The Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad and the Akron Zoo are great for kids.
Yeah, it's not that great of a zoo, though. It's a pretty shitty little zoo, okay? I don't know why. Anyway, to be honest, guys, this is not great. I get it, though. By the way, I'm losing viewers. I don't care. Fuck all of you who are leaving, okay? I'm gonna force you to watch what I have to live in, okay? Paul Squaw, partially, okay? There are a lot of black folks that live in Cleveland. So Ohio has a very diverse population. I'm not joking. I actually live in an area that has one of the highest proportion of people from East Asia in anywhere in the country. I have like some of the best Asian restaurants in the country are around me. I'm not even joking. So it is a pretty diverse place. But yes, a lot of rural places in Ohio are very white. Okay. Akron, though, admittedly, is very diverse. Okay. That, by the way, Springfield, Ohio, which is what Trump called. Remember how Trump was talking about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, and said that they eat dogs and cats and other bullshit like that? It's a pretty diverse place. Okay.
Number 12. Toledo.
Oh, God, why? Why are they doing this to me?
Toledo, a medium-sized city with a massive port, is located on the lakes of Lake Erie. The downtown area is a jumble of architectural styles, with a number of historic structures that have been saved and repurposed as artist housing.
Who cares?
This gives the city a distinct atmosphere, and it serves as a cultural center for the state.
I know. Look at the brown
The Toledo
River. Thanks,
Museum
Drusilla.
of Art is one of the city's most popular attractions, with admission always
That's none
free.
of your business, Atomic.
The Old West End, where you'll find century-old trees and beautiful historic mansions, is just a short walk from the Museum of Art.
Yeah, Toledo is garbage. Mayflower Kid, have you been to these places? I'm humiliated. I thought they would show you cool things. There's some pretty things in Ohio. I know, I hate it. This is just going to make no one want to see Ohio.
Number 11.
I know.
Athens.
Athens, oh my God. This actually, okay, Athens isn't terrible. Athens isn't terrible, but it's not special. Okay? It's not special. I know, Dodongo, but they could have tried
located in the
harder.
foothills of the Appalachian Mountains, has a varied range of attractions.
Oh my God, Elevator, if they bring up Youngstown, I'm going to lose my mind.
This college town is home to Ohio University's main campus, which boasts more than
James Nordhoff, you're not the. Thank you, James Nordhoff, for the donation. James Nordhoff gave me $5. Says, listening to your rant about Ohio is how I feel about Indiana. I got to tell you, James Nordhoff, I lived in Indiana, and it's not great. It's not great. Indianapolis is okay, but the rest of the state is not great. Yeah, I feel your pain. Hello, neighbor. our two states are lovely, aren't they?
100 tree species, the 45-foot tall Civil War Soldiers Monument, and the serene.
Guys, literally every city in Ohio has a Civil War monument. Like every single little shitty town has a Civil War monument, and they're making it sound like the one in Athens is somehow special. That's how desperate they are to find special things about these cities. Okay.
Wolf Gardens in its historic College Green area. You may also visit the Dairy Barn Art Center.
No. Ohio wasn't pro-slavery. Ohio was part of the was not pro-slavery at all. Okay, Ohio soldiers in Ohio fought for the freedom of slaves.
Sample a craft beer at a local brewery and engage in outdoor activities such as hiking, mountain biking, kayaking, and fishing at Stroud's Run State Park.
Okay, this music makes me want to vomit also. That's pretty. Look, we have a little tiny waterfall. Yeah, I will say, guys, Ohio was a major part of the Underground Railroad. Well, I'm hoping they show on this list. You can visit You can visit some of the houses that were used that helped allow that where enslaved people would hide in Ohioans' houses before they escaped into Canada. So, yeah, Ohio was played a big part in the ending of slavery. I'm not just saying it because I'm from Ohio. Yeah, Dodongo. So, but yeah, let's see here. Are you originally from there? Yes, I am, elevator lady. I'm originally from Ohio, which is why I left it so fast. I'm making sure no one hears me say that. That's why I moved to Boston. And then after I lived in Boston for multiple years, I moved to Indiana, which was a mistake. And then I moved back to Ohio, okay?
Number 10.
Oops.
Yellow Springs.
Yeah, okay. Yellow Springs is very cool. Yellow Springs is an artist colony, and Dave Chappelle lives there. It is beautiful, and there's lots of marijuana there. A lot of marijuana there, okay? There's lots of marijuana dispensaries, and there's a bunch of Native American sites nearby. And it was actually one of the founding locations of the Ohio abolitionist movement. No, but seriously, it literally is Yellow Springs. Yellow Spring is a great city.
Springs will entice city dwellers with a plethora of outdoor activities, as well as interesting and diverse cultural attractions. Begin your visit by taking in the atmosphere of Yellow Springs downtown, which is home to a variety of unique shops, galleries, and restaurants. Nature lovers can spend time exploring the Glen Helen Nature Reserve, which offers excellent hiking and birding opportunities.
Yes.
Or the 752-acre John Bryan State Park.
Yeah, this is a restaurant. So this place here is a restaurant. They have an old mill, and it's like literally the historic mill that still operates. And it's a really good restaurant that's attached to it and also teaches you the history of water milling and stuff. I know that sounds boring, but it is good. I promise you, Yellow Springs is a nice place to visit. Okay?
Which offers rock climbing, hiking, mountain biking, and fishing. Foodies can visit the farmers market or enjoy genuine farm-to-fork meals at local eateries in the surrounding countryside,
and a lot of it is
which is full of farms producing great.
A lot of the farms around there are co-ops too. There's a lot of the businesses in Youngstown are socialist enterprises. I am not joking, okay? Because it's like a very lefty community. As a matter of fact, back in the olden days, Yellow Springs was home to some utopian socialist communities. So it's a really cool community, and a lot of the farms produce locally, and they're communally owned farms that produce locally. So you don't have to go to a Walmart; you can just get farm food that's from the local area.
Local produce.
Sure, Philly cheese.
Young's Jersey Dairy is a popular destination for families, with fun activities for the kids and homemade ice cream, cheeses, and other treats to tempt you.
Aw. God, I hate this state so much. I hate this state so much.
Number 9. Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
Okay, now this is a winner, folks. This is a winner. This is a national park on the same scale as like Yellowstone. It's a beautiful national park, okay? You can't be mad at a national park.
Cuyahoga Valley National Park is a great place to visit if you want to get away from the hustle and bustle of nearby cities, such as...
What do you mean, Atomic? What do you mean as a minority? All this stuff seems boring as fuck. What does your minority status have to do with, like, a park? You think minorities don't like outdoor activities? What the fuck does that mean, Atomic?
Cleveland and Akron. This national park offers plenty of hiking, biking, fishing, and kayaking opportunities during the warmer months, as well as fun, kid-friendly activities like junior ranger programs and seasonal train rides. During the winter, Cuyahoga Valley transforms into a winter wonderland.
You're all assholes,
attracting
by the way.
winter sports enthusiasts who want to spend their vacation snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, or sledding. The park is genuinely stunning in early October, thanks to the fall foliage.
Yeah, seasonal train rides. Okay. But this literally is a national park. It's really pretty. All right, we get it. Let's go on to the next one.
Number 8. Sandusky.
Oh my God, why? Ugh. Okay. Dear God. So Sandusky is also a horrible place. The one positive thing about Sandusky is that one of the best amusement parks in the country is there. It's called Cedar Point. Cedar Point is like a world famous amusement park. It has some of the tallest roller coasters in the country. It's also on Lake Erie, which is it's pretty to see the lake, but okay.
Sandusky, a small town full of tourists, is also a popular vacation.
Has anyone here watched the movie The Boys? Okay, has anyone here watched the movie The Boys? The TV show The Boys. It's really good. But there's a character called The Deep in The Boys who's like this superhero who can talk to like sea animals and shit like that. And they end up exiling him so that he's not in the public eye anymore. They exile him to Sandusky, Ohio. So like a large part of the movie is him being in Sandusky, Ohio, because he's been exiled there, which is funny because that shows you what they think of Sandusky, Ohio, that he should be exiled to Sandusky, Ohio. All right.
Vacation spot for Ohioans. The town is situated on the shores of Lake Erie.
Yeah.
With its main attraction, second only to the famous Cedar Point amusement park.
There's Cedar Point.
North
Cedar Point
America's
is really cool.
second oldest amusement park, which attracts large crowds every year, especially during the summer. Every year, the park introduces new extreme thrills and serves as a one-stop destination featuring lodging, entertainment, beaches, and a water park. There are several indoor water parks in the area that are
they have
great
a really
for
guys like Cedar Point is a really cool amusement park. Seriously,
families and strolling in the small town streets looking for nautical-themed gifts is fun. Visit the Merry-Go-Round Museum while you're in the area for a one-of-a-kind experience that will make even adults feel like kids again.
Don't you love this music, guys? This is a painful video. We're gonna have to suffer through it together because now I'm gonna have to punish all of you for being rude about my state. Okay? I literally don't. Ohio's awful. Whatever.
Number 7.
What's this?
Canton.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Please don't. Please don't. Okay.
Canton is a great place to visit.
Literally, okay, guys, this is what's so embarrassing. No, not you, Weird Amorphous Blob, everyone else, okay? The funny thing is that you see that monument right there? Oh my God, this is humiliating. There have been a few presidents from Ohio, okay? Ulysses S. Grant is from Ohio. And then Warren G. Harding, who's one of the worst presidents in American history, was from Ohio. And that's what they managed for him. So that's a monument to Warren G. Harding. It's like where he died, okay? That's where Harding died, and it's like this shitty little monument to one of the worst presidents in history. And I hate it when Ohioans brag about it. They'll be like, you can go see where Warren Harding died, and no one gives a shit because Warren G. Harding was one of the worst presidents in American history. He was deeply corrupt and didn't stay basically where it was blob. It's so anyway. Yeah, and you can tell it's a shitty little monument, and it's why would you ever want to go there? Okay, okay.
Especially if you're interested in history. The William McKinley presidential...
I'm sorry, not Warren G. Harding, William McKinley. I thought this was... Okay, never mind. That must be a different... Because Warren Harding was born too. McKinley was born in Ohio, and he was a dirty imperialist. And by the way, Trump's favorite president is William McKinley.
Library and museum, as well as the McKinley Monument and the First Lady's National Historic Site, are all located here. Many visitors come to Canton to see the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which features exhibits, a museum, and a Super Bowl theater that brings the game to life in a new way.
Oh my God.
While Canton is known for its football connections, the city also has some unique attractions worth visiting, such as the Canal Fulton Canalway Center.
Oh wow, look at that,
guys.
You can go see this body of water. Look at this. You can go visit the canal. Wow. Look at this canal. That's so great.
Canal boat system along the Ohio and Erie Canal system, and the Feline Historical Society, which is a cat lover's dream. For car enthusiasts, there is a Canton Classic Car Museum.
Who cares?
And for art enthusiasts, there is a Museum of Art.
Oh my God, this is terrible. Oh, this is horrible.
Number 6.
Guys, well, I'll tell you, there is one thing in Ohio that's nice. That's me. Hey, there's one positive. I'm in Ohio, so come visit me, all right?
Dayton.
Dayton, please don't start with me on Dayton. Oh, my God. Now, I will say, Dayton has the American Air Force Museum, which I know people don't like, but it is a really cool museum, and it's free. You can go to the Dayton Air Force Museum, and they have, like, 10 hangars full of airplanes. Like, you can see every kind of warplane in history, and you can touch them, and you can walk up to them, which is kind of cool. But, like, it's all... By the way, there are rumors that there are aliens, because there's an Air Force base there. So I guess that's one positive, is that there's a military base there, and you can go see military aircraft. Anyway, but honestly, the Air Force Museum is cool. You can actually go there, and they have nuclear missiles. Now, they're obviously not armed or anything. You can go walk up to a nuclear missile and see what they look like, and you can learn about them. It's great for education. They have, like, Nazi fighter jets. They have one of the Wright brothers' original planes. This is where the Wright brothers actually tested their planes, was in Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton has a diverse range of attractions for visitors of all ages. The
rest of the city, though, is trash.
Museum of United States Air Force is sure to be one of the highlights of your trip, as it houses the country's largest collection of military aviation exhibits.
That is, guys, we see that? You can barely see it on the left side of a plane is one of the original... That is a big boy, one of the original nuclear weapons made. That's what the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima looked like. Okay, that's one of the originals because they made several. That's one of the original big boy bombs. And this plane right here is the Enola Gay. This is the plane that dropped the nuke on Hiroshima. So that's very dark. But I will say the museum does a great job of not making it necessarily seem like it was a good thing to drop those bombs.
At the Aviation Hall of Fame and the Aviation National History Park, you can pay homage to some of America's aviation pioneers, including the legendary Wright brothers. Visit the Dayton Art Institute or the Schuster Performing Arts Center for a complete change of pace. Or head to the Allwood Audubon Center or the Riverscape Metro Park for a breath of fresh air. Finish your tour by admiring the architecture and galleries.
What architecture? What architecture? Okay.
In the Oregon Historic District.
Bye-bye, Louise. Yeah, like why didn't she mention
Number 5.
Of course, Jonas.
Hocking Hills State.
Okay, now Hocking Hills is awesome. It is a massive state park. It's beautiful. You can rent for pretty inexpensive. You can rent a cabin there that are beautiful cabins. You can rent a cabin in Hocking Hills that have a jacuzzi in them. And you can like bring your partner there and spend a weekend in Hocking Hills in the middle of the forest in a really nice cabin. It's very nice.
Park. All nature lovers and outdoor enthusiasts flock to Hocking Hills State Park in southeastern Ohio to explore forests, soaring rugged cliffs, cascading waterfalls, and deep enticing gorges.
Ooh.
You can bring a tent, RV, or rent a cabin and spend a few days in the woods.
Yeah,
hikers can choose from 6 hiking areas in the park, each leading to a different scenic destination. The most popular are Ash Cave, Old Man's Cave, and Cedar Falls. There are 2 mountain bike trails, and the park offers
really
regular ranger-led hikes.
Look at this. Isn't that beautiful? I'm sorry.
And talks that bring the park's history to life.
This is actually something I do like about Ohio. I like Cuyahoga National Park and Hocking Hills.
For nature lovers, Hocking Hills State Park is one of the best places to visit in Ohio.
Absolutely. Real fast. Yeah, I know you're all going to hate me because like I'm being so selfish by doing this, but whatever. So, Hocking Hills cabins. Just to show you here some of what these cabins look like. Look at this shit. You can rent this. You can rent this shit, and it's not that terribly expensive. This isn't a good image. So like you can just get a weekend with your loved one or whatever. Okay. And rent this thing. We see the jacuzzi outside. And these are like We don't have Hocking Hills money elevator. No, weirdly enough, elevator lady, there are some places you can rent that are not that expensive, okay? But look at this. Look at the inside. It's very beautiful, all right? There's a jacuzzi on the outside. And yeah, look at that. Ooh, isn't that pretty? Okay, so there's and there's smaller ones, obviously, but there are a bunch of cool cabins you can rent. Or look at this one. This is a cute one. This is a tree. This is a smaller one, but this is like on the tree lines. So it's up above in the tree line, and there's a jacuzzi on this one. Now you have to rent in advance. So these are treehouse cabins, okay? And again, look at that. That is a little jacuzzi. You can sit outside in the forest in a jacuzzi and have the whole place to yourself. All right. So anyway, highly recommend it. If you ever have a chance, go to a Hocking Hills cabin. If you want to spend a weekend with a new lover and maybe do experiment and have some fun. Not sexually. I would never imply that, of course. Be abstinent. You should all be abstinent all the time. Anyway, so let's go on.
Number 4. Put-in-Bay.
Oh, God, Put-in-Bay.
Put-in-Bay
isn't bad.
A small town on Lake Erie's South Bass Island, is Ohio's summer vacation destination.
Oh, please don't say
Take
that.
the Jet Express from Upper Sandusky
Yeah.
and a short boat ride to Put-in-Bay.
So here's the problem with Put-in-Bay, guys. Put-in-Bay is an island, and it's a very inexpensive vacation. So college students, like every season, go up there and get wasted and like get drunk. And if you want to hear something funny, I actually, and a lot of high schoolers are brought there too for like, high schoolers are brought there for like school vacations and shit. And I had to go there once, and I brought my car. I volunteered to bring my car to go to Put-in-Bay. And another teacher asked to drive my car. And this is a real story, and it's humiliating. And that teacher, I was with the students downtown in Put-in-Bay, and that teacher arrived with my car in order to pick them up. Well, as that teacher was arriving and we were all standing outside, me and the students were standing outside and watching that teacher arrive with my car, a police officer turned on their lights and was following that teacher and pulled them over and gave them a ticket because one of the lights on the front of my car was out that hadn't been out before. So unfortunately, that teacher had been driving my car when one of the lights went out, and they got a ticket even though they were in my car. And it wasn't my fault, but we all, the students and I all stood there as this other teacher was getting pulled over by a cop and getting ticketed in my car. And that teacher hated me after that. They like never got over it. They constantly complained about me to other people and were like constantly reminded me that this happened. It wasn't my fault because that light hadn't been out before. But anyway, so that was an embarrassing moment, okay?
Non-stop action ranging from island tours and go-karts to gem mining and cave exploration at Perry's Cave Family Center. The island's focal point is Perry's Victory and International Peace Memorial.
Hilarious.
The 352-foot tall monument is a great place to start exploring.
International Peace Memorial. This is America. Hilarious to have anything that promotes peace.
The island, but don't forget to stop by the National Park and Visitor Center to learn more about the island's maritime history.
No one cares.
The true appeal of Put-in-Bay is the ability to simply relax on a park bench or by the shores while listening to the waves or eating
notice there's not much to do. There's not much to do on Put-in-Bay, so they have to be like, well, you can sit by the water and just sit there. That's the big draw to Put-in-Bay. You can just sit by the water and look at it.
Perch sandwich from one of the island's many restaurants.
And the restaurants are very expensive. I bring food. Whenever I would have to take students there, I had to bring food. There ain't no way I'm paying for that shit. Exactly. I would blah, blah. Guys, don't worry, though. There's plenty of churches everywhere in Ohio, okay? So no matter where you go, there's always something you can do. You can go to a church.
Number 3, Columbus.
Yay! Columbus is a good place. I like Columbus.
Columbus, Ohio's capital and home to many important facilities, is one of the 3 big sea cities that round out this list. The Topiary
I've protested at the State House before.
Garden, the Center of Science and Industry, and the prehistoric Indian mounds are just a few of the highlights.
Yeah, a lot of
The
Indian
Ohio
mounds.
State Fair, the the Downtown Arts Festival.
Oh my God, we have one of the largest state fairs in the country, and it's really cool.
And Picnic with the Pops are just a few of the family-friendly events that you can plan your trip to Ohio around.
I wish so, Cal.
If you're looking for something to do after the sun goes down, visit the Brewery District, Short North, or German Village for some great drinks and a lively nighttime scene.
I know where it was, Bob. Yeah, so there's a lot of really good food in Columbus. Literally, I'm not joking. We have a really good food scene. One of the reasons I'm obsessed with food is because I live in Columbus. Columbus, and it's a very big gay community. There are so many gay clubs in Columbus, and there's gay clubs for every type of gay person. There's like a leather club, there's a lesbian club, there's multiple gay clubs. It's a very gay friendly city in a lot of ways. Mainly because everywhere else in Ohio isn't great for that.
Number 2.
Oh, almost there. Almost done,
Cincinnati.
guys. Cincinnati, it's okay. I think Columbus is
Cincinnati, one of Ohio's major cities.
Are they going to say Cleveland is number 1? Please don't.
Is a fantastic destination for arts and culture. The Cron Conservatory is one of many outdoor gardens, museums, and art galleries to be found here. Cincinnati is shaped by the Ohio River and the Reds and Bengals sports stadium, as well as the national...
Well, where do you live, Dodong? You don't have to tell me, but are you around where in the country do you live?
Underground Railroad Freedom Center are all located in the downtown area.
Hey,
Whatever
that is
your
one good
feelings
place.
about
Go
the city's location, the appeal is undeniable.
Okay, go to the that is one really cool thing is the Underground Railroad Museum. Okay, that's a really cool thing to go visit.
The skyline is
Walk.
breathtaking, and you won't want to miss views of the Cincinnati Observatory Center or Carew Tower, the hands-on Duke Energy Children's Museum.
Isn't that great? You can go see a corporate-sponsored children's museum.
Coney Island Amusement Park, and the Cincinnati
Dodongo.
Zoo are all good places to take the kids.
Yeah, Cincinnati's trash compared to Columbus Zoo. Yeah, killing Hammurabi. Hey, don't worry, guys. One more and then we're done. Yeah, probably Paul Squall. By the way, guys, I think that's the river that caught on fire. Did you see that? Remember how I told you the Cuyahoga River? No, wait. No, that's actually up near Cleveland. That's where we had, where literally we had one of our rivers catch on fire because it was so polluted.
Cleveland.
God damn it. Okay. Cleveland is okay. It's okay. They have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame there, which is world famous, which is nice.
Cleveland, which sits on the shores of Lake Erie, has grown in popularity.
Then it was Cincinnati. Okay, so it was Cincinnati where our river caught on fire.
As a tourist destination, thanks to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and its popular sports teams. The historic Gateway District
their sports teams are trash, though.
Is a lively area that has recently been revitalized and is home to over 60 bars.
By the way, when it says revitalize, it means don't worry, we pushed out all the black people so you can feel safe here, white people. That's one of the issues with Cleveland. It's very racially segregated. There is like a ring around Cleveland where black folks live, and then white folks have slowly pushed black folks out of like the downtown area and done gentrification and slowly remove the black folks, okay? And what's disturbing about Cleveland is as you're driving into it, if anyone's ever been to Chicago, when you're driving into Chicago, there's like a ring around the city that are a lot of very low-income black communities, and you drive through it, and it's like really, you can see the poverty, and then suddenly you get into wealthier white areas, and everything looks a lot different. And it's the same in Cleveland, and it's very disturbing. And like, you can very much see sort of the segregation.
Bars and restaurants. Cleveland Heights has a hip scene that is popular with young people and foodies. There's an annual Greek festival to attend, and there are plenty of live music venues to choose from. The Cleveland Zoo, the Interactive Children's Museum, and the Greater Cleveland Aquarium are all family-friendly attractions. In Cleveland, sports are very popular, and you can see the Cleveland Indians play at Progressive Field.
Great. Now, I will say Cleveland has a really good museum. They have a science museum where you can actually go into a German U-boat, a World War II German U-boat. And when you get on this U-boat, they simulate what it would have sounded like to be in a U-boat. So, like, you get to hear all the noises that people on a U-boat crew would have had to hear if they were going underwater, and it's really cool. So they have some cool things, but, you know, Let's see here. Yeah, this video, they called them the Indians, which is gross. This video is from 3 years ago, so that makes sense, okay?
Nothing beats the prospect of going on a trip with your closest friends and family. While there are many fantastic hidden jewels in the United States, one destination you should not pass over is the lovely, fascinating state of Ohio.
That sounds so condescending. You know, Ohio is lovely and it's fascinating. It's a fascinating state. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, it's not fascinating, it's boring. Anyway, so there's my state, guys. Yay! Now you guys know something about Ohio, okay? You know something about Ohio and you're all very excited to visit, I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure you're all very excited to visit, okay? Great state. I love it to death, okay? I will say, though, no offense, there were, Jonas. No offense, but I do think Ohio is better than Indiana. Indiana is, like, really bad, okay? I mean that. No offense to the Indianans out there, but I've lived there. And, like, immediately you enter Indiana and the roads, you can tell that, like, the government doesn't care about public infrastructure. Like, you cross the border into Indiana and it's like boom, 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 because you're like, you start hitting all these potholes and shit. The poverty is really bad. And in Indiana, like, the government doesn't help anyone at all. It's very Republican. Yeah, right, LaQual, that seems to be the thing. Ohio's good for a layover, right? Okay, yeah, exactly. Gary, Indiana is a perfect example of this. The Republicans have basically destroyed Indiana. Ohio was originally a swing state, like very much a swing state. It used to go blue or red. Recently, it's become a red state. It is a new red state. It hasn't been a red state for terribly long. So there is still some liberal left people in Ohio, but yeah, Indiana has always been red. And by the way, Indiana was it is not a swing state anymore, Dodongo. It is not considered a swing state anymore. It is not still a swing state, I know. That could change, but right now it's not considered a swing state, mainly because of gerrymandering. Indiana, on the other hand, was one of the last states to have a public lynching of a black person. And Indiana, no offense to Indiana, of course, back in, I believe it was the 1920s, the state government of Indiana was literally run by the Ku Klux Klan. I'm not joking. It was run by the Ku Klux Klan. So Indiana is not great. Ohio's not great either, by the way. All right. Yeah, so Indiana's not a great place. The midterms are going to be jaw-dropping. Yeah, okay. All right. So there we go. Let's see what else we got here. Paul Squaw sent. We'll see if we can watch this, Paul Squaw. What is this? I can't watch this, Paul Squaw. I'm sorry. I can't do, like, music like this. If I do music, I might get copyrighted. So save this for the After Dark, Paul Squaw. Actually, I'll save it. We'll do it for the After Dark. But thank you, Paul Squaw. Okay. I'm going to save that. We'll save this. So there's a video about where I live, Ohio. God help me. Okay, God help me. All right. We are not, let's see here. Matt, I don't think so, but we'll see. I'll see how I'm feeling. Now, yeah, oh, shocking, Metamorphosis Blob, as if you guys didn't know that before. All right, let me go on here. Let's see what else we have to react to, folks. Oh, God, let's see here. Let's do LaQua's video. This is Sammy Obayed.
Iran made a video about Charlie Kirk.
Sammy Obayed. Let's just watch this real fast. We need a palate cleanser. I thought that would be a palate cleanser, but it just made me sad. Okay? That just made me sad. All right? It's fun for me to imagine these locations in respect to where I used to live and where I live now. It mostly comes down to sports team. I fucking hate Reggie Miller. Oh, I get it, Dodongo. Okay. Matt Saigai, thank you for the 200 bits, Matt Saigai. Okay. So let's watch this. This is Sammy Obayed. Let's have a little palate cleanser because that video depressed me. I can't. I'm so annoyed that I live here. I try to talk it up so I don't feel as bad about it. We do have good food, but that's about it. Okay, whatever. Let's watch this. This is Iran made a video about Charlie Kirk.
I didn't even know that was in their wheelhouse. It was literally a video. You have this Iranian general just sitting in a chair.
How dare you, Paul Squaw?
His face blurred. He's speaking in English, which means it's to me, okay? But he has an Iranian accent. I know it's an Iranian accent because I lived in LA for 10 years. He's like, let me tell you about a Charlie Kirk. I'm like, what do you got for me, General? And he's like, did you know Charlie Kirk was killed by your government? I was like, yes, I did know that. I did actually. He's like, well, while we were hacking Cash Patel for funsies, we got into your FBI's mainframe, no big deal. Apparently the password's Valhalla123. And we found documents that revealed that your government plotted the murder of Charlie Kirk, and it didn't go according to plan.
What?
Our government botched an assassination attempt? We would never. He says, well, you know, Charlie Kirk was not killed by a bullet. He was killed by an explosive device planted into his microphone that was clipped to his shirt. I know. Mind blown. Better choice of words?
Ha ha ha, mind blown. By poor Charlie Kirk, you know. And I'm sorry, let me rephrase that, okay? Don't clip that, all right? You know, I don't know what's going on with Charlie Kirk. I've tried to have him on the show a few times, and he never seems to pick up the phone, never seems to answer. The few times I have had him on the show, he doesn't say anything. He's very rude, right? Like, I keep trying to do interviews with him, but he never seems to speak. Wonder what happened to Charlie Kirk, okay?
Sure. I'm sure a lot of people are asking, what? Who could even plant an explosive device in a small piece of technology and detonate it remotely? Who would do that? But it's a thing, and it is real. And it is real, and it is real.
Ha 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 ha.
And it is real. And it is real. And it's Israel. They did it with pagers in Lebanon. By the way, where did we get this? Trevor? Best Buy?
Yeah, I've heard he had some bad neck pain going on. Maybe that's why he hasn't showing his face in public. You know, I think he's lost his head a little bit. Okay. Yeah. Charlie Kirky, you probably know the Perky. Yes. Yeah, he's been very quiet recently. That's for sure. I mean, you do. I hear that sometimes. I've heard he's making a lot of. Anyway, bodies. Okay, Chuck Charlie Kirk. By the way, anyone who praises his memory won't be paying attention to what he said. Of course not. Of course not, Dodongo. We're all deeply sad about the death of Charlie Kirk, or really the explosion of Charlie Kirk. Very unfortunate death. Okay.
Was it Tel Aviv Tech? Okay. He said the device was supposed to explode downward into Charlie's chest cavity to make it seem like a clean gunshot wound to the chest. So we would all be like, oh my God, he was shot. And they'd thumbs up the fake Tyler.
Is that what they're calling arteries now? Is that what they're calling arteries? Because his artery exploded, not a clip. Anyway, you know what? It doesn't matter.
On the roof. Be like, good job, buddy. We'll see you in Valhalla. But it didn't go according to plan because the device misfired. Like, where have I heard that before? And a piece of shrapnel shot through Charlie's neck, and it came out the place that we were supposed to see the bullet going in. Now, this was the part that he said that blew. Okay, this was the part.
Now, guys, to be clear, I'm not trying to nitpick here, but we don't. This is probably bullshit. Okay, like, this is bullshit. I mean, this is not evidence. A guy in a dark room saying these things with his face blurred is not good evidence that this is true. I am not saying that it isn't true, but there's no evidence that it is true. It just a guy in a blurred room doesn't mean a damn thing. Okay, so to be clear, we need better evidence than this. You guys know how much of a stickler I am for evidence. All right, and I have not seen any. I have not seen any concrete evidence that Israel was involved, nor have I seen concrete evidence that this was an inside job, okay? And you all can disagree with me, but I am very evidence-based. I can't help it. So just to clarify, I do know sometimes Sammy will say some things that I'm like, I get the spirit of what you're saying, but I disagree. Okay.
He said that really opened my eyes. He said because it misfired and because it exploded in all sorts of which ways, a bunch of pieces of shrapnel flew everywhere, and a lot of them went down and lodged themselves deep into the concrete where Charlie Kirk was speaking. And this is why
Atomic,
the next day, a bunch of people came to repave the entire.
I've literally sent people to scary, spooky socialists before.
Area. So Charlie Kirk is shot, and the next morning, a bunch of random guys from God knows where in Israel come and start repaving the entire asphalt. It's like you could have chosen a better time to do that. This is literally the weirdest, most eerie part of the Charlie Kirk case, aside from Erica. It is the second strangest part about the case. Like, if you were watching a crime drama like CSI Orem, and somebody gets shot, and then like moments later, like, oh, nothing to see here, we're just repaving the whole area. That would be like a 10-part series where they're trying to figure out like who the are these contractors. And so then the Iranian general was like, and this is how you know that it was your government who killed Charlie.
We don't know it was an Iranian general.
Kirk. like and subscribe to my page. Hit the bell. Like, do you have Lego content? The Iranian intelligence, they understand the American mind because they know that Charlie Kirk is a very sensitive issue in the United States. They understand that even better than I did. Because after Charlie Kirk was shot, I honestly didn't even know that much about him. I was like, oh my God, that's horrible. But I still did a stand.
I didn't say that. I don't know if I should say it on stream. My first reaction was, it was either a laughter or I called my sister to have, let me rephrase that. Guys, I was so upset. Let me try this again. I was so upset when I heard this. I was crying extensively. Anyway.
Stand-up routine because that's what I do. I would do it to any of you. Don't take it personally. I posted it on YouTube and YouTube took it down instantly. That's never happened to me in the history of my whole career. And you've seen some of the things I talk about. That's how many people flagged it saying no, they were upset.
I did, Philly Cheese. I prayed for America. You know it, Philly Cheese. I'm deeply patriotic.
About it. I didn't know you can't make jokes the same day. All right, that was up on my part.
No, Dodongo, I disagree. There's zero evidence that any of those there's zero evidence of, no offense, Dodongo, but there's zero evidence that any of the assassination attempts were staged. And guys, I know we can disagree on this. It happens every single time that there's some kind of national thing like this. All these conspiracy theories start popping up. That doesn't mean they aren't conspiracies, but unless there's evidence, as a historian, I can tell you every single thing that happens in history, a bunch of conspiracy theories pop up. Okay, Dodongo, that's fair. I would love to see the evidence you have for that. I have not seen any good evidence for any of these conspiracy theories, but that's okay. We'll continue watching this.
Stuff on my part, I should have at least waited for the cement to dry. Iran made a video about...
Okay, that's funny. That is very funny. All right. Okay. Let's go on here. You watched it unfold and none of it made sense. That's not... Okay, Dodongo, you know I love you, right? Everyone here knows, though, I am like a stickler. I am a stickler for evidence and shit. It's just my academic background. I can't help it. Something not making sense is not evidence. And I know, I'm sorry, Dodongo, but it's like, it doesn't matter. I am just a stickler for this shit. Honestly, yeah, and I got to just be clear, though. Guys, you have to understand, though, too. Think about how much all of us hate Trump in here. I think part of my issues, Dodongo, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to, Dodongo, but it doesn't matter. Even if they didn't immediately clear people out, that's not evidence of a conspiracy, all right? Not knowing is not the same as it being a conspiracy. So let me explain something, okay? You know how much all of us hate Trump in here? That means that there is a significant portion of Americans who would be willing to do violence against Trump. It makes sense to me that there's been so many assassination attempts on him, okay? I have never seen people more radicalized than they are today. Yeah, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. We are in exactly the kind of political climate that produces spontaneous political violence. Like, I don't, and it certainly hasn't helped the Trump administration much. I don't, like, these attacks haven't done anything, like, haven't had much of an outcome for the Trump administration. Okay, that's fair, Dodongo. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's see here. But that's okay. We can, that's okay, Dodongo. So let me, guys, quickly see here. You said you sent a video for me to react to. We'll take a look at it. And it's possible, guys, that we will have evidence later that supports what you say, but I just need more evidence. I need evidence. That's how I operate. Let me see what else we got here. All right. Ooh. Okay, we'll watch Druzilla. So Druzilla sent us the trolley problem. We'll take a look at this. Okay, 1 second. I'm just gonna look up, guys. Let me say there's nothing happening in the news. All right, moving on. Okay, we'll go on here. So we'll watch this. Thank you, Druzilla, for sending it. I'm excited. Druzilla sends good videos. Let's watch.
Let the trolley continue on the path that it's on and it kills 5 people, or you can pull the lever and change its path, but it still kills 1 person. This is tough. It's a difficult decision. I mean, naturally, I would just let it continue on its course to kill the maximum amount of people possible, but ideally, I would like to kill everyone involved in this situation, including you and myself. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to kill the last person on the track. If we could find a way to loop the track, we'd be able to get that.
What is she, a Republican? It's like we missed, you know, I didn't get to kill everyone. We have to turn the train around to make sure the trolley so we hit that person that's on the track.
Last person, but we likely wouldn't have time for something like that, and that would still leave me and you. So I think the only solution is I buy a gun. We let the trolley kill the first 5 people on the track, then I kill the last person on the track, you and myself. Perfect, right? Wrong. Because you didn't stop and consider that there are also people on the trolley that I want to kill. So what do? I plant a bomb on the trolley. I let the trolley run over the first 5 people on the track. Then I immediately detonate the bomb, killing everyone on board and the person on the other track, and us depending on how close we are to it. If not, don't worry, I have my gun. Either way, I'm gonna finish the job. Everyone here is going to die by my hand today. How would you even know to plant the bomb in the first place? Because I anticipated this entire situation. I knew that you would ask me to participate in this trolley problem, and that you foolishly thought I would agonize over this decision, not accounting for my insatiable bloodlust. So I planted.
That's hilarious. Has anyone ever been faced with the trolley problem by a philosophy teacher, or professor, or just from the internet? Okay.
A bomb on the trolley. And now here we are, a mere 20 seconds away from this whole place blasting us to hell, because I am always one step ahead. You really know nothing. I bet you don't even know that your mother takes this exact trolley on her way to work every morning at 9
Oh my god, she's a lunatic.
What? Don't worry. Wait, you'll be reunited soon. Please don't do this! So you can either let the trolley continue on the path that it's on and it kills 5 people, or you can pull the lever and change.
That's hilarious. Okay, that's very funny. Yeah, I agree. Thought experiments can be annoying, LaQuabois, especially when they're done poorly. Okay. Hello, Brucey. How are you doing, Brucey? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so that was funny. All right, thank you for that. That was lovely. Okay, guys, do we have? Oh my God. Let's see what else we have. Trump shocks the media as he threatens reporter with death. Let's watch this. I would not be surprised.
In Donald Trump's first term,
Trump has been saying some insane things, obviously. He always does.
Which is a capital offense.
You know what? We'll wait to watch that. I think I want to do something else for a second here. Okay. Someone, thank you. What did someone just do? Did someone just do something? Let's see here. Oh yeah, we got to the follower goal of 380. That's lovely. Now let's get up to 400. Thank you so much, Paul Squaw. Thank you so much for the support. Really, thank you for giving Brucey, a lovely member of our community, a gifted sub. That's very helpful, but not only to me but to him. But thank you. Okay, so I have an idea here. Let us let's go on here. Forgive me, folks. Yeah, let's get up to 420. That'd be nice. Let's get up to 420. This is cool. LaQuabois sent this.
Somewhere.
You know what? Having a brain rot moment here, a brain death moment. TikTok Mayor Mamdani. Trump war Secret Services as he watches it all unravel. Midas touch. Guys, I'm not going to watch everything that everyone sent, obviously, because I'm trying to find something that's just right. So forgive me for that. Cyber fart, ninja myth. Okay. What the hell? All right, let's I have an idea here. I'm going to find something that I wanted to show you all. Give me a second. How's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? Brain fart. Thank you. I'm having a brain fart. All right. So let's see here. All right. Okay, well, sorry, I'm trying to find the right thing here. Okay, let's go. So, I had something I wanted to show you all. Let's see if I can find it. Stalin was a weird guy. Okay, so there is a... I wanted to watch some of this guy. Now, this is going to be fun, okay? This is going to be fun. Now, what about Spooky Streaming Socialist? What about that, Atomic? So this guy right here, this was in my recommended feed, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay. This guy is, what is his name? I like clicked on him. What? Oh, you know him, LaCroix? Who is this guy? He was like recommended in my, my feed, and I clicked on him, and for some mistake, he's bad, good, because I started watching him and he seemed insane. So he's like a, I don't know what, a goth? Like a goth character guy, which, by the way, I love the aesthetic. There's nothing wrong with his aesthetic. I love the goth aesthetic. It's whatever. I don't care. I love the goth aesthetic, okay? The goth aesthetic I've always thought was kind of cool. I love the tats. I love the eyes. I kind of like
something like this.
I kind of like the Marilyn Manson type look, and I know Marilyn Manson's a monster. I'm just talking about the look, okay? And I watched this. I'm like, oh, this looks weird. The Jake Monroe Show, and apparently he's a monster. Okay, hello, Maddie Holmes, who is like hates women, and I thought it would be funny to watch. I want you guys to hear some of the bullshit he says, because I started watching it and then I'm like, oh my God, this is horrific. Okay. And from what I'm hearing from you guys here in chat, you said that Drusilla says he abused a friend of a YouTuber I watch. Oh my God, really? What a monster. So, yeah. So I had never heard of him before. And then I'm like, why is he in my feed? So this, probably because of all the stuff I'm watching with you guys. This is Tom McDonald's brother. Really? He's an alt-right goth. All right. So let's watch this. We probably won't watch the whole thing, but I really wanted you guys to hear this because I am so sick that there are like so many of these horrible misogynists and stuff all over the internet, and it's really affecting young men. Okay. Young men all over the country are being massively radicalized by all these lunatics. And I saw it when I was a teacher. So, okay. Well, let's watch it. And I love how badass he thinks he is. Oh.
Men are under attack in this country, and at this point, it is absolutely undeniable. Well,
oh my God.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Jake Monroe. This is the Jake Monroe Show. And today I'm going to be talking about...
I have one of those. You see these things in the background, these big things? These big things in the background. I know, isn't it really cringe? I know, right? I know, right? Isn't it hilarious? I can't. You see these big things in the background? These are, what are they called? Light boxes. I have one right up here. And these are really big ones. These things are really fucking expensive. Okay? These are really fucking expensive. I am curious who is funding him. Does anyone know? Like, is he famous? Like, why? How the fuck does he have access to these $1,000-some, this like really expensive equipment? And he's not that big of a, he might be Russia. It might be some wealthy individual. It might, because remember how what we found, guys, is that a lot of, something like 80% of the organizations that do anti-trans propaganda are funded by the fossil fuel industry. I'm not joking. So, okay. I'm curious who is funding him as a distraction. Poor abusive white men, right? Isn't that hilarious? Yeah, men are under attack everywhere. Oh my God, men are under attack. Okay, calm down, buddy. You're fine.
The fact that the UK, Britain, is attacking white men.
Oh my God. He says as there's massive like racist protests going on in the UK, led by Tommy Robinson.
Because of course they are. You watched my last video. You watched the alt-right pipeline. You watched me debunk it.
What is he doing? What is he doing? This is humiliating.
You instead watched me define how the alt-left pipeline is far more likely to be for nefarious means.
Really? Is that so? Okay.
How that should be attacked.
You're right. We should do that, LaQual. We should watch his last video. I'm kidding. I would never torture you.
Dismantled entirely.
Is this more Ohio shit? How dare you, Paul Squaw? Okay.
But I'm going to be talking specifically about the formerly Great Britain, now just...
That is so cheesy. Oh my God, these guys are hilarious to me. I can't keep a serious face. How he said, you know, the formerly Great Britain. All right. I guess he wants to return to the empire. Like, what do you... All right.
That place where Starmer is. Hopefully for not much longer.
That place where Starmer is?
Resign, asshole. Read the room. So, how are...
Okay, you know who needs to read the room? This guy. Okay, this is humiliating.
Are men under attack in the UK specifically? I've explained how men are under attack and like throughout all of Western culture, Western civilization. They are. It's undeniable. At this point, it is observable, but now we all know that the left have become, they've gone mask off, haven't they? They're no longer interested in hiding their vindictive, nefarious ways. They don't care anymore.
Yes, guys, all of our nefarious and vindictive ways. I agree, though. I agree that I am very vindictive. I do have a lot of anger towards certain groups of people, such as the manosphere and the elites and the people and the Israeli settlers who are murdering people, and you know, and the American government, which is murdering people everywhere. So yeah, I agree. I'm kind of vindictive against a lot of people, or against some people, right? So you know, I'll buy that. All right. He, on the other hand, is vindictive against tons of innocent people.
No longer pretending to be the good guys, not even trying. But as long as we remain the bad guys, they can do whatever they want. That's why they're acting that way. Anyway,
oh, hilarious, guys. Oh my God, hilarious. Like the staple of the right wing is scapegoating like innocent groups, right? Like the staple of the right wing is blaming innocent groups. I know, Gwen, you're right. The scared cis het white man wearing makeup, lipstick, and earrings. You know, okay. Jonas, I wonder how many takes this took. Absolutely.
Specifically, how are men being attacked in Britain? Well,
they aren't.
To do that, to answer that question, we're going to have to go back. We're going to have to go back a little bit. We're going to have to look into exactly where this is starting. It is starting in adolescence. You may have not seen this, Americans. You might be aware of it because it was a bit of a cultural phenomenon over here. Because the UK wanted something like this so hard. They wanted that, man. They were bricked up. God, they were looking for something like this.
What the I'm sorry, what is he talking about? I'm very confused. They're bricked up? Is he saying they're erect? I'm very confused. They want what? They want to go after men? I'm honestly asking. I've really lost my... he's kind of mumbling. What is he talking about? Yeah. Bricked up? What? You hate us, don't you? We could look at something more nuanced and true. What do you mean, Drizilla? By the way, this is multicam. Where is the fun? Exactly. Like, this is where I'm interested. Who is funding this? Who is funding this shit? Okay. All right. Drizilla, you say, oh, you don't like that we're watching this. Sorry, Drizilla. I am going to watch, we are going to watch part of it because this stuff is so common online now, and I'm trying to do gesturing, right? We make fun of the powerful and the people who are manipulating people and the bad people out there, okay? So that's what we're going to do. All right.
There was a show created called Adolescence.
That's a very good show, by the way, and I bet he's going to bash it. I highly recommend, guys, that we watch, you watch Adolescence. It's a really good show. Okay. It's a UK show about a kid who ends up killing a girl, I believe. Okay. And his links, how this kid had like links to the manosphere. It's a really good show. It's disturbing, but I recommend you watch it.
It portrayed a white boy.
Why does he say it that way?
Doing his best to maintain the most villainous expression on his face.
Because he was... Guys, I have seen this expression on young men's faces Seriously. Like they get this smirk on their face when they're talking about women. I'm not joking. I saw it in the classroom. I've told you guys that when I was teaching, the longer I taught, there were more and more young boys who were getting into the manosphere. Like they would come in like on Halloween. Some boys would come in dressed like Andrew Tate. People would come in dressed like Charlie Kirk. I'm not joking. Okay. And you talk to them. No, guys, yeah, this guy's acting, but I know you're saying that he's 15. He is. But literally, as a teacher, I would talk about like women and stuff, and some of the boys in the class would start snickering, okay, would start making these faces, and it got worse and worse and worse. So this is a great actor who really does a good job of showing what a 15-year-old boy these days does when you're talking about gender. It has become a really big problem in schools.
Doing his best at the director's advice to try and portray white young boys as evil as possible. Can you give us an evil face, Timmy? I don't know what his name was. Can you give us an evil look, an expression? More evil.
It's an accurate face, okay?
No, more evil. Can you just
I wouldn't say it's evil, but that literally a lot of young men, boys have been brainwashed. Okay.
You know what? Can someone take this kid and give him
by
like
people like this guy, by the way?
Evil expression training. I want this white boy to really sell that he's evil, that he's bad.
Oh my God, I hope not, LaQual.
No,
I'm worried that I've messed up the algorithm on my account because of all this stuff that I watched with you guys, so I'll probably get more Manosphere stuff.
Made by a dude.
Yeah, Jonas, he's being smug. But a lot of it's not like evil, but a lot of young boys, like 15-year-old and stuff, do faces like this.
This guy, can't be bothered to look up his name. He was inspired to write this.
Maddie. But it's the account I use.
This show about a white boy stabbing a girl because he was inspired to do so by things like red pill, like online red pill content creators. I'm assuming. I've not watched this shit, okay? I have better things to do with my life than waste my time watching this garbage. However,
he's so mad, guys. Oh my God, he's so mad.
However, I do know where it came from, what inspired it, and what it's going to do now that it's been created. But what inspired this idiot to make this was, he saw on the news that knife crime...
Yeah, he hasn't even watched it. That is hilarious. Oh my God, that is hilarious.
You probably already know where I'm going with this. Knife crime is...
No, he said red pill, Atomic. Maddie Holmes. But you know he watched every episode and the direct... Probably Maddie Holmes. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I bet he's lying. I bet he did watch it.
Way up!
He may not have, though.
And women are being stabbed by young boys. Yeah.
Okay. You know what's really funny? Did you see the look on the face when he said that women are being stabbed by young boys? He just criticized that teenage actor for having a smug look. Look at that. Look at that. Look at his face when he says that teenage boys are stabbing women.
Where it came from.
Wait for it.
What inspired it. And what it's going to do now that it's been created.
This is so cheesy. Oh my God.
But what inspired this idiot to make this was, he saw on the news that knife crime, you probably already know where I'm going with this, knife crime is way up. And women are being stabbed by young boys. Yeah.
So funny. Yeah, women are being stabbed by young boys. So funny. Okay, you know, Jesus Christ. These, oh, dear God. Yeah, he like laid this, like he wants to be stabbing a woman. Did you see that? That is hilarious. What a monstrous person. Okay.
No, they're not white. Before you ask. No. Per 1,000, actually, you're far more likely to be stabbed by a black dude. A young black.
Of course. Oh my God. Okay, we have to do. Of course, guys. It has to be about race, right? Like, I swear to God. Remember, you know, like a lot of the Manosphere folks are really racist, obviously. Okay, And it's funny because a lot of people think that they're just anti-women or whatever, but like if you read a lot of their content, a lot of them are like old-fashioned anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists. They believe the Jews control everything. They hate black people. They hate brown people. And like they, and it's always funny when it comes out because like a lot of these, they always, okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back so I can see the
No,
chart
they're not white. Before you ask. No. Per 1,000, actually, you're far more likely to be stabbed by a bullet.
Arrest rates. Okay, that's, oh my God. These are arrest rates. They're not even stabbings. Arrest rates. Okay? So, yeah, obviously, black men are more likely to be arrested. I wonder why. Might it be that there is discrimination in the police system, in the police and justice system that disproportionately arrests black men? This has nothing to do with stabbings. This graph has nothing to do with stabbings. Oh my God. And is this even a UK graph? It doesn't even indicate if it's UK or America. Like there's no information on this graph that would make me believe it. Okay. And like watch how fast they go through the graph.
Black dude. A young black.
Look how quickly. Look how quickly. Okay.
Man, actually.
And this only has to do with male suspects.
In fact, they're more likely
male suspects. It goes through it super fast. He's showing how a lot of people who do stabbing are like younger males. Well, that's the opposite of the point he's trying to make. Okay?
Stab each other and then stab white dudes and then stab white women.
This makes no sense to me. None of these graphs have anything to do with what he's showing. No wonder he's going through them so quickly.
They're quite low down. So these statistics don't lend themselves very well to the creation.
And this, by the way, is just not true. All this stuff he's saying about women, about like, okay.
Of this show. But the creator of this show saw that women were being stabbed or that a woman had been stabbed. I will tell you exactly the news report that he'd seen. And decided like, why? Why is this happening, he says.
To be clear, to be clear, there's a lot of violence happening against women. I want to be clear, okay? Women are disproportionately subject to violence. But that's why my point here is like he's trying to, this director was inspired by a story of some woman being stabbed, okay? And he's trying to discredit this, even though he's missing the point, which is that there is violence and hatred being directed at women because of the manosphere. Because a growing generation of young men are being brainwashed into the manosphere, are being taught that, like, women are evil and things like that. And this is, like, not, he's completely, he just doesn't like women, obviously. And he thinks that men are all oppressed. Okay, I know, right, Fetty? You're right, Fetty Foo. CR, you aren't supposed to stop and read the graphs. This guy's gender-affirming makeup isn't doing enough to make him not look like a weak-chinned coward. That's for sure. He ain't no Chad, that's for sure. Gwen, but he's equating knife crime with women and it's bullshit. Of course he is, Gwen. Of course he is, right? Okay. That's so funny, Paul Squall. Can we skip to the part where he tells us black men are taking his white women away? Oh my God, Paul Squall, it's coming. We all know it's coming. He's probably not because he's probably an incel, but the info is coming. Let's put it that way.
Can you believe this? He was like, why is this happening? And then he decided to make a show about it where it's a white boy that did it, which is statistically very unlikely compared to other statistics and other ethnicities far more likely to do it.
That's hilarious, Atomic. Atomic says, can we skip to the part where he ODs like clavicular? That's not funny, Atomic. How dare you make a hilarious joke like that?
Based on per 1,000.
Yeah.
And not only that, decided to shoehorn in the red pill online social media sort of...
How is that shoehorning it in? That's just a fact.
You know, the toxic environment that young boys tend to apparently cultivate whenever they chat online.
No. Okay. God, he's such a lying piece of shit. The online community, okay, the manosphere, the incel community, they cultivate young boys into misogynistic radicals. There is a whole industry out there of red pill YouTubers, TikTokers, Twitchers, I guess you could say. I don't know what else the fuck you want to say. Rumblers who are promoting far right wing, radical, anti-woman misogyny and is brainwashing whole generations of young men. You can look at the statistics. By the way, more and more men are right wing compared to women. Over time, women are more likely to be left wing. Over time, more and more men have gone to the right wing. Okay. Men are being massively radicalized, and it's starting off young, and I saw it every day I taught, okay? It was very hard to talk about women at all in the classroom because you constantly have to deal with boys disrupting those conversations because they've been exposed to the manosphere. It is a big problem, and so he's just full of shit, okay? And we're not doing enough to there's not enough being done to reach out to these young men. A lot of teachers have been trying, but it's really difficult. Hey, if I were in charge, I would make this illegal. I'd ban all these streamers. I don't give a shit. Fuck freedom of speech in this case. I'd say that all these hateful motherfuckers should be banned from streaming this shit and probably should be put in prison. Alas, I'm not, I don't have that power. But all right, they want to destroy of course they do. They want to destroy their ability to think critically. Okay. No, Maddie Holmes, it's more than that. It is more than that, Maddie Holmes. It is more than just Gamergate. Gamergate was a big part of this, but there was already a lot of, it is, Lacroix, it's a public safety issue. People aren't talking about, guys, how there are, women are being targeted for femicide. There have been acts of violence that are purposely targeted at women in an attempt to mass slaughter women, genocidally. I know, I'm not exaggerating. There have been multiple mass shooters in the United States that have literally explicitly gone after women, and it's not reported that way in the media. Okay? Now, obviously, it should be. We should talk about how there's femicide happening because of how hateful a lot of these men have become. And obviously, it's not all men. I'm not saying that. And we have to also give some grace to these kids who we need to be able to pull them out of this, and demonizing them makes it difficult to do that. It's a very complex issue, and we can talk about it more. Okay.
Misogyny. Yes. Yes, misogyny. And decided to make a show about these two things.
Why do you say it that way? Misogyny. Misogyny. Okay. Maddie Holmes. No, what I'm saying is it was the first focal point where it was weaponized online. I got you.
The cause of the other. Two things together. And in typical Netflix fashion, they decided to race swap the kid. Race swap from what, Jake? I'm glad you fucking asked that question. Because one of the most egregious...
Paul Squaw, they might, but they definitely, a lot of kids don't see people like Andrew Tate as a dork, okay? A lot of kids love Andrew Tate. A lot of young boys. What's that other one? Who's that other one? What is his name? I forget his name. There's a lot of other ones, too, that do this. I don't know, maybe Jordy P. I don't remember. He's the guy that, he's also Muslim. He recently converted to Islam, and it was hanging out with Nick Fuentes and shit. He's an idiot. What's his name? Myron. That's right, Myron. There's a lot of lunatics, and there's Sneeko. There's Sneeko.
Just crimes. One of the most despicable things to happen here in the UK. One of the most telling events that happened in the UK. Telling of the kind of environment and the kind of climate we have here in the UK now. And
do you think he's gonna mention all the anti-Muslim protests and shit?
In regards to the kinds of people that comprise the population. It was this guy.
Of course not.
Now, this crime.
Okay, this is so gross. This is so gross. This is you guys know this. This is a classic racist thing to do. You put up a image of a black man, and you do it to, do terror. You do it to demonize an entire race of people. So you see what I mean? They do this in America too. And do you think they wouldn't show his image if he was a white guy? In America, by the way, like Donald Trump will, there's been a long history of posting images of like, what is it? Jailhouse. What are they called? God damn it. I'm having a mind blank. What are those called? Those things that are like the pictures you take in a jail cell. Thank you. God, I'm a fool. Mugshots. And you put people of color up on as a mugshot. Donald Trump has done this. He's always talking about migrants and then putting up images of black and brown people's mugshots. We've done this historically too. This is a racist dog. It's not even a dog whistle. It's just a racist method to try and demonize all people of a certain skin color. So it's monstrous.
Criminal and his 3 victims here. They were never explicitly said as being the reason why he made this. But
yeah, of course, the 3 white girls. Now, I don't know the story. It's possible that this guy did this, but do we see how the imagery being used here is on purpose? By the way, the UK is the country where there were elites, by the way, who were involved in the Epstein files and were barely held accountable. Now, America's worse. But hilarious that, focused on this guy attacking these kids when a lot of the elites in the UK, or many elites in the UK apparently, were involved with Epstein. Anyway, so, okay.
This went huge.
Of course it is, Paul Squaw.
This was a big deal. Then adolescents came out. Specifically because the guy that made it was inspired by girls being stabbed by boys, which is a deliberately obtuse and dense approach to what the real problem is.
Why?
No, I could stand.
What's the real problem? We all know what he's implying, right? Oh my God, this guy is so gross. I'm sorry. I didn't know that we'd be going this deep into this, but I'm fascinated. Forgive me. He's a lunatic, right? And this is the kind of talking points you hear.
Go through yet more statistics like these, explaining how white men are not the problem here. But this is not about that.
Again, guys, this is arrest rate. Arrest rate. This is arrest rate. Okay? It even says it, arrest rate. It doesn't say crime rate. Okay? All right. Yeah, exactly. And this could be viewed as a measure of racism within a criminal justice system. You know what, Jonas? That is brilliant, and you're right. Jonas says look up the sentencing rate. Yeah, if we were to look up the sentencing rate, I would bet you that black men would be given longer and worse sentences for the same crimes as white folks. Okay? And by the way, guys, these are bad sources to begin with because we don't even know where this came from. There's nothing on here that tells us where this evidence came from. Okay, where this evidence came from. By the way, funny side note, look at how they classify white. They say mixed, okay, white British, Irish traveler, white Irish, white other. They actually are separating different kinds of white out. Okay, so they're not even putting them all together. So that's hilarious to me. Okay.
Okay, I could. Hell, I might. Since Prevent do not operate here in Northern Ireland, I could do that if I wish, and I might just do that.
Oh, he's in Northern Ireland. That sounds about right.
However, it's not about that today. It's not about that today. We're going to be talking about how men are under attack.
Exactly,
with a little
Matty
bit
Holmes.
of racism. Or just noticing facts, which tend to be
Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind.
the same thing these days. Racism, noticing facts, reading statistics, these things tend to all be the same these days.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. Such a gross human being. Yeah, I know. This is just getting 1,000 times worse. But bye, James Nordoff. Thank you for stopping by, okay? This is getting so bad. Yeah, his delivery is very jarring. It's just so annoying. Who is funding this man? I need to figure this out. He has a lot of really good equipment. I got you. I know you do, Matty Holmes, right?
These days. So, adolescents was released. And in typical Netflix fashion, the race swapping happened from this dude to this kid.
Oh my God, he's so gross.
Because of course.
Paul Squall, you might be right. This might be a British Petroleum Finance media demon. It's very possible. Let's quickly, I'm curious. Oh, he has a band. He has a band. Oh my God, guys. He literally has a band, and he has a song called Matricide. Okay. Let me just quickly see if we can figure out who's funding him. I'm very curious now. We're not going to, I think we'll stop watching it, but let's just quickly see if we can figure it out. I would bet you some right-wing group is funding him. Some kind of big person is funding him. What happened? Where did it go?
In Donald Trump's first term, he had a...
Oopsie. Copy. Paste. Dead Goss Tour, Monroe Band. Trying to see here. Interesting. So that doesn't help me much. The name of this group is Monroe. Monroe Band. Here we go. Jake Monroe. Okay, let's look it up. Jake Monroe. By the way, we missed the biggest thing in all this. He is pushing all the... I know, that's hilarious. Ask a Goth. Okay, interesting. TikToks. Judging people as bad. He's a bit misogynistic, obviously. So here's a story. If this is from Reddit, he absolutely horrible to his ex-girlfriend, Kea. And she released a 3-hour-long video talking about the relationship and his abuse. So he's a woman beater. Well, that obviously, I mean, we could, that's obvious, right? We can guess that's obvious. He filmed a response and it honestly made him less likable than before. Well, that's not shocking. When Kaya had a bigger following, to be honest, even when they're together and he appeared in her videos, I didn't like his vibe. He's a massive prick. Yeah, no, obviously. Here we go. Let's look at his Patreon. I'm just curious. Oh my God, he's such a poser. Soon to be, yeah, he's gonna kill someone. Honestly, he's a threat. He's dangerous. He's a musician and gamer based in the UK. I have crass humor and gamer rage over gameplay on Twitch. Okay. Yeah, I can't find much about him. I'm just, that's okay. Florida, subcultures are in trouble. Hilarious how he is like, oh my God. Goth reacts to more goth boy reels. He's just making fun of goth people, even though he is a goth. What a piece of shit. All right. Well, we can't be certain, but, God, yeah, alpha goth, it said. Hilarious to me. Chats? I just want to see, do we have like any... There we can't, there's no evidence of anything. I bet we won't be able to find how he's being funded. I mean, he doesn't... Whatever, it's okay. Chud the Builder. Oh my God, he had Chud the Builder on? He had Chud the Builder on. Do you remember Chud the Builder? Yep, he had Chud the Builder on. That's cute. What a great guy.
First order of business. Chud the Builder's bond has been set to 1.2 million? His bond...
Remember, that's the guy that shot the black guy, and he was harassing black people on the street.
Has been set to $1.2 million. Excuse me? If you reverse the races, that would be out on the streets right now. Carmelo Anthony goes out.
Guys, okay, I don't know much about goth subculture, but I'm pretty sure they are not... it's weird to be a goth and pro-state. Am I right about that? Or pro-nationalist? He has a giant Union Jack on the wall behind him, like a goddamn nationalist. I could be wrong. I guess goths can be. I don't know what is the subculture of being a goth, right? Isn't it about not conforming? Isn't it about not conforming and not being like a? I don't know, Lacroix.
And stabs a kid in the chest.
He's just I got you. He's just appropriating the aesthetic of goth. Okay.
School, and he was out buying houses and cars because they're f***ing I can't believe this. $1.25 million.
Yeah, because
the inequality is screaming in your face, everybody. Okay? Seriously, man, if the actually fucking killed Chud, he'd be out on the streets already. So let's clear some things up here.
Hilarious. That is such bullshit. That is such bullshit. That's fair, elevator lady. Okay. Yeah, he just is saying it. He doesn't give a shit. He's a monster.
Because there's a few things that I want to find out as well, and there's a few things that need to be pieced together, and there's a few things that need to be clarified. Number one, and the narrative is this.
Yeah, he did, and they had to blur it. They had to cut it out.
Even Nick Fuentes fell for this, because I saw his Democrat take on this. The assumption
I guess Nick Fuentes is too to the left for him.
Is that Chud the Builder was live streaming, going up to random law-abiding citizens, calling random people and then...
Oh my god, I hate this guy. Yep, and apparently so Chud was doing that.
Watching them go apeshit, okay? And then he decided to take out his gun and shoot one of the guys that tried to punch him. That's not what happened, okay? Nick Fuentes thought that's what happened. Jake Shields thought that's what happened. That is the narrative going around right now. The first thing that anyone has ever heard about this is like, well, yeah, you go around saying the N-word.
That is what happened. That is what happened, isn't it? That's what I heard. I heard that's what happened.
You're gonna get hit right up top, man. Before we get into any of this, why the f is everyone conditioned to be like, well, yes, you say the no words, you have to die, because this black dude was trying to kill him. Was trying to kill him, and before this, another black dude had already threatened to kill Chud.
He literally live streamed it
in his city.
This is so. Oh my god, they're such little wankers. I guess would be the English word, right? Such a little weakling here. Like, oh my god, I'm getting punished for using the N-word in public. I'm so oppressed. Who cares? Who cares? What do you expect to happen? All right, like.
And he publicly posted it online, and he's not been arrested. This black guy had been stalking Chud the Builder. This was not like a spur of the moment reaction. This was not just a normal bow tie wearing black guy with big glasses dropping off a letter to his grandmother who lives in Massachusetts. Did I do that? You're thinking of that guy. You're thinking of that? It's not him. I've said this about the N-word before, okay? The word was reclaimed by the black community to remove the power from it. Bullshit. In fact, more power has been given to the word. You say the word, and they can go and shoot you. They can kill your dog.
Okay. So... Here's the thing, guys. These guys are really popular, okay? Like, these guys are super popular. A lot of the manosphere folks, a lot of these type of guys, we all know this. I'm not going to continue watching this right now. Just, I wanted to kind of get the, look, guys, look at, hilarious. You can see some of the books he has here. He has a book on the Templars. He has a book on Dracula, which was like okay. What else? He has a book on sex and culture. He has a bunch of like right-wing type things. Anyway, so just be cautious out there. Like, it's just gross. Like, I'm very worried. Obviously, we've known this is a problem. There's a lot of communities like this online. They're metastasizing, all these far right-wing groups. And we have to be clear. I keep mentioning this. There are a lot of people who think that once Trump is gone, everything will go back to normal in the United States, for example, or that once like reform is gone, everything will be fine and honky-dory. No, there is an infection all across the internet in our societies of these very, 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 very far right-wing fascist lunatics who are massively impacting our cultural debates, okay? And it's a big problem, and we need to root it out because this isn't going to away overnight. All right, he hasn't even opened, yeah, no doubt he hasn't opened any of these books, all right? Anyway, so, yeah, and I'm just disturbed because, you know, this aesthetic is appealing to a certain group, especially of children, right? Of teenagers and stuff who do like this aesthetic and making it, associating it with the kind of rebellion, with a racist, misogynistic rebellion, okay? And I'm not even going to read some of the things that are being said in his chat, but they're awful. Only for show seems to be right. Are you calling for re-education camps? I never said that. I never said that. Anyway, so how do we do about this? Okay. Yeah. He never would have read Anne Rice. That's for sure. Like, what do we do about this, folks? What do we do about this, right? What do we do about this? You know, obviously one of the key things is we need to change material conditions, but will that really fix all this? I don't know. I'm for cracking down on these kind of communities. I am. I don't give a shit. Yeah, right, Philly cheese. Let's have intellectual debates and Jubilee with them, right? And liberals guys will go out and be like, well, but their freedom of speech. Oh, their freedom of speech. I literally, Jonas, so there was a character in I forget what show it was. There was a character in a black comedy show who was called Urkel. Okay, or Urkel or Urkel. I can't remember his name. So they're using a racist sort of, and that character was a nerd. He had big glasses and stuff. So they're joking about a nerdy black character after he described a black man with glasses. Family Matters. There you go. Okay, Family Matters. So they're making kind of a racist thing there. So anyway, and by the way, a lot of this has to do with capitalism. These guys are getting rich off this. I would bet, I'm curious as if he's selling Bitcoin or like selling some kind of, you know, some kind of cryptocurrency, because a lot of these guys do that, or they have financial things that they sell on the side as well. Okay. So yeah, pretty awful, obviously. Yeah, he might be selling testosterone crap too. All right, I'm going to put my face up, guys. So this is so bad. It's so disturbing. We don't need to watch more of this. I think you guys get the idea. But I wanted to explore that with all of you because, like, every day it's like a new horror for me to experience. See, if CR was pro-Trump in Israel, I honestly think the algo would reward him. I believe it, Outer Signal. Like, the algorithm goes majorly against pro-Palestine people and lefties. It does. It goes against them. And yeah, okay. And capitalism has really accelerated this process because we have private tyrants that control our media who can basically decide based off personal biases or like their fascist beliefs who to censor and who not to censor. Yeah. Okay. I've told you guys how recently some of my videos have started being demonetized, and that was really recent. This is the first time it's ever happened. And they're typically the ones where I talk about Israel. So maybe Maddie Holmes, I don't know. Okay, guys. So let's see here. Someone mentioned that something's going on here in the news. Okay. Oh, yes. Interesting. So thousands of people in Alabama here. Thank you, Doug, for telling me about this. Oh, that's good, Outer Signal. Really? It was on YouTube featured? That's good. At least it's not, I'm not like being shamed, okay? So this is Atomic, stop spreading false news in chat. Okay? I hate you. Stop spreading false news in chat. You're going to get us excited. All right? This is the second time you posted that. We see it. God damn it. All right. So this is atomic. Not atomic, excuse me. This is, Doug just sent this to us. Apparently, there are massive protests going on right now in Alabama at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, which is where Martin Luther King marched. Okay. Right. Hello, Sylvie. So glad you're here. Okay. So, there are thousands of protesters gathering in Alabama at the Edmund Pettus Bridge. That's the famous bridge where Martin Luther King marched across it in his Selma march, his Selma to Birmingham march. Okay, hilarious. Outer Signal says, now that I know that this is fake, what do you want me to do with this boner? Hilarious. Yeah, I know. We all got one. Girls, guys, and NBs alike got boners after seeing that what he posted. Alas, it's not true. Okay. This is a kind of cool historically because of the redistricting that's going on in Alabama, that there is this massive redistricting happening that's very racist, and now there's a bunch of black protesters out there. And by the way, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, which is where this is taking place, very symbolic of America. Edmund Pettus himself was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. So I've always thought it was interesting how this bridge was this big site of the civil rights movement, and it's named after a Ku Klux Klan member. Very symbolic of America, right? Okay. So that's happening right now in Alabama, trying to get their rights back after all that was lost. Okay. Because of the historical significance, Jonas, and I actually appreciate, weirdly enough, guys, in this case, I appreciate that it's still named Edmund Pettus because it is a historic site and there's something deeply symbolic about it. And Martin Luther King kind of intended the symbolism of marching across a bridge called Edmund Pettus in defiance. So I think keeping it in this case is important because it is reflective of a contradiction, an American contradiction. So that's why I assume they hadn't changed it, although it could also be for racist reasons. But I kind of like in this case them keeping it. Does that make sense? Okay. There are tons of other things in the world where you don't want, like Confederate statues, I wouldn't want to keep up. But the memory in this case, I don't think is good to keep. And it's weird. All right. Does that make sense? And you guys know in the vast majority of cases, I would say the opposite. But like the Edmund Pettus Bridge is known. Let me show you here. Edmund Pettus. Okay. Yep, he was literally a former Confederate brigadier general, U.S. senator, and state-level leader of the Alabama Ku Klux Klan. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, I understand that, and we can disagree about this, but as someone who has read a lot of Martin Luther King and a lot of the stuff he said and things like that, he kind of chose this bridge on purpose. He wanted people to know, be reminded of the history, okay? Because whenever anyone mentions about the Edmund Pettus March, you are forced to remember that we live in a society that was run by Ku Klux Klan members, okay? And so in every other case, I would take the opposite. This is the only time I would say that we should keep the name, but I could be wrong. That is, of course, an opinion of mine in this one case. All right. So, all right. So there have been proposals to try and rename it. I'm trying to read about if they've tried to rename it. The Alabama legislature would have to, it might be that they're just not changing it because they're racist. Okay, but let's see here. There have been proposals to rename it after Martin Luther King and John Lewis. Even John Lewis, guys, but listen, even John Lewis, the civil rights activist, opposed changing the name of the bridge, probably because he knows what I just said about Martin Luther King. All right. Then another congresswoman, Terry Sewell, another black activist, also said they don't want to rename it. So I'm just to be clear here, I'm not. I'm being specific about this one bridge. All right. Yeah. So I think both. Both solutions are okay. I'm just saying, in my opinion, in this one case, I would want it to stay that way because of the historical significance of the bridge and the symbol of that bridge, knowing what happened at it. But I don't really care either way. You can if we could name it MLK Bridge, we could name it name it John Lewis Bridge. Okay, John Lewis, by the way, actually marched there, and he was one of the people that was beaten up, and he's saying don't change the name of the bridge. But I get it. You could make the argument for like Confederate statues, but I don't. Okay, I think we should get rid of all those. But in this case, all right. Yeah, Philly cheese. By the way, guys, a lot of the, like a lot of these Confederate statues and shit. Okay, that'd be kind of funny. That'd be kind of funny, Atomic. Like a lot of these Confederate statues, by the way, which we should remove because there's no historical, no historical. Is that true, Maddie? Let me double check here. You said, last bit says he changed his mind and was for renaming it. I didn't read the whole thing, so I could be wrong. Let me see here. No, so he never changed his mind. Yeah, he never changed his mind. This one lady changed her mind about it later. Yeah, because by the time he died, he still said, so John Lewis said, keeping the name of the bridge is not an endorsement of the man who bears its name, but an acknowledgement that the name of the bridge today is synonymous with the voting rights movement, which changed the face of this nation and the world. Okay. I'm going back to it. Let's see here. Yeah, no, this is only talking about Terry Sewell. It's not talking about him. It literally says here, since then, Congressman Terry Sewell, who was the U.S. representative in area company Selma and co-authored the press release with John Lewis opposing the renaming of the bridge, has now come out supporting the rename. So this was just her again. Okay, so this isn't him. Yeah, I got you. All right. So anyway, but that's the only thing. Like a lot of those Confederate statues, by the way. Okay. But you're right, though, Maddie. I thought that she had supported it, but I was wrong. She changed her mind. Confederate statues that have been taken down, which they should be taken down. By the way, a lot of Confederate statues that were taken down were actually put up in the 1920s and 1960s. Do we know that? Because it was an attempt to do terrorism, to terrorize black communities, and to rewrite the history of the South. All of those need to be taken down. And it's very possible that the Edmund Pettus Bridge is was named that way during that time period. Those are just meant to be terrorizing things. So all of those need to be gone, obviously. Confederate statues. And I would prefer if these statues were taken down and then put into museums that talk about the history of racism and racist propaganda in the United States. I would very much appreciate that. I am of the opinion, guys, partially as a historian, that people need to be reminded about the racist past in this country. It does not help us to hide it. So we shouldn't get rid of these statues and then just completely get rid of them. We need to put them somewhere where people can view them in context and understand the implications of these statues. You see what I mean? So there we go. Yeah, exactly, Philly cheese. People living in Alaska and Oregon, there were many Confederate flags. That culture didn't ever die. It just became less visible. Correct. Okay. So, and that's why we need reminders that existed. And I'm not saying if I had my way, I would ban the Confederate flag. Okay, I would literally ban it. I don't know why why we should allow, and I'm not a big patriot, traitors to wave a flag promoting treachery against the American government, as well as being a pro-slavery treacherous movement who were losers, who were losers. But anyway, so I think a lot of these statues should be put in museums and then put into a context where people can remember that we live in a very racist society, okay? Because if we don't remember that, it becomes a lot easier to demonize black folks and things like that, all right? Okay. All right. Does that make sense, everyone? Okay, but this is like the one exception, but I don't have a set answer to this. The Pettus Bridge is one exception to this rule, in my opinion. Okay. Hilarious, Lacroix. Racism is dead. SCOTUS said so. Oh my God, I know, Lacroix. By the way, what is the IRL thing you have next to your name, Lacroix Bois? That's interesting. I haven't seen that before. Oh, yes. So according to the Supreme Court, there is no racism left, which is hilarious to me. And I get so sick of seeing in Ohio Confederate flags when Ohio literally lost thousands of citizens fighting to end slavery. There were thousands of Ohioans who went to fight against the Confederacy and died, and yet you see the Confederate flags everywhere in Ohio. Like, there's so many northern states where you see tons of Confederate flags. It is so gross. It is so gross. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I got you, Lacroix. Okay, that's cool. I just hadn't seen it before. I'm like, is that something from my? Okay. We should name a bridge after me. Oh God, please don't. Hilarious, Mithril. You say there are places in the UK where you can buy the South Will Rise Again flags and other Confederate stuff. Disgusting. It's a racist dog whistle. That's so crazy, Atomic. They're probably just previously from Indiana. Maybe, Elevator Lady. Though Indiana also, by the way, fought on the North, for the North, okay? Which is hilarious because now it's an extremely... Anyway, okay. So, all right, guys. They have to hold on to that idea. Of course they do, Damahu. Welcome, Damahu. It's gross, and I would ban it. Now, I know liberals will scream and be like, well, it's freedom of speech, the freedom of speech. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I would ban that shit. Like day one, if I had the ability to, okay? Bye-bye. No more Confederate flags. Because it is essentially terrorism. You're a you post those to terrify. It terrifies your black neighbors. It's like, I don't understand why it's legal. It's a form of harassment, in my opinion, to even have those things outside. I don't know why waving the swastika is legal. Okay? It's just, okay. Anyway. I know, Lacroix. America exports its culture elsewhere, and it's just disgusting. Okay, anyway, guys, I'm going to put up my face. No, we're not going to do that today, Atomic. Yeah, Maddie Holmes, there's Canadians who have flags up like that, too. I don't get it. All right. Yeah, Elevator Lady, when they say that we're protecting our culture, we all know what their culture was, right? It was a white supremacist, slavery-centric culture. So that's what they're defending. A white supremacist, slavery-centric culture. When they say Southern heritage, I don't know what else they could possibly mean apart from the heritage of slavery in the South. Okay. Goddamn country we live in. Okay, how's everyone doing out there? We all good? We had some fun conversation today. It's gross. Yeah, it's so gross, Atomic. How the Japanese still have the Japanese imperial flag. I know. Ugh, that's gross too. A lot of gross shit out there. Okay. To be clear, guys, we know that during the Civil War, Southern slave owners convinced a lot of poor whites to fight and die for them by convincing them that the war was basically about states' rights. Okay. Was about defending hearth and home from the bloody Yankee murderers. Okay, now that's not to say a lot of poor whites didn't hate black people or that a lot of poor whites weren't fighting for slavery, but a lot of poor whites in the South at the time didn't really have much of an investment in slavery and had to be convinced to do it by the white slave owners who convinced a lot of them that it was about defending their rights as states and things like that. Okay. So, but the war obviously was about slavery. Okay. It was about preserving the aristocratic owning class and their control not only over black slaves, but poor whites. So anyway, it's really gross. Really gross shit. Okay. Maddie Holmes, some of them, yes. I will say a lot of them also felt that they could be slavers, but there were some poor whites who literally thought that they were fighting for the like the preservation of hearth and home. But there were other poor whites who like dreamed of being like slave owners themselves. Uncanny Theos, correct. They lied. Okay. They lied. Uncanny Theos, correct. They all lied. They're all a bunch of liars. And we actually know this for a fact, by the way, because I've read it for you guys on stream before. I've read that on stream before, how there is that we actually have documents when Southern representatives went to Southern states to convince them to join the Confederacy. They actually made speeches where they said why they were forming their own country. They were explicit. They literally said it's to preserve slavery and a white supremacist society. They openly said those words. I could show it to you right now if I looked it up, but I have before, so I'm not going to do it again. And so it's interesting that a lot of white folks in this country think that it was about states' rights or view it as about heritage because they're drinking the Kool-Aid. They're drinking they're drinking Kool-Aid that's hundreds of years old, and it's stupid. Okay. Now, some people who wave that flag are explicitly racist, if not a lot of them, but okay. Anyway, let's see here. Yeah, it's a dog whistle, right? Well, but Maddie Holmes, like, you have to, this is complicated. I don't think it is a dog whistle a lot of times. A lot of people who wave that flag are literally don't get it. They view it as like, I'm a rebel. And like they literally don't get it. And I know this for a fact because I've taught them. And but again, a lot of folks who wave it are racist. I got to tell you, a lot of them are racist. Okay. So maybe if they knew they'd be still superior today, they wouldn't have joined. Right, Jonas? Okay. What was it that, I think, was it Martin Luther King who said, racism is about convincing white people that they're superior to black people so that they don't feel inferior to the wealthy or something like that. I forget how he phrased it. Yeah, it's so stupid, Weird Morphous Blob. You're right. There are historians who teach in their history classes who will teach both the states' rights and the slavery perspective, which is just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Okay. And guys, I told you that there's some states like Texas where they force teachers to give both sides of everything. So you have to be like, well, you know, this was the South's argument. This was the North's. It's just so gross. It's so gross. Very, very gross. And obviously, you could make the argument it was about states' rights if you mention what the right was. Okay, the right was slavery. Okay, so it was a war over the right to own slaves. It had nothing to do generally with states' rights. Okay, hello, Mr. King K. My favorite argument is when they say it's not the flag of the Confederacy, it's the battle flag. Oh, I know, Sam. It's so stupid. By the way, it literally was the Confederate flag at the end of the war. It was. It changed to become the official Confederate flag. But regardless, all that bullshit. Yeah, I know, right? Don't ask a Confederate supporter what state right they're wanting to preserve. Okay. For sure. All right. So it's just, I can't stand it. And like, there are like, what is the name of that? Has anyone seen this? What is the name of that mountain? Is it in Georgia or South Carolina? Confederate soldiers. Soldiers Mountain. What is it called? Stone Mountain. Oh my God, I can't believe this thing still exists. Okay. That's for sure. That is for sure. Atomic. Yeah, Israel would have loved would have loved the Confederacy. By the way, the Nazis literally loved the Confederacy. Hitler liked the Confederacy. A lot of Nazi laws around, thank you, JazzNaz Gaming, for the subscription. A lot of Nazi laws around eugenics and things like that were literally taken out of American law books. I'm not joking. Hitler, by the way, deeply liked the American Wild West. He loved Westerns. He viewed Eastern Europe as like Germany's Wild West and like the Slavs as Native Americans. And he wanted to slaughter them and push them off their land, just like America had done to natives. And Hitler viewed America as the next rising power, and he wanted Germany to be like us. So he partially did a simulation. He wanted to simulate what America had done in the West, because he thought that slaughter and ethnic cleansing helped make America great and powerful. I'm not even joking. Okay, so this mountain here, has anyone ever seen this before? It still exists today. And it is disgusting, and I'm surprised no one has destroyed it yet. This is in Georgia. This is Stone Mountain, okay, which is a very boring name, by the way. But Stone Mountain is this giant mountain in Georgia that literally has, okay. All right. You see this shit? Okay. Yes, Maddie Holmes, but that's completely different than what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm talking about Hitler's racist ideology. A lot of Germans today still really like Native Americans. I'm not referring to that Native American stuff. Okay. Hitler's obsession with the natives and stuff was different. It was more of an obsession with colonialism. Here we have Stone Mountain, and probably not, Mr. Kink. I almost never do it. Okay. All right. But no, what I'm saying, Maddie Holmes, is that's not true in the case of Hitler. Hitler's obsession with Native Americans did not have to do with that other obsession with Native Americans. His obsession was with colonialism, and the Native Americans just happened to be the group there that were exterminated. Okay. So yes, this is Stone Mountain in Georgia. It's massive. Okay. Here we have Jefferson Davis, who was the leader of the Confederacy. Okay, like the president, and then Robert E. Lee, who was the main commander in charge of Confederate troops. And I think this is Stonewall Jackson in the back. And it's a very well-made carving, I will say that. But you can go and visit this. It honors the leaders of the Confederacy, and it's still fucking there. And, like, I don't understand why no one talks about this thing. And, like, we always talk about taking down statues in the South, but there's still a massive stone carving in the side of a mountain that has these images in it. And it's supposed to be like the southern Mount Rushmore, okay? And I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? Okay, that's fair. That's our elevator lady. I guess, to me, since I don't know how to carve this shit, it's kind of like, yeah, all right? I see what you mean. There are 3 horses. There's one back here, but I get what you mean, okay? Anyway, okay, there are 3 horses. You see there's a horse here, there's a horse here, and a horse here. That's okay, it doesn't matter. But, okay, like, what the fuck? And it was built in the... When was it built? Oh, look at this. Oh, God, that's cute. This is... Look at this. This is cute. Here we have some of the first people who would go to Stone Mountain, and they would do rituals and shit. Okay, they would do rituals and shit on top of Stone Mountain. You know, because, you know, it's about heritage, not racism, right? So that's why the Ku Klux Klan would go there and burn crosses on top of it and shit. You know, I'm sure that has nothing to do with racism. It's all about, okay. And here they are building it. It was actually built in 1925 and 1927 during the height of the Ku Klux Klan, and they probably still go down there, right? Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? So we love that, don't we? Right? The heritage is white supremacy. It is, okay? Like, obviously. And look, I don't know why Why? Okay. Why would anyone go and picnic at this place? Like, all right. I mean, I know why. I know why, but all right. So, dear God. So that's just America for you. Isn't that fun? So people go and picnic at the foot of the mountain that has all the brutal slave owning Confederates on it. Like one does, like one does. Like, when you go, how people go and picnic at Auschwitz or whatever, that kind of shit. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But, of course, Maddie, you're right. Okay. To feel answer this question is always racism. Of course, Maddie, you're right. Okay. So can we we're such a lunatic culture. All right. All right, guys. All right. God, did I tell you guys about you're so right, Maddie Holmes. You're right, Maddie Holmes. Okay. I should just stick with that. Yeah, oh, I know they did literally, LaQuad. They literally did. Oh, you guys are right. You guys are outsmarting me. You're correct. There would literally be picnics at lynchings. They would literally do picnics. You would bring your kids to lynchings. It would be a communal event where you'd lynch a black man or a black woman or a black child, and the community would sit around and picnic and watch it. Partially in order to radicalize or to make numb the next generation of children. And they would literally, okay, I'm going to put a scene back up. When you traveled to the South during the antebellum period and the postbellum period, okay, you could literally get postcards. I'm not joking. If you went to the South, you could get postcards of lynchings that you could buy in stores like souvenir shops. Now, content warning before I show this to you. Content warning. You could literally get postcards like this. Okay, I don't know if you can see it on my screen. Here's one. That is a postcard that you buy in a souvenir shop in the South to sort of celebrate here's one right here. Literally a postcard. That's the back of it. And then the top of it is a black man that's been lynched and his body has been caught on fire. I know it's disturbing, but you need to see it to be reminded at why we need to get rid of places like Stone Mountain. Okay? And these things were celebrated. It was considered a fun part of Southern culture. Lynchings, murder, the display of enslaved people. Okay? And real disgusting stuff. Real disgusting stuff. Look at this. Here's one. This is one from Texas you could buy if you visited Texas. Just go to a souvenir shop. So, again, real disgusting history here that doesn't get talked about enough. All right? So, welcome to America. Hey, Savager J Speed. Hello, how are you doing? I'm doing well. How are you, Savager J Speed? Okay. Yeah. So Maddie Holmes, my grandmother grew up in rural Kansas and remembers being about 6 with her dad teaching to run away if she ever saw a group of angry men starting to form. Oh my God, I believe it. She realized later that he was afraid of her getting caught up in a lynch mob. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, okay. I'm doing okay. Glad to see you here. So that's the country we live in. And I will say, I get annoyed. I think I've said this before. Like, if you go downtown in Columbus, for example, there is Maddie Holmes. There is a monument to the Holocaust in downtown Columbus. There is zero monument to lynching. There's zero monument to the murder of the Native Americans. Isn't that interesting? Okay. No, it wasn't long ago at all, Jonas. This was happening up until the 70s, 60s. Okay, this was not that long ago. This was much early. This happened, the Holocaust happened a lot before this. Okay, a lot of this shit. Hello, Savager. We have a lot of people from the UK in here. How do you feel about Tommy Robinson over there, Savage or J-Speed? Okay. Yeah. So selective history, selective memory. I don't think there are any monuments to the number of people that were literally sterilized in this country through eugenics programs. Okay. We understand that? Agreed. Totally agree there, Atomic. All right, guys. So, any last questions or comment about that stuff? I'm not leaving quite yet. I'm not leaving quite yet. So don't leave yet. Stay around. I feel like today was supposed to be a fun stream, and we ended up you don't get involved with politics. Then what are you doing here, Savage or J-Speed? You should be involved with politics, okay? You should be involved. I highly recommend, Savage or J-Speed, that you get involved in politics. Unfortunately, in this day and age, no one can afford to not be involved in politics. I highly recommend you get involved in politics, okay? There are people in this community, by the way, from the UK whose lives are at risk and livelihoods are at risk because of what's happening in the UK, okay? So I'm not trying to critique you, Savage or J-Speed. I'm just, I'm a teacher, so I'm constantly trying to get people more involved in politics, all right? Atomic, where's the monument to John Brown? I don't know. I don't think there is one. There might be somewhere. Let me look here. Yeah, correct, Drusilla. If you aren't involved with politics, politics will involve you. You guys have one? I don't know. There might be somewhere. John Brown. By the way, John Brown was based. Love John Brown. John Brown was based. John Brown statue. All right. Let's see here. Yep, here is one. There is one of John Brown here. Oh, Kansas City. Okay, Kansas City, Missouri, there's a statue. Is this the one? Okay, well, this is not the one you're mentioning. There's a big one in Okay, that's cool. Let me take a look of what Maddie said. Oh, yes, this one is famous. Thank you. Thank you, Maddie. I forgot about this one. Let me show you this one, guys. Oh, I just realized you can't see my screen. This is a famous one. Okay, this is a very famous one. Now, I will say, there is a problem with this. Okay, there's a problem with this one. And I would talk about it with my students. It's cool, but it also is not, I don't like it that much. You know why? Why might I not like this, given how it's presenting John Brown? All right. Do you notice that on the right here are the Confederates, and on the left are the Americans, or the Yankees? So, do you notice how it seems like he's in the middle of them? Exactly. Thank you, Atomic. Thank you, Atomic. It makes him appear to be like the uniter, or like the moderate centrist who's like speaking about both sides. He should have been, he was very firmly on the opposite side to the Confederates. And I don't like how they don't make that clear in this, okay? So, you know, that is one issue I have with this. He was firmly against the Confederacy, obviously. This doesn't make him look as firmly against the Confederacy, regardless of what it meant. Yeah, regardless of what this meant originally, I think there's a flaw in how it was executed, but it is really cool. Okay. No, Maddie, it looks really good. I'm not denying. I really like it. If I had designed this, you know, I nitpick, I would have made this make him look very clearly on the side of the other side. Yeah, the great man came along and united us all in the center. But for you guys to understand, guys, after the Civil War, this was made after the Civil War, and there was a big movement in the country to reunite North and South. There was a really big push to try and let bygones be bygones, reunite the North and the South. And so there was a lot of art and things done in an effort to try and reunite the two groups. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Matty Holmes. Yep. Oh, yeah, I see the gun in his hand, Matty Holmes. I do. Oh, I know Matty Holmes, which is why it's unfortunate, I think, that I feel like they could have done this better. Let's put it that way. All right. I agree. I agree. I totally agree there. Atomic, I think that there shouldn't have been bygones. Guys, there's a tradition in American history that drives me crazy. And I know people always think I sound authoritarian. I don't give a shit. We never punish any of these monsters, okay? Like Nixon was pardoned. People, like we always pardon people who are vicious monsters and racists and commit crimes. Presidents that commit crimes, we pardon them. The South, we pardoned. We pardon, like, these people should be held accountable. The Southern Confederate leaders should have been held massively accountable. They should not have been allowed to live after the war. I'm sorry. Or at the very least, like, Robert E. Lee should have been hanged publicly. I don't give a shit. Okay, he should have been hanged publicly. Jefferson Davis should have been hanged publicly. A lot of the leaders of the South should have been publicly hanged. We should have made it very clear that we should have set an example. Alas, America is always trying to diffuse conflict and is way too nice. And we never want to punish people because we never want to stand up for democracy, right? We never want to stand up for it. We just want to nod to it. Okay, so I know exactly. If Reconstruction would have succeeded, yeah, okay. Anyway, does this make sense, folks? So what's your view on it, Maddie? Maddie says, I have a far different view. So what is your view on this mural? Okay, what does it mean to you? I'm curious because, I could be wrong. I don't have a monopoly on truth in this regard. Okay, so there is another monument to John Brown, by the way, that I saw. This one, which is kind of nice, I guess. What does it say here? All right. This one is in Kansas City, Missouri. This is cute. And this says dedicated to John Brown by a grateful people. Okay, hey, I support that. That's nice. All right, but that's about it. And it's funny, guys, if you ever go to Harper's Ferry, which is where John Brown raided, they present both sides of John Brown. They talk about him as a religious radical, which he was. Okay, which he was. Okay, he was a religious radical, but they make it seem like, is he good or is he bad? He was a bit of a radical and hated white people. They literally say that. Yeah, I know, Jonas, right? Jonas, that would be immigration. Okay, there were a lot of people immigrating to the United States in the 20s that radicalized a lot of Americans. It also the Ku Klux Klan was massive during the 1920s, partially because of immigration and the demonization of that, and also wealth inequality. There were a lot of things happening that caused a lot of racism in the 1920s. I agree. All religious radicals should be like, okay. All right. Maddie Holmes. Yeah, so you say here, Maddie Holmes, that the tragic prelude title, is showing that he was the buildup of the Civil War, but they're calling it tragic, are they not, Maddie? Right? Okay. Exactly, but that's the point, Maddie, is that it makes it look like he is uniting them. But that's okay. It doesn't matter. We can disagree. This is why immigration controls were put in place. Okay. So anyway. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my face back up. You got me rambling. So that's a good question, Atomic. Would the Civil War have ignited without John Brown? Probably yes. I suspect that the Civil War would have ignited with or without John Brown. It would have taken longer, probably. But it almost seemed inevitable. Like, it literally looked inevitable. If you look at the history, like, there eventually would have been a Civil War. It was like, there was no way of fixing this massive divide. Violence was necessary. And I know that's rough to say, but guys, every time you upend an entire economic system historically, there's mass violence. Okay? And there would have had to be mass violence to uproot that horrific economic system in the South. Most historians would agree with that. Okay? Historians would agree that the mass violence of the Civil War was a necessary precondition to end slavery. So it would have had to happen at some point. John Brown, though, is a badass and a hero because he was one of the few people who was willing to do what was necessary and start doing violence for the sake of freeing slaves, okay? You know, he was braver than most people at the time. So, yeah. All right. And this is a better look at how the mural looks. Yeah, exactly. The endless compromises were just, yeah, it's so beautiful. Look at this mural, guys, that Maddie sent us. It is a beautiful mural. Okay, it is a beautiful mural. Look at that. All right. Yeah, these endless compromise. Guys, I'll do a stream sometime on the build up to the Civil War. It is fascinating. It's one of my favorite topics. But it was just not working. They kept trying to compromise. This is the problem with centrism, folks. That's what happened in the South. I mean, what happened in America? They kept trying to go for compromise, compromise, compromise. You can't compromise over something as horrific as slavery. Okay? You can't do it. You can't do it. You can't compromise over slavery. You just knock it down the road and eventually tensions spill over, right? And that's what we keep trying to do in America today is we keep trying to compromise over issues where people have a fundamental and unalterable moral disagreement. Okay? And eventually, as we saw during the Civil War, you start seeing people divide into two camps that cannot be reconciled. And we've seen that in America now, aren't we? Okay? Like, all right. Exactly. And like we see that now today in America, right? Now, obviously, there's some things that are different about that time, but I don't necessarily think there will be a civil war in America again, but you definitely see, this is complicated, but there is definitely massive conflict happening, okay? All right. All right. Anyway, you guys get me all excited about history and I don't shut up. Gladly, Atomic, I will gladly do that. I will do a presentation on John Brown sometime. All right. Okay, do a whole week of streams that exemplify this point through history. Gladly, Elevator Lady. So you guys know, that's the big thing I do. I try to do education. Of course, I haven't been doing as much recently because of my mouth and stuff, but I'll get back to doing the educational segments next week. Or, yeah, next week, okay, on Monday. Yeah, absolutely, Maddie Holmes. Okay, guys, I'm rambling. Forgive me. I hope you all learned something today, something at least. All right. So, guys, thank you all for watching. I had a lovely time. I'm going to get off now. All right, I've been streaming for about 5 hours. Well, actually, is there anyone else, anything you want to talk about, guys? I could chat for a few more minutes. Does anyone have any questions about history, anthropology? Normally, I do this as a goal, but we'll just do it for fun right now. Do you have anyone have any, how dare you, LaQual? Anyone have anything you want to talk about in regards to history, anthropology, politics that you find interesting that you would want me to talk about? Or any personal questions you can ask me? We can do a quick little Q&A. It'll be kind of fun, like we used to do back in the good old days of Casual Revolt streams, okay? What do we think? Any questions or anything? I'll wait for a second. How's everyone doing? Everyone having a good day? Everyone having a good day? Ooh, okay. Yeah, sure, Atomic, we can do that. We can talk on Discord. I talk quite a bit on Discord, so just stop by whenever you see me. How do you pronounce Osawatomie? I probably pronounce it wrong. Is it Osawatomie? I don't know, Maddie Holmes. You tell me. Why didn't the U.S. push further south into Mexico, etc.? That's a good question there, Jonas. I think part of the reason was racism. Okay? I think part of the reason is racism. There was, by the way, that's also one of the reasons why a lot of times Americans have avoided making Puerto Rico the next state, is because if you integrate a large piece of Mexico into the United States, you're integrating a lot of people of color into the United States. Okay, there's a demographic fear involved in that and a language fear. So when we did the Mexican-American War, we took a bunch of territory that had primarily white settlers on it. Now, there were Mexican folks there, but a lot of them ended up being ethnically cleansed and pushed off that land. So we did not want to integrate people of color, all right? So there's too many brown people in Mexico, if you want my direct answer, okay? That's why I would assume we did it. We didn't conquer more of Mexico. All right. Gotcha, Maddie Holmes. What else we think, guys? What else? Any other questions? By the way, one of the reasons why we went to war with Mexico, our excuse for going to war with Mexico was that they went to war against Texas, who we were protecting. But Texas went to war with Mexico partially because Texas wanted to keep their slaves and Mexico wanted to end slavery, on a side note. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the reasons we fought with Mexico, is because Mexico wanted to end slavery in Texas. Oh yes, Atomic. Can you explain more about the land sales for westward expansion and the similarities or differences between what Israel does at synagogues? Oh, it's very similar. It's very similar. So yeah, it's very similar. So one of the big things is that most of the time these land disputes out west, or these land grabs out west, were done after treaties were signed. And not so much in Gaza. A lot of these lands are sold illegally from illegally seized territories. Now, am I saying that all the land sales out west were legal? No. But there was this fictional, this kind of these constructed treaties with natives that were deeply unfair and were oftentimes not followed. But it's very similar to what Israel's doing. Settler colonialism is very similar in a lot of places. I actually got in trouble at a school once because I was teaching about settler colonialism, and I used America's America as an example, and I used Israel as an example to compare different types of settler colonialism, and I got in trouble for that. I was accused of being politically, for talking about Israel in that way, I was accused of having a political agenda, which, I may have a little bit, but it's just a fact. Okay, it's just a fact that they're also settler colonialists. I mean, I've shown on this stream before, guys, how if you look at like the reservation system in the U.S., how we slowly push native peoples onto smaller and smaller plots of land on reservations, it almost looks exactly to Israel's history of taking land from Palestinians and pushing them into smaller and smaller parcels of land. All right. Any other questions, folks? You guys got me going on about history. Like I said, I could talk for days about it. You guys good? Well, who else would Israel learn from, Sam? I know, right? Fetty, hilarious. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. So, thank you all very much for watching. Okay, I love you all very much. I'm going to abandon you all now. Okay, good question, Atomic. I'm going to make people mad with no matter how I answer this, okay? Atomic says, how would you fix it for natives, or is it too late to give back? What do people in chat think? What do people in chat think about land back? Now, this is misconstrued, about giving the native people their land back in the United States. I'm curious. Never too late, never too late. Okay. What do we think? I mean, I'm honestly asking you guys. So yeah, that'd be good. That might be a good way to do it. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Of course, Weird Amorphous Blob, he was cute. So this is not an easy question. All right. And the reason I say that is because, and the reason it's hard for me to talk about this is that I am descended from European migrants to the United States. All right. So my ancestors are partially responsible for displacing Native Americans. Okay. 100%. Can't deny it. Okay. So I kind of want you guys to answer this for yourselves, because you have to recognize, I don't think that's a smart idea, but I understand how I would look biased. How do you, what would you do? Would you ethnically cleanse the 300 plus million people that live here and that were born here and didn't choose to be part of the colonial enterprise? So that's my idea here, is like, I don't think it's practical or just to ethnically cleanse in order to, because of an ethnic cleansing. And this is obviously, I might have an inherent bias. So that's why I want you guys to think of it yourselves. But it's the same thing with like a lot of places. I don't think that Israel should be ethnically cleansed of Jewish people. I think that there should be one state where Jews and Muslims live and have equal rights. Okay. Now, there are some parts of Israel that I think should be removed of Jewish settlers. That includes the West Bank and places like that. I do think that. I think that's recent enough. But I don't see how it's possible to do an ethnic cleansing otherwise. I think that's unjust also. Just like I think it would be, I think all ethnic cleansing is unjust. That's why we need to stop doing it, and everyone needs to stop ethnically cleansing, okay? A casual revolt. I recently learned, to my shame, that of a stone circle complex in northern England of even more importance than the Stonehenge complex. Any chance? Oh, sure. I didn't know about that, Mithril. Yeah, I agree, Drizella. I think a better solution, guys, would be to have more Native representation in government, have some kind of reparation system. If Native peoples are going to be in the United States, they should be the richest people here, okay, I think. And I'm only partially exaggerating because of all that's been taken from them, okay? By the way, guys, I have Native ancestry, and I don't have much Native ancestry, and I would never in my life ever identify myself as a Native American. But there are a lot of white Americans who have Native ancestry because a lot of groups mix together with Native folks, okay? So this is very complex in a lot of ways as well. And again, I don't have a set answer here. And to be honest, I think it would be, I see the moral justice in land back. I do. But I also see it as morally unjust to do any kind of ethnic cleansing. So I don't know. Oh, don't even start with me, Mithril, right? I do wonder how it would, exactly, Jonas, that's the one issue too with reparations, that I'm not an expert on reparations. So when I was talking about like giving reparations to Nigeria, I am not an expert on how to do that. I think black folks need reparations. I'm not an expert either because, yeah, what do you do with like mixed race folks and stuff? This is complicated, and I don't know if there's a good set answer. Okay, no. No, I'm not, guys, and my point is, guys, is I would never use that. I would never write. I never use that. I never told anyone I have Native ancestry because I'm not Native, obviously. I have no connection to Native groups. But my point is like, would you then give land back to people that have Native blood because they had an ancestor, even though they have no relationship to Native groups? You see what I mean? Like, it's complicated. Oh my God, Jonas, hilarious. Okay, hilarious. But again, guys, I do not have a monopoly on truth. And this is a topic much bigger than just my opinion. Exactly, Kroll. I want to be clear. Land back does not mean that people, removing people from the land. But Kroll, I will say, a lot of people who say land back imply removing people what do I call it? Non-native peoples from positions of power. What would that do? Like, so again, guys, I'm not criticizing land back. I'm just pointing out issues with this. Like, land back doesn't always mean ethnic cleansing. Some people do mean ethnic cleansing. Other people mean where native peoples have power or basically have government control. Well, then you have a scenario where you have a small minority of folks, a very small minority, controlling the vast majority of people in a country. Like, that's only going to result in a violent revolt, or result in it will not result in good things for the native peoples. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of issues with a lot of this. Thank you, Drusilla. Well, thank you. I tried, Drusilla. Okay. Yeah, and I want to be clear, guys. Yeah, with population as armed as the U.S., I don't see that happening. We need a way to. Okay. Yeah. What I'm curious, how many guys? If you ever come to the United States, I can promise you. I can promise you guys that you will almost never see a native person. It's really disturbing. Let me look at this number of natives. Native Americans left in the USA. Okay, okay, my God, there is only about 3 million to, if you count them without mixed people, it's 3 million. That is very small, okay? Compared to over 350 million people, 3 million is tiny, okay? And that's not, I'm not saying, my point here is, that's really depressing. This continent used to be teeming with native peoples, and there's only about 3 million left, and their languages are disappearing, okay? Yeah, but like my point here, guys, is that, you know, there are more black people in the United States than there are native people. It's really depressing, and we need to figure out a way to preserve these populations and make sure that they're not being sequestered on reservations and shit. Exactly, it's genocide. It's absolutely genocide. So I don't know how to answer these questions. I don't. But yeah, but we need to do something. Yeah, Doug, and like I will say, Doug, you have people. Oh, you have a native living in your home. Yeah, okay, you do. Because what is it? South. What I'm saying. What was I going to say here? Yes, South Dakota has a lot of native folks. So, Sam or Atomic, you say we should force the South to do reparations. Should we? Should we? How do you calculate that? Like, this is so complicated, and I don't know the answer. We need to do reparations, but how? Okay. All right. MMIW. Have you heard about that? No. What is that, Drusilla? What is MMIW? Right. Okay. Okay. So, all right, guys. Any other questions here? And as always, guys, I know I keep saying this, but you know me. I do not have a monopoly on truth. My opinion does not mean it's the right opinion at all. Okay. Jonas, I would love that, right? Yeah. Anyone who waves a Confederate flag is going to get a fine, and it's going to get sent to a native or to the ancestor of a slave. Okay. All right. So anyway, I do not have a monopoly on truth. You guys can have your own opinions on this. This is not an easy topic, and again, I could be biased. As a source, I should not be relied on because I'm a colonist, right? Or at least I am derived from a colonist. So you know, look up what other people are saying. What do native people say? What do other people say? Yeah, Drusilla, I do know there's a lot of missing, murdered of peoples. Okay. Okay, guys. All right, thank you, guys. Oh, that was a good day. I don't think, guys, I'm going to. Doug, I'm going to do a whole stream on the Bolsheviks. We're going to do a whole stream on the Russian Revolution. Whole stream on the Russian Revolution. Okay, so I love you all very much. Okay, I'm not going to do an After Dark stream tonight. I'm tired. I have a headache. Jonas, what'd you say? Why? For fuck's sake, what? Why what? What happened? But what I will do, guys, yeah, I didn't know that about Mayflower Kid. I didn't read it. If I would have read it earlier, I would have done it. But I might do an After Dark stream tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. It's Saturday, but I might do an After Dark stream. I owe you guys an After Dark stream because we watched the movie yesterday, but I didn't do the After Dark because of my mouth. Guys, please join the Discord if you haven't already. We have a great, fast-growing community there. You can keep talking to me if you join it. I always stop by. Really, Streeting wants to stand for labor. God damn it. Of course he does, because they're going to try and push the party to the right. All right. And you bet $10 says labor is going to try and snipe the other guy. Okay, anyway. I don't mean kill. I mean try and remove him. All right, I'm going to send you guys to someone on Twitch. In the meantime, what am I going to say, folks? What is the first thing I'm going to say here? What's the first thing I'm going to say here? Thank you, guys. Free Palestine. Correct, guys. Free Palestine. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, and that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't live in an, don't, you know what? Should I raid Hassan? Should I raid Hassan? Is that a bad idea or a good idea? People give me different opinions on this. Should I raid Hassan? Is that a stupid idea or a bad idea? I mean, is that like a good idea or a bad idea? Fine, I'll raid Hassan. I'll raid Hassan. We'll just see what happens. It'll be the one time I do it. Okay, whatever. We'll just do it. Okay. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. All right. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major revolutionary change. Okay, we need major revolutionary change. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. I don't know what he's covering. Fascists will walk all over you. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Okay? Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Always resist. On the wall behind me is a sword. Back there now. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today. Some of the rights we have and some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. That sword has been passed down in my family for many years. Okay? It's called Chainbreaker, by the way. Do not let our ancestors' sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, okay, I'm only going to do this once, and then I better never hear about it again. We're going to raid Hassan. And if he doesn't mention me, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done if he doesn't mention me. Okay? I'm done. Okay? I'm done. And no one better join his channel. No one better join his channel. Okay? Everyone ready for the raid? Okay? Everyone ready for the raid? Okay, let's go. Everyone join. He does have a follower or subscriber only chat. Hilarious. I hate all of you. I hate all of you. I'm so mad that I'm doing this. Okay, we got 23 viewers. Wow, now all of you want to go to Hassan's stream. Okay, like I only ever get like 12 of you to go to other people's stream, but when it's Hassan, you're always like, sure, let's all go. I know, Weirdomorphous Blob, whatever. Everyone ready? Now you got 24 people. Okay. You guys have a good rest of your day. Fuck all of you, okay? Go to hell. Okay. For the rest of you guys, you have a good rest of your day. I love you all very much.